loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well. Loving you well. Loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well. Loving you well.
It's a system breakdown on a smash TV. There ain't never been a harder time to believe. I see myself in everyone I meet. The many lost souls looking up, looking up, looking up towards the sky. In the sky, feels like it's falling on me. No matter how hard I try, can't stop the sky from falling. Feels like it's falling in on me. It's a peaceful protest, televised at home. Time to take your seat, enjoy the show. And out of nowhere, with my head held high, I'm down in the gutter, looking up towards the sky. And out of nowhere, with my head held high, I'm down in the gutter, looking up, looking up, looking up towards the sky. No matter how hard I try, I'm down in the gutter, looking up, looking up, looking up towards the sky. And the sky feels like it's falling on me. No matter how hard I try, I can't hold the sky from falling. Feels like it's falling now. Hold on tight, better roll your life. Only God will light, and the end is in sight. Hold on tight, better roll your life. Only God will light, and the end is in sight. Towards the sky, and the sky feels like it's falling on me. No matter how hard I try, I can't hold the sky from falling. Feels like it's falling now.
Count to 10 and I'ma let you go. Maybe you surprise me, you never know. I can be forgiven, I can give you loving. Baby, make the gamble and I'll let you know. You talk, honey, I'll make you sing, baby. You keep your secrets, but I'll break it down, break it down. 'Cause I've been there, baby, betrayed by every lover. I know the game, you're all the same. You think you're winning, baby. Don't be a fool, you ain't got nothing. don't you? So many came before you. Don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me. Let me tell you where it starts and ends. Creeping your way in, but you don't know who I am. I'll get you believing I learned from the best. I came here to tell you you can save your breath. You took your talk, honey, I'll make you sing, baby. You keep your secrets, but I'll break you down, break you down. 'Cause I've been there, baby, betrayed by every lover. I know the game, you're all the same. You think you're winning, baby. Don't be a fool, don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me. Playing it cool, playing it cool. I know you're nervous, honey. You think you're special, don't you? So many came before you. Don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me. You ain't never fooled me. You won't never wake me. You will never fool me. You ain't never fooled me. You won't never wake me. I know you're nervous, honey. You think you're special, don't you? So many came before you. Don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing. Don't be a fool. No, 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 don't be a fool. Don't be a fool. No, 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 don't be a fool. Don't be a fool. No, 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 don't be a fool. Don't be a fool. No, 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 don't be a fool.
Take me by my outstretched hand, lead me to cold black water. The fires that I've started are growing bright and hotter. Who's gonna be my friend now? Who's gonna be my lover? Will there be someone standing at my grave to lower my coffin down under? To lower me back down under. Lord, you never say sorry, like she's been seeing me. She sees inside my tired mind, kisses like white lightning. I've been hiding out in every room. She always has a key. Lord, you never say sorry, like she's been seeing me, like she's been seeing me. There's a long list of people where I've fallen short for many different reasons, mainly the battle, collecting regrets like sport. There I was in the corner, looking for company. That's when she sat down at the table and said, my name is Misery. She introduced herself as Misery. Lord, you never say sorry, like she's been seeing me. She sees inside my tired mind, kisses like white lightning. I've been hiding out in every room. She always has a key. Lord, you never say sorry, like she's been seeing
ESL One Raleigh is brought to you by DHL and 1xBet.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to ESL One Raleigh 2025. Some beautiful shots here of our Raleigh Convention Center getting all set up here for our lovely fans who join them in person in beautiful North Carolina tomorrow, as we are currently here in a transition day. Thanks for joining us, everyone. Seek and Strike here, and my lovely panel will be bringing you our two playoff matches for today. Jonathan, it's good to see you. It's been a long time, my friend. How have you been?
Yeah, it's been a while. It's great to be here. I miss talking to you, Richie. I miss talking to Winter. We had a great group stage coming in. Playoffs time. It's pretty exciting here in Raleigh, and I'm keen on seeing what we have in store today.
Yeah, same, haven't talked to you in a while. The last time we talked during panel, I think it was DPC, quite a while back, but it's good to have you again,
I do miss you.
And we've had
I miss you, sir.
a lovely tournament so far as these two catching up live on air, of course. Once again, the main crew will be back with you tomorrow. They are rehearsing and getting things just right for you in that Raleigh Convention Center. But guys, we were on those secondary streams here. John, you were over on the Ember stream. Winter, we were covering the Storm stream all week. And we've already wrapped up our group stage, haven't we, right? Let's go ahead and get caught up with our standings and kind of set the foundation here of what we're going to witness over the weekend. Winter, we were a Group A stream, weren't we? Ended up kind of a ride of the Talons. What did we miss across the days? What did we see?
I mean, Group A was a lot more straightforward, like the two teams topping the group, Paravision Spirit, they're a lot better than the other teams. Then there's the middle pack, Liquid and Enigma, kind of still struggling to find their identity, whereas Shopify and Talon probably lost their way, right from the start, and couldn't really find their way back into the group stages or into the next phase.
Yeah, it ended up being kind of difficult for them. Talon 1-9. Thought we were going to get some 1v1 tiebreakers according to the rules, but Shopify did squeak out a game, I think, against Liquid yesterday. John, you guys were over covering Group B, right? What was that all about for you? What were the highlights? What were some of the lowlights, your experience?
It was a lot closer, obviously, as you can see in the scoreline. In fact, first day, Heroic felt like they could have maybe climbed up a little bit more. Tidebound had a pretty decent start as well, but kind of fizzled out by day 2, day 3. I will say one thing about Group B, outside of maybe your typical suspects in the top 2 right now, Falcons and Tundra, I think Avulis had a fantastic time, right? Like, they were trying out different stuff. We're seeing stuff like offlane Jakiro coming out from Sibe. They're not up there. They're not going to be playing the upper bracket first, but it does give me some excitement there. I had a lot of fun with Group B, and I'm hoping some teams kind of pick up in that tech. Offlane Jakiro, maybe mid Jakiro, could be fun.
Yeah, that offlane Jakiro did cost Avulis potentially their upper bracket slot because they had some tiebreakers, and so Avulis down in the lower bracket, down, but not out, right, guys? I mean, Nigma, right where they want to be. They don't want to be up there with the likes of Paravision and Tundra. We all know who that upper bracket is for, but taking a look at our bracket and how things are settling out. Guys, any big surprises for you, would you say, Winter, along like for what we see in the upper bracket, what we see in the lower bracket?
Not really as much, though. I think the teams on the upper bracket did prove their worth. They played well. They showed a lot more understanding of the meta. They have a lot more synergy, whereas the team on the bottom side, I wouldn't say that they played really bad, but more about finding their direction in the current meta, like finding out how you should play as a team, especially for Bad Boom. They won the previous event, and right now here they're in the losers bracket, so they have to rediscover, the spark that brought them the championship last tournament.
Certainly, it could be maybe the pressure of LAN, but alongside that pressure comes some higher stakes and some higher rewards as we take a quick peek at our prize. We'll just refresh ourselves what we got going on, bid one final adieu for our teams already airborne and flying back to their respective regions, but still a lot to play for here, folks. Not just that prize money, but the EPT points as we do start to edge closer and closer to our capstone event of the EPT over in Riyadh. So that's very exciting. Jonathan, wanted to catch up with you very quickly. I mean, Tidebound, were you a bit surprised by what you saw out from them? They had a really strong showing in the Fissure Universe event, if I'm not mistaken.
That they did. I think we did kind of see some of those moments of brilliance in day one, especially. Again, they managed to draw some pretty important series. They looked fairly confident. We had a great interview with Bach. We had our translator Jack do absolutely nothing. It's nice to see Jack just kind of relax on camera as Bach just speaks out. And they were very chill. I was hoping that chill environment would lead to better results, but not quite enough. Again, it's a cutthroat environment here in Raleigh. Mr. C, you can correct Mr. Ritchie. It's maybe just being relaxed isn't enough. You have to bring your A game as well.
No, definitely. I mean, it's always going to be more tense on LAN, isn't it? Right? I mean, it's about the pressure. Now, I had one day before playoffs. You've gotten through the group stages. You've gotten through this new era of Dota. We don't have that data accessible, and we're about to play in front of some fans. Of course, first we have a few matches ahead of us. Winter, playing on LAN back in your day, I think a little bit different to what the players have now, but I'm sure it still brought a lot of emotions, a lot of tense and stress, didn't it?
Well, the yelling can be done face to face, obviously that's going to be a lot more stressful. At home, you're like, okay, you just pretend you're listening, but you're elsewhere, walking your dog, feeding the fish, just pretending you're listening to that rant. At LAN, you can't,
Yeah, you got to face the coach immediately after the plays as well. Well, luckily we have someone on the ground who can give us a little bit of a feeler of how it's going over in Raleigh. Let's go ahead and catch up with Big L over on the sidelines.
Thank you so much, Richie. Yes, that's indeed right. We're here in the shutdown booth, which is why it's a little bit dark behind me. I've got Tundra on this side. I got Paravision on that side. And they've started a pretty unique ritual. I can look over there right now. We're not going to do it because we don't want to reveal their strats. But Chrysalis is giving a massage to Whitemon, who's massaging BZM, and then 33, and then the coach Moon Meander, and then we got Soxa last, and then that person is, of course, being massaged at the end by Chrysalis. And then over here on the other side with Paravision, they're doing the same thing, but they're doing foot massages. So a lot of things about just releasing that tension, trying to get loose. You love to see the camaraderie here on this first day of the playoffs. Love to see it. Back.
That's good to see. You don't want to. There's a lot of pressure points. In the foot. Some players, they prefer to play bare feet. They'll walk into the booth. They take the shoes right off. Some of them will play with their feet on the desk. I mean, some of those postures can be pretty messed up. John, are you more of a straight up posture kind of a guy, or do you find yourself kind of being a little bit more of a degenerate kind of goblin get you gone pose?
I mean, when we're casting, when we're on panel like this, I try to keep posture correct. But when I'm gaming, I think I do slump a little bit. I try to be conscious about it. Every time I'm on LAN with Winter, he's always coming over. It's like, oh, your shoulders are so stiff. He's the one giving a massage. I can't reciprocate. We don't have enough in a line to go in a circle. But, he does let me know that my posture's been a little bit rough. But I can get that. It's a good way to relax. And, I want to thank Winter again. I wish I was next to you. You do give some good massages.
Thank you, sir. Happy to help all the time, Happy to be of service for you. I do remember those shoulders. They were pretty stiff, The last time it was in Bangkok, right? The last time I gave you a massage.
Oh, wow. Wow, and back then, folks, that was, of course, when Paravision, getting back on topic, that was when Paravision did claim victory in front of that crowd last December, right over in the SCA region. Now they find themselves, of course, up in the upper bracket. And, in fact, they're going to be playing today as we can take a peek at our schedule and see what we have before us today. Just 2 matches here, folks, and not to worry, nobody is getting eliminated here. These are our upper bracket matches. Paravision taking on Tundra here, that one getting started just about 10 minutes, and following that we'll have Falcons versus Team Spirit. Some really awesome matches. I wanted to of course, basically get straight away into our first match, right? Our 1x predictions, guys. I think we're all... Oh, yeah, we're split on this one, aren't we? But Winter, you're the only lad here who thinks this is going to be a fast one. Why do you think that is?
I feel like the play style, like Parry Vision compared to Tundra, I think they have a much better play style to them. In the current meta, it kind of favors like a much, I would say, a slower pace game. So, and they are the team that has Satanic right now. I feel like he's going to be the one that's going to be able to carry the game, like especially with the PAs. If he ever gets his hand on the PA, it's going to be them taking home the victory.
Yeah, that PA has been a highly contested hero and looks really strong in their hands. But yeah, like I said, as we get prepared for our very first match, Vision versus Tundra, I think but two teams that a lot of people were expecting, right, to end up here in the upper bracket. Some shots of them getting ready, getting loose, some stretching out by no one, right? But a bit more stressful for Tundra, right? They're coming here directly after their tiebreaker series, aren't they, John? How did that one go for them?
Yeah, that one looked pretty dominant coming out there from Tundra. It was pretty much a 2-0. There were a couple moments there for Betwin where they were kind of climbing back up, but Tundra did manage to kind of lock it in, and that kind of sets a good tone. I do feel like playing these tiebreaker series does help you warm up a little bit more, right? Like it gives you an additional game to play. It kind of sets some expectations coming into the playoffs, and again, gives you a little bit more prep. I feel like the more games you play, the better you come out, as we've seen in some other tournaments as well. We've had some deep lower bracket runs because of those additional games. So I don't think that's going to take away for Tundra at all coming in here.
Yeah,
at the same time, it's also giving your opponents more data, right? So same can be said for that. They have more tape to review, figure out your weaknesses and your strengths, and kind of plan the draft more appropriately against you. So both ways.
Goes both ways. Winter's analytical mind, always thinking about the Dota, always thinking about the drafts. But I'll tell you what, John, me and you, we're fiends for that drama. We see a match like this, we think it's a grudge match. We know what's going on here. There's a little bit of a roster swap recently between these two teams, isn't there, John? What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, look, we were talking about ESL One Bangkok. We were talking about when Paravision took that win. They took that win with Crystallis on hand, and then they dropped Crystallis. They pick up Satanic. We were hyping him up a lot. He looked good on Team Spirit. He's this young, amazing player. We can see our average stats from the group stages. A little bit more kills, a little bit more gold for Satanic, but a lot more hero damage coming out there for Crystallis. A good reflection of what these two players kind of like to play. We were talking about that PA pick for Satanic. Crystallis has a bit of a different hero pool that they've kind of emphasized in the group stage. We see his top three heroes, Bristleback, TA, Razor, all highly aggressive, highly tempo-based. The TA may be the slower one, depending, but it tends to kind of kick into gear with, say, Dragonlance and Desolator or Dragonlance Blink, depending on the game. Whereas for Satanic, again, you see the PA, it's a little bit slower going. It does have some play earlier on. He does have this quirky little pickup with, say, the Kunkka as well, which is a more interesting pick for him, but it does lead into very different playstyles across the course, and it's going to be interesting to see just how motivated Crystallis is coming into this, because again, this guy set them up for the EPT cycle this year. This guy gave them that big win that carried them through, despite, maybe placing third in the next Dream League. It's enough for them to maintain their position, and now, he's not in the roster, he's on a different team, he's got something to prove here.
Yeah, certainly.
So you're just saying that biting the hand that feeds, yeah?
Yeah, basically it.
Yeah, I mean, especially against one of the great minds in Dota like Astini, once he's been inside the team, he knows how that brain's working, he knows what you're asking for, he knows what you're calling for in the drafts. I think that's going to be an interesting thing to look at as well. But Satanic, right, also a bit of a rising star. We've seen so much flexibility. I mean, here's a highlight of him playing Meepo. Who's playing Meepo these days? No one, I'll tell you, besides Vision, right, Winter?
Yeah, I mean, Meepo seems to be like a pick to counter a specific lineup. I'm not sure if it's going to be a thing again, in the playoffs, but it definitely has some potential. It looked like it's like scary, if you pick him in the right game. I mean, Meepo has always been a hero that you need to really get him in the right game for him to be effective, So, yeah, right. I mean, hope to see it again. I'm sure everyone wants to see more Meepo.
I'm not sure about that. I mean, I'd like to see him more in pro games, maybe not in my own pubs, though. But, Winter, whenever we cast together, we tend to look a lot at the support POV, right? John focuses in on the big names. He wants to see the ultra kills, the rapiers, but you're a little bit more about those supports, right? What can you tell us about the supports from these two teams?
Yeah, I mean, the supports definitely help the cause succeed. They enable the cause, and we see here the difference between Whitemon and Ducalis. Whitemon, out of 10 games, he has 9 different heroes played. So that's a really, really high hero pool for support for any player. On a team. As Ducalis, more of like the standard secure lane support because he is with Satanic, which has a playstyle where he just wants to play those really, really hard carries, right? So your position 5 heroes probably limited to those certain few that can secure the lane. So not saying that Ducalis has a very small hero pool because he can't play the other heroes, but more of the playstyles and the difference in playstyles of the both of the carry players that were highlighted just now between Satanic and Crystallis.
Would you say that like having a carry that, Crystal is traditionally limited a bit more, right? His Monkey, his Razor, his Bloodseeker, right? Would you say that, I mean, he's expanded that now, right? That's kind of an older saying, but the variety that Satanic is allowed to play, do you think that makes it a lot easier as well when you're drafting these days, Winter?
I mean, when you talk about variety, sometimes a different hero doesn't mean like a different playstyle, right? It can be categorized in what type of carry you're playing. I think Satanic, most of the heroes that he's playing are the very, very hard carries, whereas for Crystallis, it's very different, right? I think John already brought it up. They are more active, they are fighting with the team, they are allowing your teammates to, be more aggressive. I think those sort of things kind of, in my opinion at least, enables your position 5 a lot, So you see Whitemon having a huge hero pool. I think a lot of it has to do because of Crystallis' playstyle.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, our match already coming up here, so we don't have a ton of time, guys, but luckily we did have enough time for Lyrical to sit down and catch up with one of the Power Vision players. Let's see what he had to say.
I'm here with the one and only No One from Team Paravision. Now, No One, you've had this long, illustrious career. You were playing previously way back in the Virtus Pro, playing now with Paravision. You're absolutely wrecking things. I remember TI-12, Seattle. We were in an elevator. You told me, I'm coming back and I'm going to make this mega team. Do you remember that conversation?
No.
That's fine. Don't worry about it. It's perfectly okay. But you did seem to have a lot of motivation. What is it that's kind of brought you back to wanting to play really at this high tier that you've been known for before?
I mean, I've always wanted to play on the highest tier, but so I always wanted.
You always wanted to, and now you're coming back with this squad. You guys are 9-1 out of the group stage. You lost 1 game against Team Spirit. You haven't lost again since. What's the morale like in the team right now?
Yeah, we're pretty chill, but that was a group stage. Now it's a different game. It's always like the playoffs and group stage are like mega different. So we're ready to like just play new Dota.
Awesome. Another thing that we sort of have a tendency of seeing a lot in the Dota scene is slightly older players playing with young guns, but it tends to be into support. You're playing out of the mid, but you do still sort of have a place where you're one of the old guys on a team with some younger players. Do you feel that at all when you play, or do you sort of see everybody as pretty much the same and I'm making you feel uncomfortable right now?
I mean, you specifically our team?
Yeah.
I feel like there is no age gap in like the game, outside of the game, of course, because like it's between me and I think it's 10 years. Yeah. But like inside the game, there is no age gap. If you ask, like outside of the game, like how I spend time, yeah. I'm the oldest, yeah. I'm the experienced one.
Yeah. Except for Steenie, he's even older.
Yeah, of course. He's our grandpa.
He's a grandpa, absolutely. Well, you guys are playing against Tundra. Last question for you. Do you sort of, when you were thinking about it, was this one of the teams that you were expecting to see in the early stages of the groups, or were you not even thinking about it throughout the group stage?
I mean, even before this tournament, when we when we arrived, I already told my team, no matter how it's gonna end our group stage, we're gonna be like first place or last place. It doesn't matter because we'll face Tundra in first round. Just be ready to it. Just because of this is like, I know, it's destiny, I think.
Tundra first round, they've done it a lot. We'll see how they do it today as we head back to you guys.
Lovely to see. It's Destiny in the first round, no one says here, John. What do you think Destiny has in favor for them today? Are they going to be able to take this match? Do you think Tundra's a little bit too strong here? Is it all about this Grudge Crystallis matchup? What are your thoughts?
I think to an extent it is about that grudge. Obviously, no one's not going to be pointing that out. I mean, we love to meme it up. It's not really on the players' minds, but I think that it's an interesting factor for the viewers. I think the big part for me is no one has looked to be in top form. Like, he has looked consistently as the best player on the team he's played in the past year. He's just looked that amazing, even all the way back to his EWC performance there. He's just looked on point. And I think for Tundra, The key part for me is just some of this flexibility. We're talking about what Whitemon brings on support. I think it's important as well to kind of respect what Soxa can do. Like we were seeing a lot of Kotlin stuff, and I think that's going to be important this kind of series.
Yeah, it's good that
And
you.
not to mention BZM, I think he is also like the backbone for Tundra. Like if he gets a good game, if he gets priority in the draft, he's going to be able to deliver. On the Invoker, some of his other signature heroes. I think he deserves some recognition as well on his team. They're all superstar players, but a mid laner, if you give him a good start, a first blood, anything, some good hero matchup, he's going to be able to do a lot.
Yeah, certainly. I still think it's worth shining a light on some of those support players like John mentioned. And thankfully, we also had time for Lyrical to sit down and catch up with Soxa before our match.
That's right. We're here with Soxa, the one and only, the man himself. You've been playing a heck of a lot of Coddle. I was looking at it throughout the entire course of this tournament, 5 games so far, 80% win rate. Are you ever going to stop?
If they ban it, I'll stop.
That's fair enough. Yeah, a lot of success that we've been seeing out of Tundra for whole. You guys ended up doing like a lot of 1-1 draws over and over again, but you built up some momentum over the past couple of days. You're finally able to get the 2-0 yesterday, and then of course in that tiebreaker series against BetBoom. How's the morale within the team right now?
I would say it's good. I think even the tournaments we've done well, we've always kind of had like a slow start, because we kind of, I guess, need some time to get in the groove and start to realize how to play good Dota and remember how to do it. So I mean, I think it's like we're on like a upward trajectory, so it's been good.
Awesome. Upward trajectory. Last question that I just wanted to run by you real quickly. You specifically, I feel like sometimes have the heroes that you really like to play. We've been asking a lot of the pros about this, the Hayam Amar Cap not being able to see each other's replays. Is that a change that you enjoy a lot, or is that one that you feel like you wish we could have gone back to?
Probably for me personally, maybe like people not seeing my pubs is like a small plus, but overall I am not a fan, because I think being able to watch the games in the watch tab is it always been great, and I feel like for 99% of people it's nice. Yeah, I think even for the pros it's nice to be able to see, so I think it will benefit the scene a lot if you can see pros pubs.
Perfect. And the only way that you could do that is if you could add somebody as a friend. So with that in mind, maybe you can add me as a friend later so I can watch. Is that cool?
Sure.
Yay, look at that. We got that. All right, back to you guys.
Lyrical making friends over in Raleigh. Good to see from him. But these two teams, they will not be making friends with each other anytime soon as they head into battle. Already our first draft underway, folks. Our first bans here, Winter. Looking pretty normal. Looks like a lot of the stuff we saw as well throughout our group stage here.
Yeah, mostly pretty straightforward, with the Enigma, Medusa, Tinker ban in the first phase. I know everyone's not really a fan of Tinker, so everyone's happy, rejoice. Yay, Tinker's ban, we don't have to deal with Tinker in the game. As for Paravision, they have the Monkey King, Beastmaster, Bristleback, and the Nature's Prophet all removed out. So they left the TA in the pool intentionally, and let's see what trade, are we going to see against the Templar Assassin. Do we go something like a Darkseer to take away the refraction, It's something that I think teams have done before in the past.
You know who I'm thinking about, Jonathan, already? Some two-headed dragon to get through those refractions, potentially?
That'd be a way. I'd be very happy to kind of see that picked up. You're probably not going to be doing anything too crazy for DM. You're not going to be giving DM like an off-lane Jakiro, but it has a lot of room and support. It's been highly effective anyway. I do like the Tundra pick.
Believed in it, John.
I mean, I believe in it.
Jakiro.
It's just no one else is doing it. It's just like Sivir, and that's it. No one else is doing it so far, from the groups at least. So I'd like to see the tech.
Did it before, like a couple of months ago.
All right.
Was the other person that did it. Yeah, but Paravision gonna go with the Wraith King, which is a hero that I think in recent weeks have gotten a lot of attention. The hero with the Bone Guard facet is extremely strong. You just push and you make life really hard for your opponents. They can't really do anything because the waves are always at their tower.
Yeah, I feel like the matchup into TA is pretty fine as well. I mean, you can just kind of farm up. It is a melee matchup for your TA, but it doesn't really rip through the Wraith King. He is very durable, so I do like this coming out for DM. It does allow you to have this front line. It's a natural Radiance builder, which is going to be really annoying as well for Crystallis as the game goes on. So it's a very solid sort of pickup. I am a little bit surprised that something like the Keeper for Light has been left completely alone, right? Maybe we see it banned out in this next phase, but if you leave that here for Tundra, I mean, they've done it a couple of times as well in Parry, although not as much. this is such a big tool for Sox. Because again, I was talking about this when me and Mike were casting on the B stream, and we were talking about this Kotl coming out for Falcons. Wepas came in to say, that's not even the worst Kotl you've seen. When Soxa plays it, he's just teleporting people to him at the same time, and kind of dragging everyone around, really maximizing that recall. It's just not a hero that I think you want to play against here for parry. It has so many strong combinations, all of them still kind of left in the pool, and they do not ban it. So Kotl, I think that's going to be a safe pick for Tundra later.
Winter.
It kind of has the same effect as like the Wraith King with the Bone Guard, where you're pressuring the map a lot and you're just making it really difficult for your opponents to make a smoke play or make any moves. All this map movement, global type of heroes with the skeleton and the recalling. It's just very, very valuable in high tier Dota. In your average pub, it probably doesn't really matter as much. But even Wraith King on your average pub, the hero is very, very successful. So they're gonna go with the combination here. Wraith King a very strong lane if it's a carry Wraith King. We've seen, I think, carry and off lane so far. A very, very easy way to set up the cold feet.
Yeah.
Do you reckon there's sorry, John, is there any flex potential with this Wraith King pick? I've seen a couple teams running this off lane and then going something else and swapping into the save. Did you see that at all, John? I feel like Winter and our games, it tended to be a hard carry, but do you believe in the Wraith King flex?
I think for Paravision in particular, this is probably just your DM hero. Again, laning into TA is pretty fine. It's a Radiance builder. It doesn't need to worry about the direct core-to-core. You're just there to annoy her. You're just there to be quite tanky and kind of tank through the lane. The Wraith King kind of does that. You can kind of carry this Ducalis AA for something else on safe for Satanic if you so wish. Although I do agree with Winter, the lane combination is pretty damn strong if you did decide to give Satanic this Wraith King. So the flex is open. I would say it's just a little bit safer to assume that it's like a DM tanky offlane and just kind of run from there. Although, again, they haven't locked in combo. You could maybe just give 9 class AA or just let Ducalis play with DM this time around just because that lane combo is so powerful. I do like the answer from Tundra. Just going into the Phoenix. Wraith King does not enjoy playing into Fire Spirits. The egg is going to be quite nice. The mischance on all the spells is going to be big. And they don't even bother with Kotl. They just go with the Tusk. So there's a lot of output. There's some save potential here with the Snowball. A lot of early aggression that can kind of map into this. And it just goes back to what we were talking about when you compare these scores. Overall, that dictates how the teams play. With this kind of support duo on Tundra, or even with just the Tusk on hand, there is some early potential here to run it down quite fast in the lanes.
Yeah, like you said, this is both directed at the Parisian opening heroes, right? The Fire Spirits against the Skeleton and the Tusk against the AA. Tusk extremely good into AA in the lane in the game because you can dodge the cold feet with Snowball, and every time you catch him with the shards, and tag team, you're basically going to get a kill. AA really is very scared of running into a Tusk in the lane, so the picks from Tundra makes a lot of sense, for them, and the tag team will help the TA get Roshan later on as well.
Winter, this is a Slark that we saw. I think Paravision, they've only picked it twice.
It's support Slark.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be something more left in Dexter's laboratory, but it's broken out. It's here in the playoffs.
I like what they're cooking. I think there is some room for flexing that onto Satanic. I think just Slark AA sounds like a decent enough lane, although it really depends on what you're facing up against. But like a leash with cold feet can kind of run it down. They go for a very safe mid as well for no one, or potentially flex. But again, it's looking more and more like a 9 class Slark coming in. I like the ideas behind Paravision's draft. We were talking about this earlier, Richie, but I like quirky picks. And when I saw 9 class pick this up, I was like, this is cool. I like the support Slark. The Shard is just annoying to play into. Having this support that just constantly jumps in, dispels, has a window of invulnerability for the most part, can be a nuisance to deal with. So I do enjoy seeing this, and it kind of fits what 9 class likes to do. He likes to be really annoying in these games.
I mean, you call it quirky, I call it a vision hero. I think a lot of position 4 heroes that are specializing in vision heroes, like Invis heroes. I think Slug is also one of them, with the night vision, especially with the facet, you're able to detect the wards and remove the vision. It's a very underrated part of the game. Sometimes people don't talk about it enough. And, the night vision, you take fights at night, especially on the Radiant side, you can take advantage of that. And those are small little things that can give you the edge, in team fights when you see your opponents first. And they do also have the Ancient Apparition and Tiny combination. Ice Vortex with the Crash Landing, a lot of magical damage from afar, so you don't really need to commit. Their lineup is all about poking, sending in the skeletons, casting the spells from far range, and the Slug just staying on the edge of the team fights, just giving information. How does Tundra deal with this? They are more of like a full committer. Once they go in with the boat and the egg, they are going to want to end the fight right there.
Exactly. I mean, I'm pretty sure Winter in the match we casted, Parivision had a Orchid support Slark just murdering a Phoenix all game, right? Just making sure he could not get off the eggs. And so that is something I'm afraid we're going to see a repeat of. That being said,
that was a core Phoenix, right?
It was a WS Talon, yeah. Yeah, so that was even more brutal here. I'll tell you what, though, if Tundra, they want the answer to everything here, John. Isn't it just Tide? Tide TA just gives you everything, doesn't it?
That does. I mean, it's good team fight as well, right? The lane matchup, whatever is on safe, if it's going to be melee, Tide's always going to feel good. You've got that extra durability coming out with a Kunkka on top. And again, with the Phoenix and the Sunray, I was going to say there's some weird flex potential for Tundra if they wanted to really go left field, give 33 to Phoenix, but maybe you're just going to come for something more specialized for 33, although he has had a few of those options banned out. Darkseer taken out of the pool. You do have maybe a Sand King that can come in, that can kind of provide almost the same thing, maybe not the same.
But you're right. Yeah, you're right. That's what they would like, nice. Right?
Yeah, I would say it's kind of surprising Tundra's expecting something else for no one. They ban out the Storm, so maybe assuming we're going to get something like a Satanic Tiny on hand here, just making sure the mid matchup is not going to be as wonky for BZM on this Kunkka. And they just cover their bases, again, taking care of the OD, so they want to force Parivision to either go for maybe some mobile heroes that Kunkka can still match up against, melee heroes that he can match up against, or just force the Tiny to stay in that lane. But I feel like for Tundra, it's already shaping into something very high tempo. They go with the Doom for 33, so nothing too surprising overall. In the end, they still have that high durability coming in. Overall, at the very least, again, you have boat egg combination plus eventually the shard that comes out for the Phoenix. There is a lot to like. Like you mentioned, Orchid pickup for the Phoenix is going to be awkward, but you kind of look at it the other way. If the Slark doesn't pop off, right, and your Phoenix is able to just constantly get the right fire spirits off in the middle of the team fight, Tiny's not going to enjoy it. Your Wraith King's not going to enjoy it, and whatever you pick up here for Satanic at this point also not going to enjoy it. So you're clear for the egg.
Terribly. I mean, you don't care about the Doom.
True.
You have Sunder to kind of, unless he dooms you, but the Sunder is always going to be nice against the Doom, and you can kind of hit the egg. And Skadi is very good into the TA later in the game. You basically kite him forever. He can't move.
And there it is.
Good there we go. Yeah, so
our Oracle.
Terrorblade is going to be here. So I guess it's going to be Slark position 4, Tiny mid, off lane Wraith King. Yeah, just basically like what we discussed. Just a very Parivision draft here, just saving Satanic's pick for last and making sure that he has the strongest hero in the game.
And once again, a whirl of the 9-class support. Slark, I spoke with Estini very briefly. He thinks it's a strength of their team, and well, we'll see here how it fares in game 1. John, are you a believer in this Parivision lineup? Are you liking this support Slark here?
Yeah, I do like it. I think again it does a lot of what Winter is saying. Again, the vision aspect's big. The shard pickup is great. If you pop off, the Orchid's going to ruin Tundra for a while. I think it's a strong lineup, and the Terrorblade call from Winter, again, is just amazing in this game. I will say, I think the lanes are pretty even overall, and I think that's where you kind of have to pull ahead on Tundra. It's going to be keen on seeing that, as we do have our 1x bet odds right there as well. Slightly favoring Parivision, just a little bit worse off for Tundra. And again, just looking at this draft, I would say it's probably easier to play Parivision. I think if I had to choose, I would play the Parivision draft.
Do you agree with that, Winter? You always
I agree. I think with the Terrorblade and the vision, you can abuse the vision from Slark and toss heroes over with Crash Landing over and over again with Vortex. That's pretty annoying. I mean, Tundra, like I said, they have to really fully commit whenever there's a team fight, and it's going to be tough against a slippery team like Parivision.
Well, all right. Pretty team fight based lineup, some Phoenixes, the support Slark again coming out here from the side of Parivision to try and take game 1 off of Tundra. But Tundra going to be a tougher matchup here than what Parivision were able to make this work off of before, aren't they, John?
Yeah, again, it's going to be down to how well they can kind of play around these lanes. I feel like you have to have this momentum coming in on Crystallis. Like, he has to hit these timings on the TA. If not, objectives start to slip away.
It's all about the objectives these days in Dota, all about getting to the main stage, still in that upper bracket, as we will throw it over to our casters for game number 1.
Thank you so much, lads. Yeah, absolutely right. Heading into game 1 of this best of 3. You know, some might call it a grudge match. Some might not like that word, but there's a lot of motivation here for these players to get a victory. Whether it's, you know, trading wins through the last couple of Dream Leagues, this would be Paravision's turn to win, or the fact that Chrysalis was on Tundra not long ago. On Paravision not long ago, sorry, Wagga. This one is going to be spicy with a ton of very fun heroes.
Yeah, we have an interesting difference here in the two teams. I like the contrast between the two teams. We have, of course, the slippery team of Paravision, as the panel named it. I would honestly say that they have the harder job with the split pushing and making sure they don't get caught, because the team fight of Tundra is really strong. They have the Kunkka, they have the Phoenix. Doom is great for removing one target, and then their catch is not bad. Kunkka X-Mark is great. Tusk with the shards, Doom, TA traps for Vision. I actually think that Tundra have a pretty good edge here in the draft. But of course, Paravision, there are merits to their team. They need to drag it out though. Early game will be, you know, where they might excel in lane, but then it will be stalling tactics for them.
And using all the vision tools they've got, right? I like the point that Winter brings up there. The fact they've got this Slark, they've got this Wraith King with the skeletons, and then pairing it with the AA Tiny for the burst potential. You've kind of drafted or crafted this draft against a TA who likes these things through traps, right? That's how she likes to play. Get the vision, go make jumps. So you've got this kind of back and forth in terms of the mid-game teamfight taking, but you're saying that Tundra have the overwhelming strength if it comes to these 5v5 clashes.
Yeah, they certainly have some big power when they get those big, massive team fights going. So playing for objectives, I think they have a bit of an edge, going Tormentor, going Roche. And I do believe that they can force the issue quite well. TA pushes towers really hard and very good to play around those objectives with. Also has a Tusk pairing, which is fantastic for both Roshing and Tormenting. So yeah, I like a lot of what Tundra are doing here. And 33 on his Doom, I mean, he knows his way around this hero really, really well.
Oh, he absolutely does. He absolutely does. An absolute pest. And that's why, you know, we've got heroes like, you know, Wraith King, Terrorblade, not caring too much about the Doom itself. Who's going to be his primary target? Or do we just don't care about the Doom spell and just look at his item build?
I think it might be similar for, or you mean for DM or for Doom? Sorry, who's target?
I say, who's Doom gonna Doom?
Oh yeah, who's Doom? Well, I think you just take the first best of the course that you can get here. You don't really want to go for the Wraith King, but between getting Tiny or getting the TB, I would be happy getting either of them. You just gotta be careful that Satanic can save people if you don't Doom him. So obviously TB is always gonna feel best to Doom. But he might just throw it on anyone. Early game, we might even see some supports catching that Doom. You just want to get the ability on cooldown. Get some
that AA is getting targeted super hard.
It's like you walk a little bit too close on Slark, feeling cheeky, you get doomed. Gotta take away your healing capabilities.
Yeah. Same as John, I'm a big fan of these kind of quirky heroes, you know, unusual, off meta somewhat, but 9 classes, he's been the king of these kind of heroes since he's come out onto the tier 1 scene.
He has a lot of flair, very creative player. Yeah, he likes playing the agi heroes a lot of the time, bringing them into the mix. They also tried playing the techies, of course, earlier in the tournament. Didn't work out so well for him that game, but he, you know, credit to him for always trying to innovate. That's the beauty of Dota, in my opinion. There are so many ideas and ways that you can play the game. The Slark support, definitely not completely new anymore by any means, but it doesn't surprise me it's 9 class playing it.
The little shag bark popped up on our screen. What a little cutie. Oh, Mr. Courier.
I want to flip your question earlier. You talked about who is Doom gonna Doom. I'm thinking DM on this Wraith King. Last time we saw him was against Liquid on the Wraith King. He played amazing on it. He went for a Radiance Manta build and ended up canceling a lot of the Blink Daggers in that game. And already looking at the game we're in, Doom, TA, Tusk, all big Blink buyers. So he might be looking to cancel some. Obviously, TA has a bit of protection for hers with the refraction, but we'll see how he can play this game. And if it's going to be the same Radiance approach.
Yeah, definitely capable of causing a lot of chaos, sowing chaos in the start of the team fight there. And then you've got things like, you know, Kunkka's Boat, Sunray, to try and keep people tanky and healing them up. Then the counteracting Ancient Apparition Ice Blast. I mean, hell, AA has been such a hero this tournament. It was 80% win rate off of 20 picks earlier on, last day of group, something like that. Has had a ridiculous time.
Yeah, AA is pretty absurd, and it's crazy to feel like the hero is that strong right now, because if you think back, he actually, not too long ago, got a little bit of a nerf. The C patch nerfed him, and the B patch also nerfed him. So he was actually even stronger before this. 738 definitely did him well. And we see these players really enjoy the laning presence that he brings, and then the kill potential. Anybody sets up, A ulti flies in. You find a lot of kills with that.
It feels like he really is a hero that kind of is their hinge in a draft, right? It allows you to have multiple openings through your different players to find kills on cores. It just allows that to happen. I mean, outside of the laning stage as well, where he's just a howitzer. Launching this covering fire alongside reflection spam is going to be pretty annoying to lane up against him.
Yeah, it does look like the bottom lane could be tricky for the Doom Tusk. Of course, if A gets caught out, Winter pointed out that, you know, it can be scary when you get close to a Tusk, but overall, I think the lane will still be very harassy.
Already up in each other's faces. Shard thrown by Saxa, get a bit of damage onto Satanic. And Ducalis had already stepped up before the creeps had even met to get a few free hits in. Asserting dominance in lanes, which is exactly what's happening top. Whitemon, he's down. 9 class and DM, level 1 first blood. Might lose the slot to Crystallis though, as he will find the trade.
Good pick there. Didn't expect him to actually get the kill, but Slark, of course, you can't underestimate the impact of that Essence shift hitting into you with the low cost of the stun of Wraith Fire Blast as well. You can commit like this. Of course, the TA untouched, farming quite happily during that time though.
And so it begins. The great tip war of our time. It's always Ducalis and 9 class. Why is it always you two? When there's trouble in town, it's always you two.
Yeah, somehow these supports, they get involved in all these little exchanges. Speaking of exchanges, the meta been popped. 33 can take some hits. Not going to be in the danger of dying, but still getting shoved under tower. Denies coming in as well.
And the wave approaching. 3-3 is going to be okay with that wave approaching, but yeah, some nice denies on the way through. Means that there's Tusk and Doom don't get any freebies. And Satanic just standing tall with his Metamorphosis, forcing a snowball, so mana expended. Ooh, and
that pulls him far.
Tusk is out of position completely. He's going to get tagged up a few more times, not really under threat of dying, but now this makes the lane challenging. 3-3, you know, he's half HP, doesn't really want to step up, so if Ducalis gets a pull, this lane looks real good.
Yeah, they can fall back and pull the big camp. That's what AA is going to try and do as well. He's putting it straight down. Hard to disjoint that for Saxa. Could throw the shards, but not going to commit to it, so now they need to deal with the creeps going in here. He's going to try and de-aggro it and get back to the lane. Be completely fine. TB doesn't want to overstep alone. A on a de-warding mission.
Yeah, not too bad in the end. Then in that mid lane, Kunkka versus Tiny. What's that, 15-3, 15-3? It is dead even. The double melee heroes in the mid lane, just gathering up water runes and hitting creeps.
Yeah, this is an extremely balanced mid matchup. Tiny maybe with a slight edge in the early game, but at level 5, I want to say the Kunkka Tidebringer starts taking over the lane. So we might see a shift in a while. Water rune fighting.
Well, Lotus pool fighting.
Lotus.
Yeah, Ducalis and Satanic inside the pool. 3-3 comes across, but Saxa is a hit away from death. And that's Ducalis taking it. Satanic, quite low, but 3-3 unable to really finish the job there. He does end up with the Lotus, though.
9 class is trying to run away. He's going to be fine, as Phoenix doesn't have dive anymore.
Satanic also took another hit of the Infernal Blade bottom, but he's got 7 stick, plenty of tangos, and 9 class looks like he's also slipped away through that top corner of the map. And it does leave DM alone against the TA, though, which gets nasty quickly.
Yeah, it's not easy for Wraith King until he has face boots. Does take quite a bit of damage from the harassment. TA go for no side blades early on, getting the 2 points for fraction and meld, knowing that he's against the double melee lane. Just running up and hitting them is easier. Does have it now though, of course. Level 4, he picks up point.
Non-stop trading back as best he can. It looks like Whitemon has also managed to get sentries down in both the camps, so they'll have the pulls available to them. Slark deciding to leave the lane completely, though. It's past minute 4, so it's not a water rune move. He's actually come in to de-ward. The strength of the Slark. Minute 4 gank? Nuh-uh. It's an observer ward kill.
Yeah, it's one of the good things about Slark. He's pretty mobile due to the Barracuda effect, getting bonus movement speed. Even if he doesn't have boots yet, he can still fly in towards mid at 333 movement speed. Pretty speedy. And just by being here, he's making the Kunkka play more defensively.
Even with double braces and wand, yeah. BZM is going to get avalanched, but no one doesn't go for the toss. I guess the Slark was out of range. They wanted to send him over to him.
Yeah, range. The level 1 range is not that far on toss. Couldn't quite get it. If they got it, though, that would have been a pounce and possibly a kill.
Yeah, it could have been. And then because the Slark has evacuated this top lane, DM starting to drag the waves around. And 9 class can come back across, make sure the pulls will be contested. Maybe contest the wave, which Crystallis has also gathered up by his tower.
Thus far, a laning stage where all the cores are off to decent enough starts. Bottom lane, trying to dive, but the TP from Slark. Can they punish Doom?
Turning on to 3-3. Metamorphosis up. The damage looks good, and 9 class just needs to gap close a little more. 3-3
The body blocks
into the
from
tree
Slark.
line. And the Saxa Tusk is going to sacrifice himself, buys a bit of time with the snowball. Whitemon has also TP'd in here. They could maybe get aggressive on Satanic. Saxa dies. Satanic's fine. And 1 kill to the good for Paravision down in that bottom lane, but 3-3, the main target, he slips away.
Just barely on the back of the Tusk, getting in between there, preventing any damage output. But that's a lot of attention down towards bottom lane. Wraith King is going to be pretty happy with this up top. Yes, he is farming really well, but Wraith King in a 1v1 will build up those Bone Guard charges and start farming quickly as well.
Yeah, start just shoving things out a bit. Oh, shield rune for BZM. And Kunkka going to feel happy about that grab. All the noise in the bottom lane led to him and Saxa getting the free rune and a D-ward. I'll get the shards onto this Tiny. I think no one is reasonably tanky. Kind of just threatening his farming speed in that mid lane. Give BZM a nice easy time.
Yeah, it's not so much a kill threat, more just poking him, dealing damage to him whenever you can. Tiny too much HP, and Kunkka was a bit low mana to throw all his spells.
BZM going to de-ward his own observer mid as well.
Yeah, he revealed that they had an observer because they got that D-ward earlier. So just knows that the Slark would probably make his way around. Wisdom Rune coming up, and gonna be a 1-for-1, no stealing. And as we see in a lot of games, stacking starting to become priority. I was gonna wonder which team is gonna start stacking up Ancients first. Of course, the team with TA wants to do it, but this has really been the story of this event so far. A lot of attention to stacking up.
Yeah, multiple heroes who can clear it as well. Satanic, he's being eyed up by Tundra right now. Level 5, so no Sunder. Low on the stick charges. They've brought a number of heroes down here with this smoke out of Phoenix and Kunkka. But it looks like Paravision, they've figured out something's not quite right. And they'll transfer their efforts up to top. Satanic dips out of bottom, goes to jungle. And Ducalis readying himself for a go on Crystallis.
Crystallis very nicely played there. During the lane, he pulled the creeps repeatedly farther and farther back towards his tower, farming in a safe area. And of course, he wants to tuck in and farm this ancient part of the map. He got spotted by the creep wave, so Crystallis knows he has a guest in his farming area. An intruder, more like it.
Yeah, an unwanted guest.
Well, happens sometimes.
The feeding grounds in that northern jungle.
And
Crystallis is
throwing
like,
down a sentry, actually gets 50 gold from 2 traps as well. Gets the full sentry gold back.
That's
Locking
really
up the
nice.
ancients, so TA can't farm here.
And a courier snipe that gets rid of the treads. That's just win after win for this 9 class Slark. It feels like him and Phoenix having a rougher time getting their levels. So now Phoenix gets mid for that experience towards 6. How important is Slark's level 6?
I think very important. The hardest part about playing Slark is this early game. You kind of don't really know where to go and what to do. You just run around de-warding and hope that you get some stuff going, and eventually you'll get your level 6 on mid lane probably. But 9 class having a really good time. Only been involved in the 2 kills, but finding a lot of small objectives. Doom,
Down at bottom.
ulti ready. Not gonna throw
Not
for the
going
cause.
to use it frivolously on the Ancient Apparition. And with no one's arrival, Tusk forced a snowball up right under the tier 1 tower. So the final touches of Satanic can bring him down.
That's a move down bottom for Tiny. It pays off immediately, so just getting there and holding strong on the tier 1 bottom tower. I like when Radiant team does this, not giving up, you know, any ground on bottom tier 1, because that tier 1 close to a Tormentor is so essential for the first Torm control.
Yeah, it feels so much more important than that top dire tier 1, right?
It really
Radiant
does.
wants to
Unless
come
there's
defend.
Night Stalker, of course, in the game, then you have the opposite sort of effect.
It's all topsy-turvy, yeah.
And DM in this game is going to go for the Radiance build. Talking a little bit about the Wraith King item build earlier, he already has committed into the Talisman of Evasion. I spoke about this last time they played, though. If you don't own the early game and you go for Radiance, it can be a bit greedy. If you don't have Blade Mill, Armlets, anything like that. And he is skipping those items. So we'll see how it works out, because this game, I think Tundra are still in a very competitive shape in laning stage.
Yeah, they're the ones kind of readying themselves for these early fights. Yeah, we'll see. I guess this Radiance also ties in nicely with the, synchronizing with the Terrorblade a bit more, who can be a little slower off the mark. And then the Blink on Tiny, of course, after Phase, Soul Ring, Bottle, these little incremental items. It's not going to be there minute 12. It's going to be a couple minutes later than that. So the Wraith King probably readying himself for that 15-minute timing.
Tiny with a lot slower spike than Kunkka, and they're trying to abuse it right now. Putting the Kunkka towards mid together with support, using Catapult, forcing out the Glyph already. Does not really want to fight into the both combo.
No. And the Phoenix, who's level 6 as well. Yeah, level 3 Fiery Spirits too. They hold on to the tower though. They push them back. And we saw a few moments ago, Whitemon 6 stacks made. I think that's about to pop to 8 now as he gets 2 more. Ducal is trying to build up some in that bottom jungle for no one to come and clear. Not quite ancient stacks, but a nice bit of change there for no one to grab quickly.
Yeah. Now though, with the Glyph used already for mid tower, they don't have Glyph for bottom, and the Siege is slowly just bringing this tower down. As I spoke, this is a very important tower, and 33 gonna be happy to remove this, open up the field a little bit for him. Crystallis. Saw the courier, I think, coming over. He's gonna see it now. It flies right over the tower.
Yeah. The Venomancer, baby. Well, 9 class.
So awkward for him, though. That's time that he's not farming on TA. Just sitting around, you know, he doesn't know if there's more people. It's just a Slark.
Especially when no one shows up to defend that bottom tier 1, right? You're kind of thinking, are they hiding in the fog there or up at top getting ready to jump me? But Paravision thinking, hey, this timing we want to hit is not now. We'll give Tundra this little bit of leeway right here, but we'll get to our timings and make sure we
Nobody showing up bottom. Of course, no one. He didn't show up bottom. The confusion. But he is getting closer to his timing. 800 gold for this Tiny, and he will have Blink Dagger. And there are some good targets for him to jump in on with the AA ulti to follow up his burst. You know, even the big tanky Doom can go down with just a little bit of help.
BZM pretty happy just to haste run into that mid lane to clear the wave, keep that chip damage going on the tower. Not really under any threat, but now he can pivot from mid up to top alongside this Whitemon Phoenix. Maybe thinking about a wraparound there, but DM had already evacuated. Slark is a difficult, slippery target to go on. And Saxa is going to give him the snowball to stop the Twin Gate play. And now we get into the Shadow Dance Twin Gate move. Oh, 9 class.
Wow. Huge commitment there. Big first ulti for Slark.
Can't touch him.
The Tiny combo. Don't have Blink, and walking up this ramp would be hard without breaking smoke. Doom, of course, revealing that he's farming here by pulling the creeps in, but he does have help nearby as well, as Kunkka wants to clear out the big ancient stack. Wise move not to invade there, but Paravision. So hard to get away from the idea of committing there. A lot of people will marry the gank, so to say. It's like, oh, we're smoke ganking, we must get someone. But they just said, you know what, this ain't it. Let's back out.
Wait, classic male gamer issues, having commitment problems, right? But it has been a very steady, deliberate game. It's not as if nothing's happening. There's been attempts, little pokes and prods. And right now, BZM is going to give the X boat to 9 class, who has his ulti back up again. But the pounce, it gets blocked up. BZM doesn't allow him to jump to high ground. Forced to eat the Greater Lotus. 9 class low at 100 HP and swipe down. BZM finally getting up on the board. 1-0-0 for the Kunkka. Yes, I'm involved.
Yeah, finally. But he's having a great game, even if he hasn't been a lot of kills. He's 7k net worth, leading the pack, and already going for a Glimmer cape. Blade Mail into Glimmer. Didn't we have the core Glimmers get nerfed, Gareth? What is this? Still got the Glimmers?
Apparently so.
Obviously a pretty damn good item against the AA and against the Radiance that's coming up on the Wraith King. It's gonna be nice to have this item. It's not
true pipe.
that common though.
BKB.
Yeah. Normally it is the Aghanim Scepter after Blade Mail, but he's gonna postpone that a little bit. Wisdom Rune. Double Wisdom for Radiant. So getting the experience advantage. In fact, AA sneaking in there and stealing.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Nicely done. And currently just sat mid with no one tiny. And this is a duo that could blow up pretty much anyone on the map if they show their faces. But very good defensive posturing from Whitemon. Sits behind the creep wave, doesn't show. While the rest of the team readying themselves behind BZM Kunkka down at bottom lane. It's honestly been quite a surprise and props to Satanic not getting caught at all. He's just been down here farming jungle camps and Tundra haven't really found him.
He's done a good job. There's a nice ward as well down bottom. I think it spotted the wraparound move. Of course, they did smoke up, but they smoked under the ward. So there's a longer move from Paravision coming around, wanting to punish the Tormentor.
All the way
Patient.
behind them.
Oh, they're
going
not even going for the
Twin
worm.
Gate, though.
They want
the
the kill.
BZM with 3-3, they go up top, you're right. So this AA Tiny, they get an observer ward down near the Tormentor and realize there's nobody there.
Coming for the
Top
king.
Lane, they go straight for the Wraith King.
He just got Radiant.
Into the shards. DM does have Radiant. And he's starting to burn the back a bit, and he's quite tanky. No one in with the Ice Blast over the top. Stacks are low. Supernova is there to give a bit of protection in this fight, zoning out the rest of Paravision. They lose Saxa as DM respawns and comes back in onto the Doom. 3-3 being focused, and Satanic's Terrorblade coming in from the right-hand side splits the fight right down in the middle. So 3-3 gets isolated and slain. Whitemon and BZM run off to the right, and it looks like Crystallis is able to get out towards that mid lane as well.
Oh, that was a really good counter move and unfortunate timing for Tundra. Literally, the second they gank the Wraith King, he gets the Radiance into his inventory. And I think without it, the fight would have looked different. Crystallis, quick reaction on mid there, blinking out, but might not be safe yet.
I mean, they tossed back the Phoenix. No dive for Whitemon, and they know there's no Supernova. So DM comes back in with a stun and a burn. Phoenix down.
Dire's top tower is under
Phoenix
attack.
down, and the aggression keeps coming from Paravision, so it wasn't around the Tormentor the fight develops. Instead, it's around these other objectives going for tower, and they want to slow down the Radiance timing, but not getting it. Now Paravision instead going to be the ones who are very happy.
Yeah, they've had really good reactions to everything that's been going on in this game so far. You know, largely in part to 9 Class making moves like that, scouting people out. Yes, having to use ultimate, but giving a very good indication he knows where they all are.
Yeah, he also knows where the vision is. He found that ward. He didn't get the D ward on it yet, but he pinged it out. And just by running around as a Slark, he will eventually find perhaps this ward down bottom as well, that's on the cliff. He did walk by it, but didn't really see it. And for a while, he lost his Barracuda.
Is under attack.
Oh, he's gonna realize now, I think.
On Tormentor time.
Yeah, a little bit tired of
Ice
this.
Blast coming. Whitemon steps away, Tormentor down. And they find the Observer Ward, which was right behind them, scouting every move.
That was a good shard to get as well. Get the shard over on your Phoenix. Feels very nice to be able to cast that. There's a lot of heroes that will struggle against the mischance this game from Phoenix.
Dire's middle tower is under
Getting Sunray spammed on you.
Can't hear you.
How many Yules are Paravision buying? Is this, I guess, Kunkka and Doom? And Phoenix in the game?
Yeah, AA is going for 4 staff, so he's not going for 1. Looks like. Yeah, interesting to see the Yule Scepter spam this game coming out. It is really great against Doom. And of course the X-Mark combo is a little bit harder. You can still bait out the Yule, so to say, and then torrent combo under the Yule Scepter instead. But it adds 1 layer of protection.
Can you still, if Kunkka X marks himself, can you still Yules him to keep him in place?
Yes, yeah, that's the word. Yeah. Yeah, so it's pretty good later on to get Saxa bottom. He was trying to do some split pushing, but he has no business being down here. Got spotted out. It's very good later on for potential TA pushes with X-Mark, right? TA blinks in, and you can X-Mark pull her back. But if you have multiple Yule Scepters, that's a dangerous play to make.
Yeah, it becomes nigh on impossible. Crystal is not feeling particularly safe over by his Ancient.
Ooh, he's been spotted.
Just never-ending scouting from 9 class. Finds the TA, gives the opening for no one. Chrysalis tries to step back with Refraction coming off cooldown in a second. The Sunray will buy time for it, so Chrysalis steps back to the tier 2. Saxon going to get tossed onto him, though. Snowball, it's there forward, but Chrysalis already died to it.
And Doom also dropping.
Now in danger, swiped down by DM, and BZM kind of left on his lonesome. Jumped and tossed, sent back into the middle of Paravision. Tundra just ripped apart one by one. 9 class yet again sets it all up with a vision for his teammates to come in and whack them.
You really mentioned it there towards the end. The 9 class impact this game is the huge difference. He is just giving all the information, making the game easy to play for Paravision. And Paravision, while they have nice team fight, they have good heroes, they're not getting to play. Look, Chrysalis dies before the fight even starts, or rather, he's running, right? He's basically useless in this team fight. He can't stand and fight, does go down in the end. And this is not what you want to have from your biggest damage dealer. The TA is supposed to be on people, jumping that AA, getting some kills. But Paravision just always one step ahead. And now with Manta Style on the TB and Shard, I think it's going to get exaggerated even more.
Yeah, like how often do we talk about these players wanting to make the first jump, right? Have that primary initiation through vision. So important in these high-level games because you just take a hero out of the fight. You get the numbers advantage. He might not have died, but he was still a casualty. He was still limping back away from the front line.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to try it again. The D ward is only happening now, and Tusk can't actually reach it. Well, he lost vision on his shards, I guess.
Well, 3-3 in the meantime is just dying bottom. Yeah, again, jumped on. Tiny with the help of the Ice Blast. I don't know if Satanic and DM were really needed, but they were there to help out anyway. 9 kill into a 1,000
network lead. Going with big advantage with the DD rune as well, and Tiny feeling pretty safe with his Eul Scepter. They can play so aggressively now.
We've not seen Satanic since lane stage. Now he's 202, taking Roche. Manta Dragonlance with like 1.5k saved up in the bank. This Terrorblade is becoming a fearsome prospect to face as Tundra.
Yeah, Manta, Dragonlance, and the Shard, right? The Shard is the most important thing. It speeds up your farm so much once you get it. So even if TB has been having a pretty quiet game, he is ramping up the gold. And DM, just impressive again. Same as last time we saw him on Wraith King. Just flying it, somehow out-farming the TB who has been free-farming. I don't even understand how he does it, man. DM's Wraith King is impressive.
I didn't even look. After I talked, I was like finishing my sentence about Satanic, and I looked at that net worth board, and I was like, why am I talking about the Terrorblade? The Wraith King is the one at the top of the board.
And he's going for the same build that he did last time as well in terms of getting that Manta Style now. So he's going to start bothering the backline, provide even more vision. It's going to be so annoying to play into TB Manta plus his illusions, Wraith King Manta, and a Slark running around scouting you. You're not going to be fighting any real hero. You're just fighting ghosts at this point.
So what do we need from Tundra? If they still want
BZM.
to have this,
it's been locked.
You're right. Trapped down in that bottom right corner. He's going to throw a boat, use his Glimmer Cape, but 9 class is going to come in, cut him off at the pass. Even picks up the kill. So is this going to come down to Tundra like using traps, getting vision on high ground? Like what objective do they play for now though with Roshan dead?
It's very difficult. I think we need to just see them start grouping and getting some value out of the Doom ulti, getting Kunkka together with some other people. They have yet to be the aggressors in any fight.
2 fights happening at the same time. Chrysalis up on top, turns with 3-3 onto the Slark. They've got the pesky fish down and out. But Chrysalis is stunned up by the Wraith King. No further follow through, while Satanic does pick up Whitemon on the other side of the map. And the other fight was actually them going on the Tusk in the bottom lane, I believe. So they just moved from one lane to the other.
Yeah, and they take out the mid-tier 2 TB going for objectives with this Aegis, realizing that he can just go and get whatever he wants done. So all the tier 2 towers already gone. Tiny hunting for the TA again. I don't think he gets her because he's all alone, but AA ulti could be sent.
He is bloody annoying though, at the very least.
TA no room to breathe.
Does he know? He's going to avalanche toss the creeps. I mean,
wait. If he knows, why don't the AA ult it?
I don't think he knew. I think he just wanted to kill the creeps.
No, he was doing that on purpose right there. He was pulling the creeps towards it. I think he sensed it, but wasn't 100% sure. He's close to getting it.
Don't waste the Ice Blast on it.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. A nice bit of vengeance for Tundra, at least killing the Slark, who has been an absolute pain in the ass this entire game. He's going to come back around, scout out for any more vision up there. Like, if Tundra need to play around vision to get their team fights going, this Slark makes that impossible. There's only one Dire Observer Ward out on the map right now, and it's in a place which doesn't really matter. Paravision are nearing your base. They're taking control of the final third. They're in your Ancients.
Yeah, the fight is not by the Roche Pit. You can't really get there. And at this point, they're almost just choked out of the game entirely. They're sitting in base. They have a lot of tools. They need to make something big with this Blink Dagger. Doom just picked up Blink. I think you need to play around his 20-second cooldown on the ulti and take a massive fight somehow.
And they saw BZM the whole way. Tried to get himself into the mines. Glimmercape buys a little bit of time. But no one should come across with a toss. No, they don't have the vision or the reach to get him.
Good spot to TP out. This could be their chance to take a fight. They know the positioning of Radiant at least. As far as item goes, you know, they're pretty close to the Aghanim Scepter, so maybe they want BZM to finish that, but I don't think they can wait. Every second they wait right now, Paravision is just farming way more. You can just see it by the positioning on the map. They own the entire map.
BZM, you gotta be careful with these X mark moves. It's very, very dangerous.
Against all the Yule Scepters, yeah.
Slark and Tiny. Both have it. Manta Style coming out for that Wraith King. Ancient Apparition has bought himself a shard. So another round of items for Paravision as they really do just stranglehold this map, cut across that dire base.
Yeah. And to keep control over the ancient areas, TA has not seen an ancient in a long time now. A hero that really wants to farm those big creeps, get the big rewards. Not getting to do it. And Terrorblade, he's about to have Butterfly, man. That Butterfly is going to be uncountered for, I think, the entirety of the game. It's going to be so hard to get an MKB for TA when you're this pressed for items.
Yeah, like she's got, what, a Hurricane Pike to finish, wants a Nullifier. Do you need BKBs on your Kunkka and TA this game as well?
I mean, she might want a damage item over the BKB, just commit for like Daedalus or MKB, but yeah, the question is, can she get that? Nullifier is already costly. Tuska's been set up on.
Yeah, pounce into Yules. Sax dodges the Wraithfire Blast very nicely with the Snowball, and Chrysalis waits in the wings for an attempt to go in. BZM sent forward on towards them with a boat on the Tiny. No one's going to run off to the left. And 3-3, he's running around in circles trying to find a target. Where did Paravision go? They were here a second ago. Now he has to BKB and run. Tundra, they've realized this isn't their fight to have anymore. Terrorblade breaks up into that Ancients area. They're going to turn on Chrysalis as no one's found the opening. Now an Ice Blast over the top. DM just wandering into the midst of Tundra here. Ice Blast lands, Sax about to fall. A toss forward of a TB Illusions clearing through BZM alongside DM. It is a bloodbath as Tundra get handled. Absolutely slaughtered by their own Ancients. And Paravision looking for the fifth. It's 3-3's Doom down and a high ground attempt is to come.
Man, they dominated from the laning stage and just kept on going. And they're going to call GG. They know the game is over. They took a massive team fight, lost it right by their base. And that means they can just lay into it. So no chance for Tundra to turn this one around. 20-3, Gareth. How did Paravision just get away with this one so fast?
Absolutely wild. They got all their heroes. Ducalis AA, this Wraith King for DM. That Terrorblade was a real genius pick towards the end that Winter called out as well. Just a very well crafted draft by Paravision, and it just felt like they were firing all cylinders. They were warmed up, ready to go. Let's just be real, 9-class Slark. You can't play Dota when you can't see enemy heroes. You can't see enemy heroes when you have no wards.
I think Slark was a big impact, but I would say the AA is this hero that just keeps on winning, man. Every single jump they have on someone, they know the AA ulti can come in as well. It makes Tundra play so much more scared, and it's difficult to deal with him in laning stage. I think AA is just very, very strong as support right now and tough to deal with no matter what your draft ends up being.
A super, super strong performance from Paravision. I see the stats there up on our screen. Who was the feeder? It was 9-class, 3 deaths, but every death worthwhile to give them that map space, the information, the knowledge of where their opponents were.
I mean, that's crazy, man. Having a game where none of your other players are dying. Ducalis didn't even die a single time. He's playing AA in this game and just never got threatened.
Absolutely incredible. Well, with that game 1 victory there for Paravision, we'll find out what happens next. But first up, the panel to break it down.
Could have been 9 class feeding, but it was the rest of Paravision feasting as they completely demolished Tundra here in game 1 of the upper bracket. I'm Seek and Strike here, joined by John Xfire and Winter. And John, some of these fights just completely all over the place, weren't they?
Yeah, look, it kind of felt like Tundra was just under a lot of pressure from the lanes. We were talking about this in the draft. It felt like Tundra really had to achieve a lot in the laning phase. They weren't really finding their tempo. We were seeing down bot, especially like 33 and Soxa was just being run down. They kept trying to play in the tree line. You're seeing in these team fights as well. Like the way they're having to stagger their spells on Tundra is just not a recipe of success. Whitemon's forced to egg earlier than he could. You're not connecting with the boat as you'd like to on BZM. Your vision game is again cut off by 9 class. Trying to catch 9 class is a nightmare with how low his cooldowns are. And all of that just coalesced to a game that Tundra really didn't look like they could even play.
Yeah, I think the main problem are the creeps. They are getting shoved, towards their towers all the time with the skeletons and the TB illusions, and you combine that with the slug, giving you vision. You are just always constantly under pressure. It's very hard for them to make moves, right? In the replays that we are seeing right now, it's always Paravision able to find a move. They're making the move first because Tundra, they have to deal with the lanes, right? Every time you have to deal with the lanes, it means that your opponent has a lot of ample time to smoke and to move towards your territory to gank you, And having the slug makes everything much, much easier.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, it looked almost too easy there for 9 class. And seriously, this is not as easy as it looks, Winter, but we were kind of talking about maybe it's the cooldowns, maybe it's something, but how is it that he can make this Slark, who has been basically a carry for all his life, look so good on a position 4? Sorry, 5.
I mean, the new facet, I think it just enables him to run around and get the D-wards. It also makes him a lot stronger because they moved the regen part to the innate. Before you couldn't do it because you needed the level 6 to have that regen. So now it makes a lot of sense to play him on a position 4. Not saying it's easy by any means, but it's a hero that it's quite suitable for position 4 at the moment.
Oh, indeed. Well, Winter, we'll continue talking about this game here in a moment, but it's important that we check in here and check the temperature over on site. So let's go ahead and throw it over to Lyrical, who will give us a short update.
Temperature is what you're asking about. Well, it's a little bit chilly in here, hence the coat. But for the players, it's hot. I don't know where I was going to go with that. But we have actually some real stuff which is going on here. And that is that I've been noticing a big increase, not just here, but also at the hotel, of players working out. There's a lot of people pumping iron. And of course, if you're pumping iron, the other thing that you're doing on Paravision is you see these ESL water bottles. This is actually full of protein power workout shakes. And this is literally all that they're drinking all day, the entire game. You can see all of these ones that are along here. And they've literally been doing nothing but lifting weights and pounding these protein shakes. And I think that's why Paravision is in the lead. So on the side of Tundra going into the next game, we're going to need to see some more protein powder, see if they can do it. That's all from us. Back to you.
The protein powder, maybe a little bit of the creatine in those shakers, but after that game, it's Tundra who are all shaken up. I mean, seriously, I wasn't expecting that much of a beatdown just even off of the draft, Winter, were you?
Yeah, I think the draft actually felt easier for Paravision, but when I looked at the game, I felt like the draft actually is more deceiving than what looked at first. I think this Wraith King hero is going to get a lot of attention. We were talking a lot about, Kauto's ignored, but this Wraith King is also another hero that needs to be addressed. Either you have to come up with a better solution, but I'm thinking, what is the solution, right? Because you can move him to offlane, you can move him to carry, and the thing that he does is he just pushes your wave in all the time, and he's always going to be able to jungle and get his Radiance on a very good timing, right? It's very hard to stop him from fighting and pressuring. He's a perfect anchor on the offlane. It kills your tower, it gets objectives, it does everything. And in that game, you mentioned that Tundra has this team fight draft. Oh, great, Wraith King, I throw my life in because I have an extra life to tank all your ultimates,
Yeah, he was a real cog in that machine, and it didn't really work out too well. I'll tell you who else really threw a wrench in those gears. It had to have been this 9 class Slark, right? That's why we chose him here for our 1x head-to-head, just to, kind of break down this comparison, because it's really worth mentioning, again, isn't it, John, just how much of an impact this Slark had in this early game for the wards, the rotations, the vision. I mean, talk to me about it.
Yeah, look, we were seeing it in the laning phase, and it kind of ties into this Wraith King pick as well. I think because he had such a stable anchor to kind of play, 9 Class had a lot of room to just leave that lane. He could use the gate, he could look for these moves across the map while the Wraith King's very safe farming up. He made the lane hellish down bot once they were getting those rotations in. He was a nightmare to catch. Those 3 deaths that he has, it cost him a lot of spells in Tundra. It cost him a lot of time after all these pounces away, after every single dispel that comes in. It's just too much to handle from 9 Class. In comparison for Saksa, we were talking about him potentially picking that Kotl in the draft earlier on, the impact he has when he's active on a map. This Tusk didn't look like an amazing pick. He was struggling to secure Lotus control early on. He was struggling to find some angles in. I think Tundra as a whole were just kind of, again, pigeonholed to kind of play aggression. Like him and 33 were hanging in the tree line by tier 1 for so long that when they were finally dragging the numbers in to make that play, it was just so telegraphed. And again, it's just down to how slippery 9 Class is, how well Paravision's playing with their draft as a whole. Like again, this Slark in an isolated sense might not be the most amazing, but because you have that anchor on offlane, because you have these opportunities to move, because there's no hard hold on Tundra, you can get a lot done here for 9 Class.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good point. The slug on its own might not be everything. But if you think about the trio, every time we are looking at the 3 versus 3, we talk about the 3 versus 3, the AA, the slug plus the tiny, they have a lot of very clear synergy, right? Give vision, toss in, then you have the ice vortex, right? But the tusk kind of can't really work with the Kunkka so well with the X-Mark. That's probably one of the reasons why I feel like the heroes didn't really synergize very well. And on top of that, because they kind of lost their lanes. I mean, imagine a slug and Wraith King getting first blood. That's not very common sight,
Yeah, ended up being a pretty difficult game there for Tundra to try and recover from, especially with the start and the spiraling effects of that Slark vision, the way that no one was popping off again as well. Certainly Paravision riding high here after game 1 as we head into a break, folks, but do stick around 5 to 10 minutes. We'll be back game number 2 of Tundra versus Paravision.
Just
Do you guys know what you're doing here?
No.
We're doing questions about North American heroes.
Fucking Ronald McDonald, the ringmaster clown coming in? Is that the question? What is this?
Welcome back, everybody, to the Great North American Dota Quiz. I've got Tundra here. I've got BZM. I've got Chrysalis. Welcome. How do you guys feel about your knowledge of North America and North American Dota?
Captain America? Yeah, Tony Stark. That's as far as I go.
First question. How many different teams has AUI 2000 coached?
I don't know, like 2. Did he coach Tundra at one point?
So he's coaching Falcons. He did coach Tundra before.
Yeah, that's 2.
Yeah, that's 2. But there's more. There's more.
Well, I'd say 4.
4? He has coached 6 teams. He coached a couple of NA teams, Quincy Crew. He coached VGJ Storm. He also coached Secret way back in like 2014. Which 2 North American cities have hosted the International?
Seattle?
Yep.
Can I do Seattle twice?
Nope.
I don't know.
No, wait, I know this one. Vancouver.
Correct. BZM's got it on lock. All right, good job. What is the 3rd biggest city in the USA? Avalos got this right.
Who? Who in Avalos got it?
Mobai and Desire.
Why?
Okay, so what do you think the biggest city is?
New York.
New York. Okay, what do you think the second biggest city is?
LA.
Correct. That is second. So
Third, Miami.
no, that's a good guess, but no, it is Chicago. Chicago. What 5 heroes did EG draft in the final game of the grand finals at TI5?
Gyro, AA, Shaker, Storm.
How do you know this?
This man's got a memory. You're all right. You're all right.
AOI was Techies.
That's close. He did play a lot of techies, but he did not play techies for the final game.
It's not going to be Enigma, I'm guessing. Sounds like a cringe draft.
Illusion hero.
Naga Siren? That makes sense.
Naga Siren.
That was a meta back then? God damn, okay.
Yep. Final question. How many North American players and coaches have won TI?
Ayui.
Ayui. We'll take it.
Yeah.
I just know Ayui because he got
Universe, Sphere,
Universe, Sphere,
Sumeo,
Smale,
PPD,
PPD,
Bulba.
Bulba. Yep.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
You want, yeah.
Okay.
Snake.
Are you just flaming?
Snake King. There you go.
And Blitz.
Blitz. There you go. Whew, BZM's good. He knows his Dota, man. All right, that was the final question. How do you guys feel more comfortable?
I just feel stupid.
All right, thank you for watching the Great North American Dota Quiz.
I should have gotten the Chicago, man.
Welcome back here, everyone, to ESL One Raleigh 2025. Tundra now sitting on the edge already after just one game of being sent down into the lower bracket. I'd be shaking a little bit in their seats if I were them, considering how easy that looked for Party Vision here, guys. What are you thinking here, Winter? Did chalk it up to draft, just go game 2? Is there something more they could have done, or is this already looking a little over here?
Yeah, back to the whiteboard, chalkboard, whatever you want to call it. New draft, new draft, new bans. They have to try to figure things out. This Wraith King is something that they need to address. Either they come up with a better response or they have to pick it themselves. Or ban it. Actually, 3 options here for Tundra.
Right. Yeah. John, for me, what I saw, and this is I think something that Waka and Gareth were saying at the end of their cast. Basically, you look at the 10 heroes that came out, and you're like, wow, Party Vision got literally everything that they wanted. I mean, I feel like against this team, you got to know there's a few different off-meta picks that they'll always be craving, right? And here we see a few of them already adjusted for in this first phase.
Yeah, I mean, they take care of that Slark, they take care of the AA that was causing a ton of trouble. They do leave options like the PA and the Tinker, which does slide through for Paravision, which I hate Tinker. I think I'm with the majority
Everybody hates
that Tinker's. Yeah, look, it does too much. I've seen matches where Tinker just outheals the force damage. At least we get the Coddle for Tundra, so it's a fair trade. You have your Tinker, we get Recall, we get Saksa being a big nerd, toggling on and off and jumping into a hero, dragging a hero onto him. You have a ton of combinations here for Tundra, and you were talking about Paravision getting everything they want. I think for Tundra, again, that draft wasn't off too much from what they tend to do. I think opening perhaps with a Crystallis here just left it vulnerable to maybe not having the best lane. As again, into a Wraith King, there's still a lot of play. It's a durable hero. TA doesn't necessarily burst it down. So you can kind of line up for a better time now on the Crystallis pick. And you can get some good synergy going for BZM. Because again, you've got the Coddle, options like Storm, options like Tiny, options like Ember. All of them can feel really good with his hero on hand.
Absolutely.
Yeah, how about Morphling, you know? Hope to see a Morphling this game, some PA, some Morphling, or some mid-Morphling, you know? BZM has been known for that.
Maybe an Ember, right, with the Coddle. Winter, I wanted to ask you, though, like, when you compare these two heroes, right now, like, these are, maybe along with the AA, actually, these three heroes, some of the most OP, it feels like, supports right now in the meta. Is there one that you prefer? Do you think one is stronger?
10 seconds remaining.
Probably prefer A if I had to choose.
Okay.
A is AA or Silencer. I actually personally like Silencer a lot. Silencer is annoying. Like you say, it sucks the fun out of the game because you can't cast any spells. Right now, Paravision, they have removed the Sand King and Razor here. So I think there's a very high likelihood we're going to see a PA soon here. PA is just going to be a very, very important pick here for, I guess, both sides. But we haven't really seen Crystallis play that hero in this event yet. It's pretty good with the Coddle.
And it is. I think picking the PA for parry feels a little bit better because the Tinker's on your side. So again, you can kind of play the lane quite fine, quite defensively. You don't have to worry about laser in your end down the line, although blinding light could be an issue. Tundra do manage to steal away the Wraith King, so they managed to snag that hero onto their side, potentially just giving that out to 33 as well here. Just a solid offlane, very hard to push out. I do like this. I think it can be annoying still, right? Because you are just probably laning into a Tinker no matter what. The laser, the March spam is going to be annoying. Maybe your skeletons can't push out as much as you'd like them to do. In comparison, just having that natural clear. But it is still a very stable condition. And I think this does set the tone. Again, they've corrected nicely in that they're not just sacking Crystallis with an early core pick. You can flex the Wraith King, but the chances are Crystallis will look for something else here.
Yeah, this Keeper of the Light and Wraith King, they're going to cause a lot of problems in terms of the map pressure, pushing the waves in. But Tinker is kind of sort of a solution in a way. But I do feel like the longer the game goes, once you get the shard on the Coddle, it's going to be very hard to stop the pressure, you know, coming out from Wraith King and Coddle. I think in most cases, if you're playing against an offlane Wraith King, you kind of need like a carry that can kill the skeletons. I'm thinking of what are remaining, you know, because Bristleback is kind of like one of the better ones, but it's already banned.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you need something to deal with the skeletons, because if you don't deal with the skeletons, then you're probably going to get pressure and you're going to lose your tower very early on. And now at least they have the Tinker March to kind of defend it for now.
Yeah, I'd say there's a couple of options if you're looking for that kind of solution to Wraith King. Tiny 1 is still there. This is probably not played as well, but there's something like Lena 1. I don't know if you really want to give Satanic either of those heroes, but those can be safe options. Maybe this covers enough with a Jakiro.
Jakiro is kind of all right, you know. Dual Breath, Liquid Fire can deal with it.
Yeah, and I think when you combine that with a lot of the item builds we're starting to see of some of these offlaners, especially Centaur, right? It's a lot of like Vanguards and sometimes even a really early Crimson against these kinds of Wraith King heroes to give you that team fight barriers, right?
I mean, he's also a very, I think, solid anchor on the map, right? Because you have to send someone to deal with the skeletons pushing in the wave. I think Centaur is kind of a good candidate to do that. His stand there is pretty hard to kill. He has the global stampede to help if you need it. So I think this is a very reasonable pick here. And if the Wraith King is a safe laner, Centaur is perfect, you know, into that.
That can be. I'm maybe slightly concerned for parry. Again, they emphasize the Sand King Razor bans, so they left a lot of Coddle combos. I can't believe that just kind of slides through into the second phase of picks. Like Storm, Ember, Tiny even, Conka could be a little bit viable, although they banned that out in Tundra. But even those three heroes alone with a Coddle already feel amazing. So I'm just kind of curious as to what you do against that. They go for the Tusk on Tundra once again. Probably a Whitemon Tusk. I think you'd leave Saksa on the Kotal, although again, you could flip that around a little bit more. It
I have
gives
to
you
say,
that
though,
presence again.
I'm sorry to cut you off, John. I'm surprised to see Tusk. I think this hero really suffers into a Jakiro. So many times I've just seen Jakiros basically lick all two of their lips, on two of their heads and just line up the Macropyres and line up the Ice Paths as soon as a Snowball save comes out. I'm kind of shocked that they still go for it. Maybe it's something to do with their lanes.
You don't lane into the Jakiro, I think that kind of probably would still be fine, right? Because that's like what you're saying is like the later portion.
Right.
You have the ice path, when you're snowballing, it's all mid-late game problems, right? In the early game, I think the main issue with Tusk into Jakiro is you can't right-click people with tag team in the lane because of Dobrak, but we are probably not going to see the Tusk in the Jakiro lane. I'm expecting, like you said, White Mon on this Tusk, so position 5 Tusk with the Terrorblade here. And they have the Terrorblade with the Chakra Magic, so you have the constant illusion spam, lowering the Metamorphosis cooldown as well. It's going to be very, very annoying to deal with. It's going to accelerate the TB a lot. But on the other hand, the Centaur is going to be happy. I think Centaur is okay laning into Terrorblade.
Yeah, you've got a lot of magic damage to play with already. You're durable enough to withstand, as long as you don't get isolated away. Say level 2 on Tusk, or even level 1 if you get a good timing on Shards. It can be quite nice. I am a little bit curious. I mean, it's kind of curious as well, right? You go in here, you look at the draft of Tundra, they get the TB and Wraith King themselves. So they're kind of stealing it away from Parry entirely. Like they've just decided, all right, we'll run this ourselves. We'll look for the combination. They still have a lot of options open for BZM's mid with a Kotal on hand. Parry does have room to ban out, and they'll just take a no-one puck, which I love to see for Parry. I think this is something that no one has proven time and time and again, has just been such a pesky hero to go into. Tundra doesn't have the best hold for something like the puck. Like, you don't have the most stable ways of stunning. It's going to be tricky to stop no one from playing his game here.
They need some Orchid, This 18-pick puck is going to provide a lot of problems for Tundra to solve here.
Especially
I'm
with
thinking maybe now you actually change your lane, I feel like maybe you put Terrorblade on the off lane, and then he builds a Orchid for the team, because they're going to need something to lock down this puck, So that's something that they're probably going to consider. Whereas Paravision now, they're going to ban out the lane counters first. So Earthshaker is the first one banned. There's still going to be maybe the Ember, like all those nasty matchups for the puck. So once you remove those matchups, then puck is going to have a good lane. And like you already mentioned also, John, that there's no real lockdown on the support side. So the puck, if he gets a good lane, he's going to be able to run around and you're unkillable until some Orchid or some Hex comes out.
Yeah, and that's the strength of the 18th pick, right? I think Parry Vision.
DK in the game, right?
That's what I was thinking, right? There still seems like a few heroes, though, that can be decent into this puck, give you a little bit of mat pressure, some initiation here from Tundra. So I'm looking forward to that 22nd ban now from Parry Vision. But I'm also looking forward to seeing their carry pick that is going to come out. And that's something to consider with a few of them banned out.
I mean, Meepo is pretty good here, if you ask me.
Really?
Meepo's good against their heroes. You can kind of deal with the split push because you're Meepo. You can catch the Tusk with your Root. You can catch the Kotal, you can solo kill them. I think Meepo is actually legit pretty good.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I think, again, you kind of have the same problems holding a Meepo down as you do with holding a puck down. And Meepo can be quite slippery as the game goes on. It's really tanky as well. It's not going to mind. It might lack damage as the game goes on, but you've got a puck and you've got some decent damage from your supports to kind of help through. I do like that idea, I think, overall. The lane does look pretty fine as well. Running like a Meepo Jack lane can be quite devastating. Just some basic setups to play, a lot of early poke and slows. I wouldn't mind that. I am still curious to see what Parry will ban. If it's a DK ban, I think Tundra could just go back to like an Ember. Like, again, maybe the matchup into puck, it's not amazing. You don't tend to have a lot of amazing matchups into puck anyhow, but it gives you that Kotal combo. The hold from Parry, you're going to be maybe a little bit more reliant on blink timing on Centaur. And when you throw
also a Pango if they want something else. I think Pango could be decent. Could be decent.
Tiny's the
there's
best.
also Tiny. Tiny is also a good lane matchup into the puck, but there's still the DK like we already mentioned. So it'll be up to Tundra to pick one of them to decide what do they want to do here. And Paravision with the carry here. Here, no one's looking at him. Do you want to play Meepo? Sure.
You think? Oh, I was excited. I believed. It'll be the Gyrocopter instead, 23rd out from Parry Vision. We won't get to see the third Meepo of the tournament here. Not today.
Just a very solid hero here. You can defend against the skeleton push. you can participate early. The call into the call down do a lot of damage if you need to come and fight. Because overall, Paravision has a, I think, much faster lineup now. Because Tundra, Terrorblade, and Wraith King, you are going to be hitting creeps for quite a bit, you know, so it's a lot slower. So the last hero on BZM needs to kind of hold the whole game down and make sure that the Terrorblade and Wraith King are going to be able to farm.
Yeah, I think they just go for the Ember. So again, with a Coddle combo, with maybe some slight hold issues from Parry as well, though same thing kind of goes for Tundra. I like this. There's some tempo to play with Tundra, but if you look at the draft, I think I'd still lean Parry. This just feels maybe a little bit easier to play, all things considered. The lanes do look a little bit sharper here, in my opinion.
Wow, I'm a little bit surprised to hear it. I would have thought with the excellent Saksa Coddle that we see, he's got 2 great Coddle Chakra Magic partners. I would have thought that there would have been a bit of a favorite there, but even the 1x odds here, I tend to agree with you. Winter, are you in alignment with John, or are you a little bit more favoring Tundra for this draft?
Yeah, I think I'm in more of an alignment with John, you know. I think Paravision's lineup, it's just easier to execute. It's fast. It's compact, you know, it has everything you want in a draft. You have catch, you have team fight, you have pretty strong lanes, solid lanes, whereas Tundra, they are on the greed side, right? And if this Ember does not have a good start, say they don't really control the first couple of runes and he falls behind, he gets called, he dies 1 time, he dies 2 times, I think this whole game is going to fall apart for them. So Tundra, they need to make sure BZM has a game so he can give his 2 babies on the side lanes a lot of milk to drink, you know?
What a way to put it. You know, yesterday in an interview, this lad here, No One, he said that mid lane kind of turned into a role he no longer enjoyed. John, I see this game for him here. I think he can make a lot of impact, though, on this puck.
That he can. I think, again, it's going to be down to how well can he respond to these movements, because like what Winter said, Tundra are going to have to try to run and gun. They want to kind of get that level 6 up on Saksa and kind of tie that into early aggression. Mind you, there's some early aggression TB and Wraith King can provide. I think a rotation onto a mid push is what we tend to see from Terrorblades if they want to play up tempo. So if you have a decent enough lane, you show up with maybe at least a Dragon Lance, there can be a Siege comes in. And again, for No One, this is a relatively free puck game. Your matchup on mid is stable. There's not much to hold you down, and he can kind of dance around here if the game goes right.
We shall see here. All the focus on No One, all the focus on Crystallis for this grudge match. It was a fast 1-0 game here for Paravision. Let's see what Tundra can do in game 2 as we throw it over to Gareth and Waga.
Thank you so much, boys. Yeah, let's head into game 2 here. I mean, a strong performance in game 1 leads to what looks like another confident draft from Paravision. Tundra, Waga have a lot of moving parts, don't they?
Yeah, they definitely do. Tundra have a lineup of, we already have a brawl. One of those moving parts.
Yeah, one of the moving parts is about to be killed. The Keeper of the Light, that first pick, dead as Satanic takes first blood, and they immediately smoke as well.
They wanted to give that to Puck, but saw that he was a little bit too fast for the Puck, so gonna take it on the Gyrocopter. Happy to get the first blood and looking for more, like you said. I really find myself agreeing with what Winter said towards the end there. I was already thinking the same thing, that Ember has to have a good game here. If he doesn't, it will be so hard for their lineup to play Dota.
Give some milk to the side lanes.
Yeah, the milk for the babies. That's what he needs to give, I guess.
You're gonna do it one way or the other. But yeah, this is still a kind of, you know, toxic Keeper of the Light draft with, what, 3 heroes that like being Chakra Magicked? Wraith King, Terrorblade, Ember Spirit, all find themselves kind of successful off the back of it.
It's also fairly true, though, that the more heroes you have that want the Chakra Magic, the less you can focus on one guy and just keep giving it to him. But it's true, he has a lot of people to play around with. Obviously, nice combinations for Saksa, and he has played really well on Coddle. However, the only game he lost on Coddle so far in this event was against Avalus, where they picked Puck. And Puck is extremely good at dealing with Coddle. You get on the back line, silence him, really, really easy. And heroes that can catch and find the Coddle are rare, but can be a big problem for him.
Yeah, that Puck pick, absolutely spectacular spot. We've seen Paravision do it plenty of times with that 18th pick. No One Puck comes out, and you're like, what do they have? They've got a snowball. Is their only stun at that point in the draft? Looked a little bit nasty. I'm kind of curious if, you know, Winter said potentially that Terrorblade could have shifted to offlane to go for the Orchid build. It's not the case here. We'll see how they deal with that Puck. And is it just going to be BZM with his Ember Spirit to try and outmatch up No One a little bit?
Yeah, the lane should be quite easy, at least for him, but No One is a very, very talented mid player when it comes to mechanics. I mean, he's been in the game for a long time, but he is playing extremely well lately. And already we can see it, 6-3. Off to a great start, CS-wise.
Yeah, still with that drive. We had Lyrical talking to him earlier on. He's always had an incredible career. No one going back to VP, Vegas Squadron, all the big teams back, winning tons of majors a few years back, and now one of the best midders in the world.
Oh,
and what, put him in your top 3?
Centaur?
DM? That tag team, the damage. And it takes the Centaur down, and Whitemon and Chrysalis eyeing up 9 class as a bonus kill, but he's got a magic stick and a fairy fire. So he gets past his tier 1 to safety.
Even that is pretty good, though, forcing him to use the magic stick, bringing away those safety charges for the Tinker. Great kill for him to get. The top lane erupts very violently. It's a tough lane. The Tusk Terrorblade is difficult to lane into. I think the Centaur has good purpose in the game later on, but the lane isn't that strong.
It's like he's bought himself a ring of protection. It's a rush to the Vanguard. We'll see if 9 class is able to keep him safe up there. And then down at bottom, Satanic 14-3 so far. It's not just struggles for the Wraith King. It looks like for the Centaur, the Wraith King is also having some difficulties getting to lane, especially with Saxa dying earlier on as first blood. And you're also laning into Gyro Jakiro.
Yeah, laning against the Gyro Jakiro, so much damage, and when the Gyro got the first blood as well, that put him closer towards his Falcon Blade, got the blades very early, sent to the lane. Gyrocopter hits really quickly, so your little Wraith King's Bone Guard army, it can be brought down pretty quickly in this lane.
He's pretty damn good at it. Yeah, we used to see Gyrocopter picked a lot against Enigma as that offlane hero, just clear the Eidolons. Oh, no one in that mid lane. Gets a little bit close, but he's kind of playing the line there. Towing the edge of life and death.
Sentry, not gonna find the ward. Radiant ward, stay safe. Both the sentries on mid kind of missing the observers, so both of them are still playing with vision.
And just ever so barely. 3-3 and Sax are continuing just to try and neutralize that large camp, pulling it back, getting some farm for the Wraith King as best they can. What we've seen from Kottles has been a lot of stacking and just having a lane to himself while his offlane, it kind of goes jungle, right? Is that something 3-3 is going to be looking at here?
Usually that's been the case, but Wraith King is a pretty heavy laning hero. He wants to lane a lot early, and we see him cutting the creep wave. Doesn't want to lane against the Gyrocopter, of course. Difficult for him to do so. And Satanic just chasing him down, so at least the range creep is going to die. It means this pull is kind of for nothing. If you lose the range creep, you can't really deny the next creep wave as easily.
And they've pulled it into the Warpine Raider as well, so Satanic going to get a bit of bonus money. Up at top, 9 class again has stepped forward. Needs to be positioning aggressively to give DM a bit of a free time, but it looks like he's actually stepped away from Whitemon just enough.
He's got boots. Got to watch out for the long-range ice shards. He has no regen on the Tinker. Tusk not going to commit for it, though.
The Tusk sharpshooter slides out the shards.
He could maybe have dove for that, but he would be taking a lot of tower hits, and it's risky once the Tinker goes in fog war. He's going to play on him now, though.
There it is. Straight back in. Kill off the Tinker. I just noticed Paravision scanned the right-hand side of the map. They know that Wraith King is jungling now. 3-3 has given up on that lane, and Paravision knows it. So they're going to send Jakiro up through the Twin Gate to play aggressively onto Chrysalis with, a power vacuum has emerged in the bot lane. It's Saxa laning alone now.
Yeah, this is the problem with laning into Jakiro, and Gyrocopter being a strong laner as well. Jakiro barely got spotted by the Tusk. So there's no surprise that he's up here. I don't think he should be finding a kill necessarily, but I like the choice to go here and start looking up at the Terrorblade a little bit and say, okay, we can do something to you. Because you don't want to chase a Wraith King in the jungle as Jakiro. You just get stunned and then you gotta TP out.
Yeah, you get killed by the Skellies.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're just not needed bottom. And I guess he can, if need be, doesn't find anything up top, he can go back and stack, move to another lane. In fact, he's going towards mid. And Tukalis a little bit lost, trying to find a home.
Both teams just thinking about stacks and thinking about, improving the scaling
economy
right now. The runes. Ooh, aggressive silence. Does not get rewarded with a rune. This can be top.
And Whitemon forced to pick it up.
All this attention, though, from the supports running away somewhere else is what we've seen before. Once you leave the lane, the Wraith Kings will find some farm for themselves. He farms very, very quickly in the jungle. Similar to Enigma, as you mentioned.
Under that Radiant Vision, though, Observer just expired, but they saw 3-3 wandering through the forest. Dual Breath into Blood Grenade. That should be enough to catch up here. With Satanic taking him down through that level 3 Rocket Barrage. Quite a lot of damage.
Dies to just damage. No Ice Path and no Homing Missile, but don't need it. Top lane. Just again thinking about catching the Tinker, but a bit much. The Centaur right next to him.
Yeah, now he's gone past that threshold where it's kind of difficult to break past DM. He's got the Ring of Health, has his Bracer, very close to the Vanguard now as well. So it becomes kind of unkillable there. As we get the Wisdom Shrines grabbed, 9 Class and Saxa on opposing sides take it. As there was a bit of an invasion from Ducalis and Satanic, but not quite speedy enough.
They tried, but they were still dragged away by the Wraith King before, so couldn't really reach top lane though. Centaur.
Yeah, I thought he was tanky enough to withstand anything up there. With a call down landing, Whitemon skips away from it. Crystalis is perfectly fine as well. They go in, snipe the Centaur, and get out.
They got him before the Vanguard, Gareth. He was so close to it. He had his courier. I thought for sure they would have it in time by them going on him here, but he didn't yet have the Vanguard, so he gets brought down by all the damage from the illusions.
And look at Crystalis. With that Metamorphosis still going for a few more seconds, he's down bottom onto Ducalis. Saxa, they can't gap close any further on the Jakiro, and DM's arrival should cut any further aggression short. But now you've moved a couple of heroes down bottom as Paravision onto this tier 1 tower, and BZM, knowing this, he makes a move down there, but realizing active rune more important, zips back to take the haste.
Gets a fantastic rune though. Haste rune could be big for the next fight. Even if he doesn't have TP, he can still make his way to it. So if they commit for a push up top, Gyrocopter has to be wary not playing too aggressively.
And this is what Winter was mentioning, right? This Centaur kind of being the anchor on the map. He's planted himself in front of this tier 1, so Wraith King doesn't get the free push.
Yeah, it's a good matchup. You put Centaur against the Wraith King, and the Vanguard is going to protect you against Skeletons really well. You can farm trade down there. It's not the best farm trade ever, but ultimately, Paravision have a lineup that's brewing. They're going to come online and start doing things, whereas Tundra, I feel like this draft, it's relying on Ember to create a lot of space together with Tusk.
And so far, BZM is rather quiet. 9 minutes in, 0-0-0. Wanting to change that as quickly as possible, though. Shifts up to top, and they're on to Ducalis and Satanic, but Whitemon's getting blasted. Has to snowball to buy some time as this puck opens up onto BZM. They chase the Ember out of the fight. He's zipped into mid, so you've left the rest of Tundra open to the remaining aggression, but Whitemon up to the high ground. No one. Gap closes onto him. Right on the Tusk's tail here. A couple more seconds until snowball. Not going to happen, though. No one will secure that kill as Satanic takes his courier alongside it.
Finally get him down. Now we have all the heroes positioned for pushing. Caudle gonna do what he can deep pushing this though. Level 3 Illuminate will slow down the push a bit. He'll get rid of the creeps and might actually stop a lot of the push.
Caudle's so good at this deep push, just hiding in the trees.
He has Stampede on Centaur, so he's going in, but steering change could be dangerous.
Down to half health. Vanguard going to work. DM
more steering chains
get whittled down here. Level 3 steering chains, yeah, with his Saxacotl behind him. BZM finally unleashed. Gets his first kill of the game. Satanic killed off by Whitemon and 3-3. They're going to turn back onto Whitemon and kill him with 3-3 dropping low to that Macropire. 9 Class and Ducalis have found a trade back. Reincarnation's here, though. Does Paravision have backup arriving? 3-3 and Saxa with BZM going to kill off the Jakiro under tower. TP's starting to arrive now with no one's puck coming into the fray. But 9 Classes, he's got to bail out on this. No one... What is he? Invis. He's hiding away.
Yeah, he's looking at them. Knows the Wraith King doesn't have ulti, but it's a bit dangerous to go on him. Coil is ready now.
Tundra's not falling for it.
He wants to catch the Ember, but only him and Tinker, they can't really bring down Ember either. So they get nothing. Big moves from Tundra, from getting that Centaur kill up top, turning that into a simultaneous kill down bottom on Gyrocopter, getting the upper hand in these early engagements.
Swooping in, getting what they came for. Tier 1 tower still alive, though.
Build from 33 as well. Going for the drums in this game on Wraith King, I actually like it a lot more than the straight Radiance. It's a bit less greedy, which I think their lineup needs. Otherwise, it would be too slow, but this gives him tempo, makes him able to buff up his team, and of course, the Skeletons a lot more.
9 class working on that Holy Locket. I guess to sit mid as no one wanting to finish his Witchblade, kind of tucking himself in behind, farm a little safer.
Scanning.
Yeah, everyone's still kind of working towards their big item timings, with Ember working towards the Mage Slayer. The Gyrocopter does have his Crystallis, so he's got the farming accelerant now. Falcon Blade and Crystallis. Very fast Crystallis timing, yeah. 5 minutes faster than average.
Speedy. 6k net worth about to be cracked by Satanic. Feeling pretty good about things. And here are those stacks being cleared as well. 9 class, DM, and no one. The trio of farmers.
Tinker has been working on stacking this.
Good out.
It's going to help up the Centaur a lot, get to his Blade Mill, so he will ramp up his farm speed and also have some layer of protection to getting right-click and focus down. He can return some damage.
Just be as brawny as you possibly can. BZM poking into that mid lane. Not really threatening 9 class or no one, just making his presence felt. And the Radiant Scan will understand that sweeping move is happening. Ember, Tusk, both maneuvering into that top tier 1.
That tier 1 doesn't look easy to defend. They would have to TP a lot of heroes if they wanted to. Jakiro tries to split push bottom, but he's going to be caught off.
Yeah, straight in there from BZM and 3-3. Ducalis stepped up towards the tower and will pay the price for it.
And everyone else in his team just jungling right now. Gyrocopter farming up an ancient stack. The Centaur trying to build items. He gets spotted by Tusk. Know what he's up to.
They're kind of scrambling to hit their timings. Feeling that Tundra is starting to build up this head of steam. The pace is building pretty quickly. The stacks are keeping everyone topped up. But health and mana as the Tinker. He's been found by BZM. The Skeletons chase forward onto 9 class, but the call down from Satanic. Big rockets landing onto Tundra's heads. Wraith King, no mana? He can't. He can't respawn.
It's a good thing. He didn't want to have mana, so he popped the Bone Guard, I think, to waste his mana earlier there. When they went on him.
Because he died twice, right?
Yeah. He wants to keep his ulti ready. His team would just not be in time. DM.
Top lane. DM again being run at. Whitemon and Crystallis, and of course the Cottle who appears out of nowhere. Mysterious figure from thin air, as the Wisdom Shrine is there as well.
Going towards the bottom fight. Ember's in. Chasing down onto Jakiro.
Chasing Ducalis. They've got shards to block him. Snowball onto Satanic. They want multiple kills here. Ducalis down, but look at Satanic and no one go. Whitemon gets blown up. 3-3 does respawn, gets a few more hits into this gyro, and they'll finish him off with a nice sleight of fist from long range out of BZM. 9 class now out of resources, but alongside no one, it looks like Tundra not going to go diving too deep. Instead, healing back up under the watchful eyes of this Saxor Cottle.
Yeah, you got the Tinker for heal, but they have the Coddle for heal. Mana, HP, everything you need.
But it's ridiculous. Yeah, you Chakra, you Recall, you Illuminate, everyone's full. You're a roaming fountain.
Yeah, interesting to speak about Saxa as well. He is going for the early Aghanim Scepter in this game to get that team fight control. I think very important for his team to get this. It's going to give them some form of lockdown in the fight so they can actually have control over how the fights are going to go. Otherwise, that's where their draft was kind of lacking. Go towards Quick Torm now.
Yeah, I mean, here is exactly why we've seen the last 3 fights happen in this bottom right-hand corner, around that Radiant Tier 1. It finally gets cracked. Tormentor taken. But Paravision, they don't want to give this part of the map for free. They get onto 3-3, Wraith King gone, and the Stampede forward gets this Gyro into position to chase onto the TB, but he's gone through the gate. No one with a coil up to the north has found BZM's Ember Spirit, though, and that's a takedown by no one. A double kill for him as they try gate up to top. The homing missile, it's on the TB.
It's coming.
Where is it? Where's it coming from and where's it going?
It's close, it's close. It's coming from behind now, but, you know, nobody else is chasing, so it's homing missile did its job. Died on a raindrop.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Poor level 1 homing missile, he did his best.
Nice swift moves from Paravision. You know, knowing that Tormentor was being taken, they get into position, some big kills, and again, activating this no one Puck, who goes from finishing Witchblade to almost having Blink Dagger now.
Yeah, once you have the combo of those 2 items, that's when Puck really starts becoming this threat to the backline. Because before then, he can't really jump backline. He would put himself in danger. Doesn't have coil, so Ember is completely fine here. They're just poking onto him. Can easily get out. But yeah, as I was saying, once he gets Blink, the Coddle starts to become a viable target for him.
There's so much nonsense on the floor. Robots, the Illuminate, being spammed by Slight and Chains. A lot to contend with. Even just farming a creep wave.
Yeah, mid creep wave, very popular right now. A lot of heroes around there. They're gonna shift their attention to the side lanes. Perhaps don't want to let the Wraith King finish up this Radiance for free. He is 1.4k gold away from it. The downside of the drums, of course, you do get a little bit of a later timing and can be stopped.
And this is where we see the strength of these, you call them janitor heroes or gardener heroes, pruning the side lanes, right?
Yeah.
And Wraith King and Terrorblade very good at pushing out without really showing anything. And you've got this Tinker who's just vacuuming everything up. Kotl is trying to clear waves at the same time. So it's really a tug of war over the river on this map.
I would say the heroes who send stuff down the side lanes are more like littering, you know? They're putting stuff there, man. It's Puck is cleaning up. Puck is making sure there's nothing left.
No, it's like, oh, Tusk? Coiled?
Oh, it's garbage.
It looks pretty dead. You think it's garbage? I think it's like, you know, when you've got wildflower seeds, you know, you go and plant them around concrete jungles and get some nice flowers and plants growing.
I want nothing on the lane. I want a barren wasteland on the side lanes, Gareth.
Come on.
No
I
signs
want
of life.
beautiful lane creeps.
Ooh, TP Pot's the meta here, chasing after.
Ducalis out of there with the help of 9 class and the heals. And what are we fighting over? The shield rune already taken. Ducalis is dead. DM standing next to the Terrorblade and his illusions. Pops the blade mail and walks back. And no one's still chasing forward here. No coil. Just making sure that Tundra aren't able to advance on their position.
And not going to be able to set up really for his team. Difficult for Paravision if they can't be all together. But I think their power spike they're trying to play for is not now. The Aghanim's Chrysalis build onto Satanic here. Why do we have Chrysalis and Satanic? You know, we have the most confusing names in a game.
Well,
the
Satanic used to be called Butterfly as well, huh?
Yeah, the Gyrocopter wants to go for a BKB, and that timing is going to be when they want to take the big fight. For now, the Ags is just allowing him to farm. We should have one more pro player called Aghanim. BM, the Blade Mill.
Well, Blade Mail, Brewmaster, Broodmother,
Beastmaster.
Or the just another. That was 9 class and Ducalis' job, I think. Though.
They're the BM.
Centaur gonna plant himself in front of tier 1 mid. Let's soak up the creep waves. Make sure that map space isn't being gained by Tundra.
He's got the full Crimson Guard complete, so ready to block a lot of the damage coming out from the Wraith King and TD once we get those big fights going. But at the same time, Tundra, they're just happy to build away at this, you know, double carry kind of situation. You have the Wraith King with Radiance, you have the TD. Radiant need to hit their timing very hard once they go for it. The BKB and the Crimson Guard, you want to make a lot of stuff happen with it.
Oh, this is such a pivotal moment now. DM under the Will-O-Wisp, shards to block the exit, a slight chance to catch him, but DM, he's reasonably tanky still at half HP with Stampede at the ready, and in the meantime, you know, 3-3 has had to run away. No one in 9 class have held the line. BZM at half health, if he gets stunned, might be in trouble. Gets back to high ground. Tundra holding the terrain to their advantage, trying to poke down to low ground in this river where 9 class... He's under the shards, and Roshan has made his appearance on a scene of the cry where 9 class has died. Now the Stampede gets them onto the Tusk, but immediately running away, allowing no one to go for the second jump. Now 3-3, stuck down in the river here, being annihilated by Satanic. The Gyrocopter shows up, Wraith King down, this Will-O-Wisp is annoying, and Satanic hits the ground. Ember Spirit jumps in now onto Ducalis and DM. Terrorblade can keep opening up as well, has Thunder ready if need be. And BZM is causing issues here for the Puck and Jakiro. Jumping left and right, forcing no one to orb back to safety.
Ooh, risky TP. No one not in time with turning around. Had the Blink Dagger ready. May have found a chance to go on the Ember there, but of course he just jumped out for his own life. The Ignis Fatus from the Coddle having massive impact. The Will-O-Wisp flickering there. Pulling the Gyrocopter in. He was playing the fight really well on Gyrocopter, but got caught out by the second Will-O-Wisp in the fight. It was such a dragged out fight. He kept spamming Chakra on himself a lot.
Okay, I'm not crazy. There was a second one, right?
Yeah, he dropped the second one. And it's a 60-second cooldown. But using Recall and Chakra Magic, he cheats that cooldown really hard. So I think it was more like 25 seconds or something for him to get the second one out.
Incredible. A great victory for Tundra, though. Getting a nice 1.5k gold swing, I think it was. Killing that gyro, keeping the Terrorblade alive, super important. Paravision now back on the map, trying to find a foothold. But this is a lot of room now for Tundra to get to that next round of items.
Still dead even, though, in net worth. The game is very, very competitive. While you have this double carry set up on Tundra, the Gyrocopter can be the big, be-all, end-all type carry if he gets his items going. He didn't have the BKB in the previous fight. He still doesn't have it, but he's 1,000 gold away. Once he gets that, he won't be able to be locked down that easily. They have pretty much only a Tusk Punch to go through it.
No one is playing so boldly. The complete, utter freedom to play this side of the map, knowing that there's not really anything that they can do to you. 504 puck, and I just don't see that changing anytime soon. There's no Orchid, there's no Scythe of Ice or anything like that, right? I could imagine Sacks are just going Scythe next item, huh?
There's an Orchid queued up on Crystallis TB, but first he has a Nullifier queued up. So he does not like the saves coming out from Tinker. He is not a big fan of the heals and the defense matrix, particularly.
That's nasty stuff. We're going to try and jump 9 class, though. BZM with 3-3. Will-O-Wisp on his head as well. 9 class, he's popped all his spells and his mech surviving a little longer than expected, but that Illuminate is enough in the end.
Death
now with
on the tower, though. Can make it dangerous to defend the tower.
Taking a lot of damage. Gyrocopter and Centaur doesn't look like they've got any inclination of joining this.
I like
no one popped the
his itemization. He's going Orchid before the Nullifier. I think that's important. Get that against the Puck. Force Puck to get some defensive item, or just get kills on Puck.
Vying for control over that active rune spot on the left side of the fight. The poking from Tundra has been so good.
Yeah, very good reaction to the jump on mid lane. Get on the back line, get to Jakiro before he gets to do anything, really. And that makes the fight a little bit easier. Same as the quick pick on the Tinker bottom. Getting rid of the support early in the fight. You can see both the teams are prioritizing this. Terrorblade still dealing
jumps on the
too much
support.
damage. Yeah. Not been able to go for big objectives around this yet, though. We have Roche still alive. TB just now getting his Orchid complete, so I think we might see Tundra just up the pace even more. They have the Blink on the Tusk, they have the Blink on the Wraith King, Orchid on TB, and a full Sanj Yasha on the Ember. I like that a lot.
Yeah, allows them to go very aggressively deep behind enemy lines. Get on top of these supports.
There's just too many chain stuns. Otherwise, Sanj Yasha, kind of weird item on Ember, but I think it's pretty good. You could argue that BKB is better in this game, but it's also a long cooldown that could be abused.
Smoke into smoke. Tundra smoking into Tormentor, yeah. Paravision smoked up top. Oh, they're playing towards the Twin Gate.
Oh, they're coming through it as well. Ember's coming through.
Ice Path onto 2 with the Stomp beautifully set up. The Tuskie's going to drop for sure. BZM maybe a chance, not in hell.
The gate. They knew they were coming through, and that's just death. They're standing on the other side waiting. Open jaws. A level 4 Ice Path that does not mess around.
It's the classic Matthew Mercer, D&D DM, the gaping maw. The Twin Gate opens up and devours you.
The Twin Gate is where, leading teams go to die a lot of the time. You think that you're doing well, it's like, oh, we can go across and look for kills, and then you just run into the entire team standing there.
Yeah, or you waveform up into, 4 remote mines.
Get a quick Roche on the back of this, though. Gyrocopter gonna be very happy. Get the Aegis in hand. Let's see if he still goes for the Satanic next item, or if he's gonna go for more DPS. Oh,
Wait, he's getting whacked around in his bottom lane. He TP's onto tier 3 and dies immediately. Tundra striking the perfect moment there to get the jump. Now Satanic under Will-O-Wisp still. 3-3 stepping forward onto DM. He's popped his Blade Mail. Doesn't have the Crimson yet, though. Goes back to high ground as Tundra continue this poking back and forth game, which is very irritating to try and commit to.
And Caudle already has Will-O-Wisp
high
again.
ground push completely.
With the shard on the Caudle having the 2 charges on the recall, it's insane how quickly he gets the Will-O-Wisp back. The power play. That has to be the saddest power play I've ever seen. 200 gold.
I've seen negative numbers on the power play, so...
Oh, you have? Okay, I guess it could be worse. That's what they gotta tell themselves right now.
That's usually when it's like, you know, an Aegis steal or something. An enemy team is going to go push all your lanes. Yeah. Not particularly powerful from Satanic there.
It just
and Tundra get to
expect that they could be camping.
Tundra get to hold this position as well. They stay bottom, play to mid. They want to pressure this tier 2 tower, but Satanic is going to stand strong this time. Backed up by everybody. Steps up and BCM denies it.
Cheeky BCM.
This is so disgusting, though. The fact that Kotl is just... You know, when Gandalf says on the 3rd day, look to the east, you don't expect there to be a vending machine handing out free HP and mana, right? There's lembas bread given to the hobbits non-stop. Like, what?
The 3rd day, look to the east, and then look again, and again, because I will keep casting my spells.
Yeah, now look north. I'm over here now. Oh, west as well. It's absolutely
all around
everywhere.
you. It's Gandalf.
Mental.
The healing
Tinker
done.
thinks he's mobile on the map. Absolutely not.
22,000 healing done. That's not accounting for all the mana he's been healing as well. Doing quite a bit of work. He's about to get to level 15 as well. Once they get that talent, get the chakra cooldown, get even more spells out.
Still such a mild lead, though. A 3k net worth at this point doesn't feel like a drastic advantage for Tundra. But it has felt like momentum has been going their way.
Net worth wise, though, it's a really cool game because look at the heroes. We're basically seeing like 4 really farmed heroes on both teams, you could say. The double supports turning into cores with Tinker and Caudle having this race between each other. And I think the important thing for Paravision is the Puck is having such a good game.
But it's never just the Caudle.
Yeah, the entire team.
Yeah, I saw him from across the room. The Caudle eyes met mine, gazed at each other, but there were more. There were 2 other people there.
Should he go Blink Dagger just to blink in and catch people? He's going Hex right now, which I respect. It's super important against Puck, but I almost feel like he could just blink and set up as well. Oh, look at the wraparound.
Yeah, it'd be great. This wraparound is sick, though. DM, his smoke breaks, no one moves in. Jumps into the back, gets a coil onto 2. A difficult initiation for them, though, as Tundra start to spread out. Saxa to the south, TB and Wraith King run north, and BZM's going to rejoin to jump onto Ducalis. The Puck gets into that phase shift away from danger for now, can jump to safety as well. Paravision force the hand of Tundra there to fight back and then retreat. So it looks like the high ground push, at least for now, is stopped. But you commit like that, and Tundra are like, okay, fine, we'll farm and stay here.
They're not connecting at the same time in the fight. Somehow Satanic is not really clicking in at the same time as the coil drops down from the Jara there, or from the Puck. You need to have the DPS once the lockdown comes in from the Puck. He cannot really solo kill these people. And
Whitemon.
Pretty quiet game for Satanic, who otherwise, you know, can take over games really hard.
It's just a Tusk, surely. No, it's a Caudle and a Wraith King. Saxa trying to bring in more backup here as they'll trade out Tusk for Tinker. Satanic, he needs friends. No one in Ducalis are behind him with an ice path, but fighting into the Will-O-Wisp is awful. So difficult to stand and fight there, and BZM has cut the fight in half. Zones the rest of your teammates, while Satanic has to BKB to try and deal with these TP illusions.
Well, he could kill.
And TP home, but he's dead. The physical damage is too much.
Just locked down, left on an island there. His team runs away, but Gyrocopter doesn't have the luxury of such mobility. And the lifesteal, not really impressive when you try and lifesteal from these TB illusions. Also, one downside about going Satanic with Revenant's Brooch is that the magical crit cannot lifesteal from the Satanic procs, right? You lifesteal spell lifesteal wise, yes, but his physical damage is not that high.
Yeah, it's not the daedalus Satanic Aghanim's that we've known and loved.
No butterfly
for a long time.
Yeah. He doesn't hit that hard. And now, dead for 40. Big push coming in.
That is a massive window here that Tundra will exploit. A glyph used up, but I don't think that's stopping them. They're not moving until they see a buyback or a lane of racks fall. Especially with this Kotl behind them. Everyone full HP, full mana. Drums popped, Metamorphosis used. And the mid lane decimated by Tundra.
Do you go more? Surely you go more here, right? 20 seconds bottom lane?
For sure. Straight into that tier 3 bot. They can't go top. There's still a tier 2 there. So it looks like tier 3 for now. And then maybe think about your next move, whatever it might be. Tinker starting to lay down the robots. That's a little irritating. But with TB, they take down at least the ranged barracks in that bottom lane.
They're going to back out. Happy with the damage they've done. And Paravision feel pretty bad that they didn't get any exit kills. Nothing really going their way at this point. And in a weird way, it feels like they need the fight to be in their base. Because we saw what happened with Gyrocopter outside the map. He just gets kited a lot.
We have BZM, what was 1v3 zoning the other guys, right?
Yeah.
The Puck Jakiro Centaur, I think it was just being handled by this Ember Spirit.
Yeah, and once he goes on people, he takes away the damage as well. If he gets to hit into the Tinker, into the Jakiro with that Mage Slayer, it takes away their impact in the fight as well overall, just by applying it.
Oh, Satanic steps out of the base. This could be nasty for Paravision if Tundra are able to take him down. They poke him to begin with. Wanting to elicit that reaction, he has to use the BKB to stand his ground. 3-3 comes in, hitting into DM, but he loses his first life as BZM forced to retreat. Inside this Radiant base, Satanic reigns supreme. A dangerous move from Tundra. They don't get that immediate kill, so Paravision can turn and fight. 2 heroes down, Tusk and Terrorblade both dead. Paravision now with a bit of wind in their sails.
Wow, he got caught by the supports there on TB. He didn't think they would go down, but the Ice Path out of nowhere and the laser from Tinker brings him down really, really quickly with the Gyrocopter auto attack and spells. He just got caught by one Ice Path, and that was all they needed. He didn't get to Sunder. So quickly they turned that around, and TB just not in time with his reaction.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And now the tables turn. It's a double damage for no one. This is where Paravision could get out on the map, maybe bite off a little bit more, get one of these tier 2s. They start thinking about Roshan as a primary objective as well.
They probably thought they were for sure going to win that fight, but good endurance when they get to fight near their high ground on the side of Paravision with heals coming in.
Dire's middle tower.
Sometimes they fall back. Still have the gem in their position, so keep the map pretty safe. The fact that Roche may respawn at any point, I still think favors Tundra a little bit as they are feeling happy to fight out in the open. A big part why that fight was good for Paravision is because the supports were playing under the safety of their own base.
That's very true. We have so many massive items now, though. Ag's Puck, we've got Assault Cuirass and Wraith King. Massive stuff here to help out in these team fights. I mean, hell, even little things, like Lotus Orb Centaur gets this Puck or Gyro out of danger or just offers them raw protection to walk into the fight.
Lotus could mess up the Terrorblade as well, don't forget. If you want to go for a last second Sunder on someone, oops, it was an enemy and they Lotused it. Could be risky for him. And also an SSD against the Bloodthorn of Terrorblade, you want to have a Dispel, otherwise the damage is too high. Pinging the Puck, but not gonna find him.
I mean, Puck 707. Again, no one on this hero in this game. He's very difficult to actually kill him.
He's got a DD Rune and Aghanim Scepter right now. He wants to fight badly. No one definitely should be calling for some action.
And BZM shows for a moment. They shift to bottom though. Tinker protecting that open melee barracks. They've got a glyph, but I don't know, you don't want to glyph one racks, do you?
Ooh, the blink.
Tinker, in fact, is just going to get jumped on. 3-3 with a blink in. Will-O-Wisp over the top. The Wraith King's going to get focused down by Satanic now, though, as the flat cannon hits. Launch out towards DM, where he jumps aggressively as well. Got a nice stomp. The follow through from the puck. Not enough damage to take anyone down just yet, though, and Sax is healing back up. They've got no one killed. Silenced and taken out with no buyback available. 2 heroes down. Tundra going to open the window and say, hello, this is our base now. 3-3 jumps in aggressively. First life gone, but they're on to Satanic. Nullifier, the BKB, the punch from Whitemon, now a snowball to buy time. Satanic does not have the raw damage or the lifesteal to stand his ground. He'll buy back, but he's all on his own. And there are the GGs, tying things up 1 apiece.
They fight back hard, Tundra, with a fantastic game too, and honestly, what a performance here coming out by them. Whitemon was everywhere in the early game on this Tusk, and in the final fight, the puck jumped in, trying to get the backline, was onto the Caudle, bringing him down, even had dust for himself, but then came a snowball save, turning the entire fight around there, and they bring down the puck as well. Just really, really crisp stuff from Whitemon the entire game, I feel.
Oh, Chrysalis and BZM high five at the end. That's what we wanted to see. But now we had a game 1 stomping from Paravision. You know, this ancient apparition hero, that's Slark Posful. They both get responded to, banned, removed. Tundra, they get their hands on Kotl in this game, and we're starting to have this meta develop where there are supports which are almost unplayable against. It feels like they just automatically win. This Kotl is disgusting.
Yeah, Caudle is just gross, the tempo that he brings. And once he got the shard, we saw a huge spike in his impact as well. Just keep recalling and refreshing. The fact that you get the chakra on both yourself and the person you call is so busted, man. It's absolutely overtuned. And Saxa is one of the players who uses it the best, I think.
That's my expression when I see Saxa Kotl as well. It's like, you can just play with that? Like, really? Eyebrows raised. Like the moments where it's just Saxa Kotl or heck, even a Whitemon Tusk out on the map alone. Then you've got Kotl arriving plus another hero. Then a few seconds later, it's five Nature's Prophets on your team.
Gareth, the Kotl did more healing than anyone on Radiant did damage.
Ooh.
Like that's a bad story for you already there. This Illuminate was doing so much. The fact that Shard gives you more healing and also gives you a second charge is so good.
36,000 heal.
It's absurd, man.
Tinker is a healing hero who goes Holy Locket. He doesn't even have half of that.
It's Kotl. Kotl is a healing hero now.
Goodness gracious me. Incredible stuff. Well, Tundra, they tie it up 1-1 in its best of 3. So we go the distance. Game 3 is coming up soon. But first, back to the panel.
What a game 2 out from the side of Tundra Esports. They will come back and force us over to a game 3. Thanks for joining us here, Seeking Strike, and of course on my panel, John X Fire and Winter, to break down this game 2 a bit more. And I'm honestly just as gobsmacked as Gareth was there. That was some of the highest hero healing I think I might have ever seen. 36,000 on not an IO or an Oracle. As I don't know, someone that's got to be a record. It's crazy.
Yeah. I've seen higher, and funny enough, I've seen higher on Tinker in the Dream League qualifiers. Tinker can also get that done. We were talking about this comparison, actually, of Tinker versus Kotl. They both do almost the same thing. Tinker's the more defensive option, Kotl the more aggressive. And me and Winter were talking about it. It's like, if I had to choose one, we both agreed Kotl probably feels better because you dictate these fights. We saw it from Sox in this game. Maybe a little bit odd from 9 Class as well, not maxing out defense matrix right after March. And that kind of felt like it cost them some of these early fights as well. But you have to hand it. Like, Soxa was just doing so much work in this match. Just all the recalls, having that early ags as well. That was just insane.
Yeah, just a lot of pressure, from the Kotl plus the TP illusions plus the Wraith King skeletons. I think the hero that's holding everything together for Paravision the whole time was like the Puck. Right? He didn't die until minute 37, and the first death the Puck had here, the game just ended.
Yeah, I think that's by no surprise there. It looked like Paravision were going to be able to turn it around. They held their mid-high ground fight pretty well. There was a snowball that set them up. And then here you can see, I think this is the moment. No high five, Maybe the cell phone's safe at least, for them. But Paravision, they are, I don't know, I don't want to say storming off there, but definitely have something to discuss as that game 2 just did not really go according to plan. It seemed like outfought very heavily there around some of those rune fights, like the earlier rune fights, like 24, 18-minute runes, right? I'm not sure, Winter. Like, where did they really go wrong, do you think? What failed to connect for their draft?
I think they couldn't really play fast enough. They were always like on even footing against the Tundra lineup. I mentioned Tundra has like a heavier scaling with the Wraith King and Terrorblade, but throughout like the early game to the mid game, like 20 minutes, it's always like a even goal game, you know, or at least 1k to Tundra's favor, more or less. So it wasn't really big, right? With the Centaur dagger plus the Park dagger, you're kind of expecting the Paravision side to be more aggressive to find fights and to, you know, get a goal lead, right? But they just couldn't run because of the Kotal pushing the waves with the recall and the illusions from TB and the skeletons. I mean, there's just too many problems to deal with.
Definitely. I mean, this series, it's heating up over in Raleigh. We have to go to our boots on the ground reporter, Lyrical, to let us know what the heck is going on over there. What happened with that missed high five, Lyrical?
Oh my God, I'm at the epicenter of the missed high five. It was right between these two trips. By the way, boots on the ground. Thank you for that. I'm very flexible. Anyways, yeah, there's been a lot going on. The series, I literally did not think that I was going to be coming out here for another one of these segments. I thought it was going to be a winner's interview based on the draft alone, but they ended up pulling it together. The other thing that I've started to notice is if you look outside, which we can't do right now, there's starting to be more and more people that are showing up. I've been seeing people taking pictures outside of the convention center here in beautiful Raleigh, North Carolina. There's going to be a lot of NA goons that are going to be sticking around this area. So if you want to meet your favorite people, some of them might be here, even if they're not on the talent list, and that's something to watch for. The other thing that I wanted to mention, I think we've seen this before, this mouse pad keyboard combination, look at that. It is perfect. I am just messing up BZM's hotkeys right here, but don't matter with that because it is a beautiful mouse pad and keyboard, and you can steal that as well if you show up here in Raleigh and you're lucky enough. Back to you guys.
Thanks for the check-in there. Lyrical, flexible as always. And indeed, guys, of course, for today, the remote crew plus Lyrical handling the coverage while they set everything up in the Raleigh Convention Center to get everything just perfect for Dota's return to North America. But, of course, that is going to be for tomorrow. For today, we still have, of course, a Game 3 series to be finished between Paravision and Team Tundra. And it's not going to be settled in 2, is it, John? Very, very close, this one.
No, not quite, man. Again, outstanding players from both sides. I think one thing we wanted to highlight was there was a little bit of a moment, and we've got a little bit of a ward of the game here at around the 15-minute mark. It was a very interesting ward placement, and this was in favor of Paravision. It was right before the Tormentor was going to be taken. They were playing around this area quite nicely. They got the follow-through fight afterwards off of that ward. As you can see now, the chase down coming out. And they did manage to get the punch right there. You can see it was dewarded earlier, replaced by a Tundra ward. But Parry did get the initial info, and they managed to get that isolation out. They managed to split apart Tundra, which was where the success really came from. Almost reminiscent of what we saw from Paravision Game 1, where Tundra were quite split apart. Tundra wasn't able to play around her spell usage that well. This time, like you see the isolation in the Wraith King, he's not able to maximize his secondary life. BZM's just caught out. You weren't having the shenanigans out with Saxa already dead on the Kotal, and all kind of came off of that ward. It gave them the timing right after the Tormentor was taken. Again, even though it was dewarded afterwards, they managed to get the cleanup there in parry.
Yeah, Winter, we joked in Game 1 that 9 class on his Slark was basically the ward of the game. Does really show what a difference that having vision to start off your fights the right way can really make, huh?
Yeah, for sure, you know, information is so important in this sort of game, you know. You need to know what your opponents are doing, anticipate their next move, even though it doesn't sometimes bring you a reward right away, but somewhere down the road, it's going to, you know, net you a key kill and you're going to be able to take full advantage of it.
Absolutely. Well, boys, we are in for one heck of a series here as Paravision and Tundra going the distance in our very first playoff series here at ESL Raleigh. Will it be no one and the boys moving on to the upper bracket, or will it be the revenge of Crystalis now and his new team Tundra to move on? We'll find out after a break.
Clock is ticking just a little too slow. I only got a couple more hours to go. There's happy hour down at a bar I know. It's already started, I don't wanna miss the party. I've had about enough of this shift. There's something going on I don't wanna miss. All my friends are out having a round. I'm sitting here and they're painting the town. I know the drinks are 4 and 2 for 1. I wanna join them getting all that fun. When you see them, tell the boss man this. I'm clocking out, I've had enough of this shift. Paycheck's coming up a little too light. You work 100 hours and it just ain't right. Bills need paying and the money's tight. But wouldn't a cold beer make a beautiful sight? I've had about enough of this shift. There's something going on I don't wanna miss. All my friends are out having a round. I'm sitting here and they're painting the town. I know the drinks are 4 and 2 for 1. I wanna join them getting all that fun. When you see them, tell the boss man this. I'm clocking out, I've had enough of this shift. Another day, another dollar. It just makes me wanna holler. I can't take another minute. There's a half-price pitcher gonna dive right in it. I've had about enough of this shift. There's something going on I don't wanna miss. All my friends are out having a round. I'm sitting here and they're painting the town. I know the drinks are 4 and 2 for 1. I wanna join them getting all that fun. When you see them, tell the boss man this. I'm clocking out, I've had enough of this shift. I'm clocking out, I've had enough of this shift. Gonna open a bottle of the finest champagne and drink every drop till it's gone. Think I'll float down a river, might even write me a song. Gonna do some living before I'm gone. I'll be climbing the tallest mountains, and I'll be riding the biggest horse I can find. Gonna do all the things I ain't done in my life. Gonna do some living before I die. Think I'll buy me an old car and ride like the wind. Gonna drive and I ain't looking back. Think I'll head for the sunset and see where I get. And thank the good Lord it ain't over yet. I'm really not sure what took me so long to do some living before I'm gone.
I need your love every day. I think about you night and day. I want you, babe, I feel for you. I'm fine when I look at you. I need your love every day. I need your love, hear me when I say I need your love every day. Come on, give me your love, give me your love.
Welcome back, everyone. Here, Raleigh 2025 playoffs day 1 continues as we have Power Vision taking on Tundra Esports, both vying for that top slot in the upper bracket. We go to game number 3 here as we are about to figure out who is going down, being knocked down, already facing elimination in front of the crowd tomorrow at the Raleigh Convention Center, and who will have that second life. Thanks for joining us, everyone. I'm Seeking Strike. Joining me is John X Fire and Winter Dota. Talk to me a little bit, Winter. How have you felt about this lad's performance here, right here, Chrysalis? How do you think he's been adjusting to the new team at his first LAN with Tundra?
Well, I was thinking Chrysalis, the Monkey King expert, would be the one, munching on the banana, not BZM.
Well, BZM, don't worry. If we could put the camera back on BZM, it's important that he puts the banana peel on his face. They got to get the ice water to dunk it, right? I think that's the hot meme right now, isn't it?
Yeah, just your standard routine at 5 a.m. Of course, maybe going a little bit later here for BZM. I will say one thing, on your point about Chrysalis, we didn't bring this up in the grudge match stat. It completely flew over my head. You think about it. The guy that replaced him is Satanic. A Satanic, in a value perspective, Satanic as an item, costlier, takes longer to come online and be relevant. A Chrysalis, faster, kind of fits into his playstyle, right? More economic. It has even more economic builds up now into Revenant's Brooch. We weren't thinking hard enough there, Richie.
That's true. It's true. We were looking at silly things like stats and facts, and instead we need to embrace the meme, embrace the Dota 2 culture here as we have our third draft here, luckily ready for us. And gentlemen, what a treat this game has been so far, right? It's been a little bit of a one-sided game 1 in favor of Power Vision. Tundra outmaneuvering and really getting some solid team fights in game 2. I'm excited to see here what adjustments, if any, we'll have in draft. It looks, there's the coddle. Yeah, indeed.
Gone. No more recall shenanigans. I think the last game was also maybe because they were 1-0 up, they were trying to, try out if Tinker would be a reasonable exchange in the draft. And after that game, they probably feel like, nope, we are not going to do that again, And what would be interesting to see is if Tundra actually go for the Wraith King here.
Yeah, I think it can still work. It's still a very stable first open.
Pick Wraith King, maybe.
Would fit in nicely.
Like you said, it's a very stable opening since you can do offlane or carry, and most of the time we see offlane now. And it's a hero that I feel like just creates too much pressure on the map. It's very hard to try to make a move when you're playing into Wraith King because he just shoves the lane in. And it's very hard to play into that hero.
Yeah.
The same can be said for Tinker. Tinker is just also very annoying because of that, But
yeah,
how far up the pecking order in terms of the draft, which hero is more valuable? I'm not sure if Tinker would be more valuable than the Wraith King.
That's a fair point. I feel like Tinker does provide a lot still, even though the Wraith King's probably a better first pick. I don't think you're able to grab Tinker afterwards. I think it's just down to that priority. Wraith King maybe slides through if it's not banned out. If it is banned out, you still have stable options in the offlane anyhow. So I do kind of get this from Tundra. And again, we were having that discussion on Kotl and Tinker. Richie said they were trying to trade it off. There goes the Wraith King out for Parry Vision, so they will take that offlane for themselves. But I'm keen on seeing what Tundra will decide to kind of handle that Wraith King. Because in game 1 as well, it was Tundra that was kind of struggling up against DM. He got this really sick Radiance timing. He made it hellish for Chrysalis to try to play his game on the TA. Same thing could happen here. Maybe not the TA, but of course just any physical core up against an early Radiance on Wraith King is not going to feel good. So I want to see some more ideas from Tundra to help manage that lane. I believe, Winter, you were calling for easy ways to clear out the Skellies. We saw gyrocopters in the answer last time. Is there anything that stands out for you here?
Swashbuckle. You buy Diffusal. Kind of good into the Wraith King until he gets the shot. It could be an option here. But I also want to highlight that the last game they had, Paravision had Tinker plus Jakiro. I don't think those two together are that optimal because they kind of fulfill similar roles in a team fight. They stand behind and they don't really initiate. I would like to see like Tinker plus maybe something like a Tusk or something more solid to initiate, or at least you buy an initiating item on those heroes, like Wind Ranger or Muerta. You have a Rod of Atos to start a fight.
Right. Well, let me ask you this, Winter. How much of the last game Tinker impact do you think was kind of negated because of the Coddle specifically, right? Being able to recall, being able to kind of get on top of him with the Will-O-Wisp and stop the lanes from being pushed out? Or is it just, was it just something else in the draft that was a bit more relevant?
No. I think you're on the money there. I think Tinker is just unable to do his thing, when there's a Coddle in the game.
Yeah.
And Paravision, oh my god. If 5 years ago you said Dota would be Wraith King and Medusa opening in the first two picks, people would just go insane.
What do you mean? This is my average SEA pub.
That's fair. I think if you want to go really crazy in Tundra, you have the AM before it gets banned out, potentially, if you really wanted. It does look pretty valuable.
It's an off-lane Medusa, right? He doesn't care as much.
I think the thing is, Paravision has run more of a satanic Medusa, and they've left DM on the Wraith King. I don't think they've done...
They'll probably have everything open up, right? Or someone's going to be a support here. I feel like something is going to be swapped. It'll be 9 class playing one of these two heroes.
I wouldn't mind
or
that.
something will be different.
I think
the Dark Side means that you do not want Medusa on carry for sure.
Yeah.
You don't want to be killing your own team.
Yeah, the illusion's going to be too troublesome. I think it would be nice to see 9 class and do so. I think that idea is just it stands out to me. I think it's a highly durable hero. It's pesky. Undulation does mean that you don't really need to invest too much. You're happy enough to run around and try to help your team. You still build Atos as a support. It could work. It maybe is a bit greedy, but I can see that coming left field here for Parry if they do flex it that hard.
I don't know, man. I'm remembering some Chinese qualifier games, Baboka, Medusa. I guess we're living in a slightly different meta here, but again, the fact that Paravision didn't really respect ban or ban out the Darkseer in general, maybe you guys are onto something here. 17th pick upcoming now for Paravision, Winter. The Paravision with last pick overall in the draft here. What are you doing in their shoes here? What heroes are you considering?
I don't even know what is the support hero here. So I'll definitely try to figure that out first. If you're Paravision, if Medusa is going to be a support, and then what are they going to do? If this Ringmaster and Medusa is going to be their support duo, they're going to need a lot more like fight initiating heroes, something to start the fight. They already see the Tiny, so they can probably draft towards that. You have a Tiny possibly going mid and, try to pick something that can lane into the Tiny. I mean, Storm has been one of like the more successful heroes, so maybe something along those lines.
It's fair. I feel like maybe something like the Puck again for no one. I don't think he was having a fantastic game, right? He only died the one time as the game ended. This feels like it could be again pretty solid Puck game in that sense. Like there's even less control here from Tundra. What are you worried about? Just avalanche toss, which can easily dodge.
I mean, the lane, right? Because if you go Puck, it's going to be like a tiny mid, or they can just pick another counter to you. Like Shaker mid, for example. Maybe they're trying to avoid that. And Magnus is kind of more ambiguous in that matter, so he doesn't really worry about that too much. I'm not sure about how much can this be a flex pick right now, because technically you can still play support Magnus.
You could. Wow. I think just looking at how Paravision has drafted before, I don't think they've actually managed to take that Magnus up at any point from what I'm seeing. So it leaves the options pretty open. I will say this is a pretty interesting draft. I think there's some fun synergies, like RP, Wheel of Wonder could be nice. You've got Follow Through with Gorgon's Grasp, Stone Gaze on top. It's pretty sick from Parry. It's not the most standard kind of team fight you're used to seeing, but it all does connect nicely for a 5v5.
Yeah. Insane that you say Gorgon's Grasp before Stone Gaze on Medusa, but very fair play, I suppose. It is another AoE ability to play with. I think what's even crazier is there's a real world here. I don't think it's very likely, but there's a world where Paravision end up last picking a support here, right? I feel like not something you see all the time on second pick.
Yeah, it's quite common on first pick on the 23rd, but rare on 24th.
I think it's going to really depend here what Tundra choose for their 18th pick. Last time, Parivision in this position, they took the no one puck. They didn't really manage to make it work hard enough, as it wasn't enough for them to carry the game. Considerations for them here. Where is this Tiny going to be going? Is this going to be a Darkseer mid, you know, kind of Sumail style, potentially? I have my doubts, but we'll see here.
I kind of like the idea of safe lane Tiny with insurmountable. No, we get the AM.
Of course.
Still slides through.
First AM game of the tournament. Banned, what, 13 times, I believe I saw on the stats this morning?
Yeah, I think mainly into the Dusa. Whenever you do try to secure that Dusa, of course, you clear this out, but they leave it in. There's not much hold for the AM, to be fair, right? Again, what are you scared of? Gordon's Grasp, RP, probably the biggest ones.
I mean, I feel like you see this, you just put either the Wraith King or Magnus off lane. You know, those heroes are going to. I feel like you can do well in the lane. You just out deny him and you put the Medusa. I would say I don't know where the Medusa is supposed to go. Definitely not carry here against Darkseer. And I feel like it's gonna be a support Medusa with either a Magnus or Wraith King on the off lane. And that's gonna do well into the AM. I think they might have just got baited into picking the anti-mage here. And now he might just get put into a very tough situation in the lane.
I agree, because I can't imagine you're someone who's got a brain as wrinkly as Astenia, who even before this team winning Bangkok took Nouns in the TI Seattle year, the most recent one, really far in the tournament. I can't imagine you pick a Medusa second pick and you don't consider the Darkseer or the AM? There must be something here.
Yeah. He's like trying to bait them into picking AM. But, you know, on Tundra's side, maybe they're thinking if they do Medusa support, it's like a useless hero. They feel like it's a useless hero as support. So they're playing like with one hero down.
Yeah.
So why not just force them to do that?
Yeah, she becomes a bit of a mana bomb even this game for the AM, right? So, well, okay. Looking forward to our last picks, the Meepo ban out from Tundra. So they are banning carries, so they believe that we have both supports already drafted right now for Parivision. Can't say I disagree with them.
Yeah, they need to figure out what to do with this Tiny. Are they going to put Tinker 5, Tiny with Darkseer, which is kind of a reasonable lane, and pick a new mid? Or put Tiny mid and pick a new 4?
Tundra Esports turn to pick.
We'll ban out the Kunko.
I think mid hero is probably something that I would probably try to think about more, because Tiny seems like a good 4 here with the Darkseer.
Yeah, the lane does look pretty damn good. I think it's reasonable enough. We've seen that played a couple of times in groups. You just pull, you stabilize, get some EXP, kind of go from there for Soxa. I was just trying to rationalize AM, and no need to rationalize. We get the Wind Ranger pickup instead. As we've seen a couple of times, the kill shot can be nice. It should just end up, being just tiny mid and aim safe. So no shenanigans. I was trying to think if you could maybe do something really weird, run your Tiny safe, run an AM off, and do something else with the Darkseer, but maybe a little bit too far off there for Tundra. For Parry, they can kind of try to match this now. Like, again, maybe your Dusa doesn't have the greatest game, but I'm actually expecting this to just be 9 classes hero at this point. He goes support Dusa. Think about it. Like, Dusa Magnus lane isn't too bad. There's some skewer back plays. Gorgon's Grasp, again, is annoying.
There it is.
Yeah,
Gorgon's Grasp.
Strong lane.
Number 1 Gorgon's Grasp fan right here, John X Fire.
You got to grasp. You got to. I like it. It's silly. And they go with a PA pickup. There you go. PA mag.
What is this draft,
carry
bro?
heroes.
All right. This is a very North American pub lineup, also a very Southeast Asian pub lineup. I think it's Ducalis Medusa, 9th class in the Ringmaster as well.
Look at no one in Estini laugh. Like, what have we done, bro? What is
It's PA into AM, you know. PA is a very, very good matchup into AM. It's one of the strongest carries of the patch for a reason. Very strong in the lane, very strong throughout the game. You have very, very sharp timings. You can just take over a game very, very easily, you know, because you're very strong in the lane.
Look, I hear you, Winter, but the 1x bet odds are not really giving Parivision much hope here on the Ducalis Medusa. John, do you think this is going to fare any better?
I'm not sure, because I can see it working from parry. I can also see it going very, very wrong. I think the key thing for Tundra is that they have good launching points, especially with the tiny mid for BZM. I think the matchup is pretty all right, although there's some skewer backplays for no one. But that the momentum for Tundra is going to be off that tiny, going to be off of 33, and whenever he's ready to go with the auras, and then you can kind of try to punish, because it's a lot of farm that Paravision have to find.
No, it is. And Winter, how can one team possibly make all that greed work?
I think it's Paravision. I think they're probably the only team that can make a draft like this work, you know, like having 4 carry heroes. I think it makes a lot of sense what they were trying to do. They were trying to bait an AM pick and then, you know, pick a PA to kind of change the whole carry to carry dynamic. And PA is going to be very, very good into the anti-mage. And it kind of forces Tundra to be on the clock, right? They have to really finish the game at a very, very distinct time, you know, at a very reasonable time. They can't let this game go late.
I guess so. It's just wild to say that with the Medusa in the game. Lots of tight close-up shots here. The pressure is on for both of these teams here. Who will it be taking victory in Game 3? We throw it over to our casters, Gareth and Waga.
Yeah, we'll find out. I mean, this is why we love Dota, right? This is why Dota is the game of the people. You've got 4 or 5 carries in your pubs. You've got 4 or 5 carries in a pro game. It's the same game. Absolutely insane watching Medusa go from pos 1 to 3 to 5.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of mind games going on in the draft here. We'll see who ends up with the better. Do you have a preference between these two, Gareth? Do you feel like one of the teams is in a better spot?
I think the panel are right, and this AM pick was a massive "you've fallen into our trap," trap card activated kind of deal. I think Paravision with this empowered PA, I think Medusa doesn't matter. I think the other 4 heroes are strong enough.
Yeah, I do think that's very strong. They pivoted into the Magnus plus PA. Like, that combination is very strong. And of course, as Winter pointed out, the hero matchup is really rough for the anti-mage. 33 gonna try and get away. He has the Heart of Battle facet, so not the easiest to catch, but the daggers, they're trying.
Slowing him down
little by little. Movement speed, man. He's running.
He's very fast. Can he cut through the trees and find a way out? Looks like the answer is a resounding no. Satanic lines up the first blood, takes it, and the money to go along with it. Good start for Paravision.
Kind of convenient for Wraith King as well. He chased him all the way to the gate and just gonna take the gate and get back to top lane. So not the most amount of space, even though it took a while for him to kill him. It puts them in a pretty favorable spot for DM to just get to his lane. I'm also in agreement with the rest of the assessments here, pretty much. I think Paravision, their lineup still looks very strong. They have the team fight. They have a carry matchup. Oh, Tinker. Is he going to
class. The Ringmaster getting sliced and diced by Crystallis, but a little ring around the rosy. The Ringmaster himself around the tree gets away from the AM. And Whitemon looks like he's okay to step back in the lane as well. But they will start burning through a lot of this early regen very quickly.
Yeah, a lot of hits being traded this early on. We're going to see a lot of that on the top lane. And I think overall, this lane might not be the strongest, the Wraith King and Ringmaster versus the Tinker and the Mage. I think the Tinker will do a good job protecting AM. But later on, AM's game will be a bit complicated. So timings will be more important than ever. He blinks forward, but does not get the kill. Crystallis didn't get the connection on that blink.
Now Ringmaster a little too speedy. Steps away from it. And down the bottom lane, Ducalis in on top of 3-3. Trying to stop the lane dragging behind that tower from being too efficient or effective. And now Satanic can also join in with a bit of harassment onto Saxa, making this lane uncomfortable, untenable, basically, for Tundra.
Yeah, if anything, this lane should be pretty awkward for Ducalis to play. He has to pop some mangoes to try and stay alive, but still taking damage.
A vacuum early on from 33. He's going to get them a kill with Saxa's final touch. Now Satanic, sniped out as well. The pressure suddenly flips on his head.
I think they got a little bit too aggressive, knowing that Medusa is so bad at playing behind tower. They get heavily pressured. Like, she is not the fastest. Yes, she's undulating, but it's difficult when you don't have mobility spells. Get caught out in the backline like that.
Then you get stuck in a creep wave with multiple ion shells.
Yeah,
all gets nasty very quickly.
Yeah, the early point in vacuum maybe came as a surprise. No point in surge. Just recognizing 33, understanding that he has a kill there.
And super important for a hero like Darkseer and I guess Windranger as well, right? this hero Darkseer has often struggled in the first 5 levels or so in any lane given. So getting kills and having wand charges makes life feel real good.
I think him getting levels on Iron Shell early here is going to be super big because PA does not clear big creep waves easily. That's one of her weaknesses as a carry. She doesn't actually shove lane very fast. She does farm well and can sit back and dagger, but I think the bottom lane will be really nice now with the double kill on Saxa.
Yeah, even though Darkseer's last hit's not reflecting it yet, that'll put him in good stead in the next coming minutes.
The mid matchup we haven't talked much about, but can mention quickly that it's a Magnus versus Tiny. I actually consider this to be a heavily Magnus favored matchup. Obviously, it can go either way, but Magnus right-click damage, you see it already. He has 100 damage almost with level 2 Empower. People think of Tiny like, oh, he hits so hard. He actually has less damage than the Tiny right now. Ooh, misses.
And then he does have Shockwave Skewer, but you've got to land it to drag them under tower.
Yeah.
And it's this Magnus kind of runs like a ranged hero, right? You're constantly getting this additional harass that the enemy mid laner, the enemy melee hero doesn't have access to.
Yeah, both.
Like, it makes me think of old DP when she was mid. Like you're clicking, hitting the enemy hero, and you're pushing wave fast, farming them fast.
Yeah, pretty much. You're trying to just deal whatever damage you can, and I think BCM is doing a good job for now, but we can already see that CS difference building up 21-6 versus 14-4. Sure, he has 2 creeps to kill, but I think this is going to get more and more exaggerated as the lane goes on. I've played this matchup a lot of times, and honestly, Magnus is just way stronger in this matchup.
I mean, across the board, you can see it in the last hits. 3 Radiant cores all having very good times. Down at bottom, as I say that, cursing Satanic, or unless gets away behind the trees, and 3-3, even getting turned on potentially. Pops the surge to try and dive under tower. Satanic about to die to Ion Shell in the final punch, but that might have left 3-3 to die here to the Deucer, while 9 class falls on the opposing side of the map.
So bring down 9 class, finding kills. Not too common for the anti-mage lane, but now that Wraith King is alone, he even blinks forward, burning down his mana. And looks like we're going to have an early Halberd build coming out from Crystallis. So not going for straight Battle Fury build or anything like that, which I think is wise. This game would be pretty greedy if it just goes Battle Fury. But he realizes if he's strong and can fight early, and there's so many good targets to Halberd, I can see this working.
Yeah, there's been long periods with different AM builds, right? The Battle Fury Manta style is going to be the age-old build everyone thinks of. We've had plenty of time where it's been Vanguard Rush, or getting these stats items to actually fight early on, rather than be the AFK 3 AM split pusher.
Yeah, I would argue that Vanguard is back to being better than ever, with it upgrading to Halberd for just 900 gold. You get super high value on this item nowadays. It does slow down the timing for him carrying, so the only thing concerning is if PA gets off to a really good start, AM could have a tough time catching up to that.
Yeah, it will be empowered PA as well, right, as the game moves on. Ringmaster going to come into mid, 6-minute rune, no one bottles the illusion, and BZM lacking the mana to really make a play onto that Ringmaster, so 9 class perfectly fine. We'll start tracking back the Tinker as they return to lane. And I can hear no one fake pumping the reverse polarity in that mid lane as well. He's there in BZM. Well, what you doing?
Every time you step up, a little flashbang from Magnus. Keep you on your toes. Top lane, Wraith King trying to trade into the anti-mage. Doesn't have any mana on Wraith King. Oh, nice reflection.
He's got Soul Ring, but I don't know if that's going to help him. Yeah, using all those stick charges early on, tried to pop the Lotus, but now it's Crystallis' turn to tip them back. Because at the start of the game, they were tipping the AM.
Yeah, I think throwing stun at any range to an anti-mage as Wraith King is kind of asking to get reflected spell, though. Unless he has cooldown on it, it's always going to get reflected. But he found out the hard way that indeed he has put 1 point in counterspell. He could already have told that, though, by just checking his magic resistance.
Limit testing.
Yeah, I suppose.
To figure out. Crystallis, you got it in you. And he does. Satanic. On to Saxa, forcing that early wind run. Gorgon's Grasp not going to land this time. And we see the kind of classic 3-3 offlane move. Get into jungle, farm a few camps. Minute 7 comes, so you protect that Wisdom Shrine at the same time.
Yep. I think we're going to see Saxa stack up the Ancients, and we might see the ranged Iron Shell farming Ancients as well. This game, leaving the Darkseer to lane. She should be heading over there and getting the next stack again. We see 70-40. She's already making her move.
We saw Satanic gets the wall dropped on him. It's 3-3, just applying pressure.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Make things a little more annoying in that bottom lane. And mid,
towards the room
Magnus
control.
getting a bunch of stuff thrown at him, and that power. Oh, I thought that was about to land.
He had
No
the
one
range,
thankful to
but
survive. 9 class, he's the one that's going to die up at top.
this Anti-Mage having a very lovely time on top lane. Wraith King already abandoning lane like we saw previous games as well. Likes to farm the jungle, same as 33 did. But yeah, just run him down,
didn't
the
he?
slow.
And pop with the Mana Void.
But now Tiny's
Yeah,
eyes are open with the haste rune. He wants PA.
Yeah, now he's got Soul Ring, so plenty of mana to play with. Shackle shot for that chain stun, but in comes no one. Skewer into RP. The follow through from 9 class with the whip, cracking it onto Saxa. No one trying to punch through them with Satanic jumping over. They get the Wind Ranger kill, but now the PA out in the open. The Ion Shells and Avalanche make short work of her, and BZM with 33 onto 9 class now as well. A bonus kill, and maybe more. No one needs Ducalis to come in hot. Stone Gaze and Mystic Snake, that's irritating. No one is very low though, and 3-3, he's hungry for this kill. Shockwave is gonna move him around. The Avalanche can hit the Deucer, but not the Magnus. No one running back, no vacuum. Surge in 3 seconds.
Could be fine.
But Magnus, he does survive.
And Wraith King TP down here. Can he get
He's
stun
coming.
on Tiny?
No.
Oh, the Avalanche.
Good Avalanche, Shockwave misses. DM might still, no,
I
can't
think he
find
walked
it.
over a ward, but gets the D ward on it quickly as well. This is a costly rotation. Wraith King coming down here, not getting a kill for it, leaving the Anti-Mage to free farm. This is the kind of stuff they need on Tundra.
Yeah, that quick turn of pace where all of a sudden Tundra have multiple heroes in that bottom lane, kind of catching Paravision off guard, who normally we'd see Paravision react perfectly, right? We've cast their games before. We've seen how, especially around their safe lane tier 1, they love to bring numbers to defend Satanic. Not able to do it here. And 33 again, slipping away from their grasp.
These guys stay fine. I do like the attention by Tundra to throw rotations down towards the PA though, or PA. Tempting to bring down the Vanguard Darkster. Might have overstepped.
Yeah, Crystal is now rotating, making his presence known. But
I thought it was Tiny coming in at first, but it was just Anti-Mage TPing in, so no real lockdown.
The Vanguard Anti-Mage still going to jump forward though. Satanic with the Phantom Strike of his own. Gets the creep wave, but this has now left Ducalis stranded completely. Gorgon's Grasp slows down his death, while no one in the mid lane actually nearly dying to the Tiny. BZM with a toss gets the kill on Magnus while the Deuce is dying bottom lane. And Saxa, yeah, killed by 9 class. DM arriving here onto the Tiny is BZM, the tanky fellow with a few wand charges and an Avalanche, might be able to create enough of a gap that the Tinker can come in and save him.
The random centaur stomp because 2 Wraith King skeletons were on the centaur, and PA, who was trying to go around to get the dagger onto the Tiny again, cannot keep him close because she gets stunned by neutrals. Just unfortunate.
Lucky.
I mean, that's how it works sometimes.
A 4k lead, 5 kill lead for an anti-mage team? That's pretty incredible pace that Tundra are bringing to this game 3.
They're doing really, really well. The fact that top lane went as well as it did was important, and their attention now, as I mentioned, going on PA, because this is a free PA game basically, so you need to shut her down early game, otherwise she will be unstoppable once she gets her items. So all the attention should go towards her, and they're doing the right thing. At the same time, they're also stopping the stacks on Ancients.
Yeah, and this map gets pretty small now for the PA. And she wants to be farming and powered up, but you can't farm bottom, can't farm mid. These tier 1 towers and the Dire Observer wards making it very difficult. Uninhabitable down here, especially with Tundra's, what, 3, 4 heroes? All in the area.
Oh wow, I like what Crystal is queuing up. The Radiance, Vanguard Radiance Anti-Mage coming at you hot. I honestly don't mind it at all. It's a lot of right-click heroes on Radiant.
Oh, yeah?
You know, Battle Fury kind of sucks here. Radiance, new meta, let's go.
Was this one of yours, or was the Void, right? The Vanguard Radiance Faceless Void was
Vanguard
your...
Radiance Void was my creation. I didn't necessarily do it with Anti-Mage, but you know what? I'm here for it.
Goodness gracious me.
That was a good thing that got me to 8k MMR back in the days. First time hitting 8k. I got 25 reports, but I also got 1,000 MMR, so you know, I'll take it. Sometimes in Dota,
value.
Getting reported doesn't mean that you're doing something wrong. It's just you're doing something people don't like.
Reports and bans are just another resource that you've got to use. You've got HP, you've got mana, you've got your time and your MMR, but you've also got the reports and the bans as well.
So true.
The behavior score resource. That's what we all dip into when times turn bad. Stocks are crashing. Just get your behavior score up. That's all that matters.
Speaking of resources, I think the timing they have right now on Dire is massive. Ooh, what a shackle. The tree right behind him. But PA better target.
But they're going on the PA with BZM and 33. Satanic dead. Gone for 30 seconds. No one's Magnus is here with a reverse polarity, but again, the follow-through seems lacking. They've got the Wheel of Wonder and Dukas with the Stone Gaze. The toss forward, they're allowed 3-3 and Sanks to clear it. No one's Magnus. BZM is fine. Not even a scratch. Turns on the Ringmaster with this Wind Ranger and Darkseer. Dukas out of mana, so is about to die shortly. And it is just turning into an absolute bloodbath down here. Paravision, again, walk into this meat grinder, and Tundra all too happy to turn them into sausages.
Yeah, they're getting tons of action bottom. Meanwhile, top Crystallis is putting the pressure on. The Wraith King, despite his little army, cannot defend and stop the Anti-Mage. He has the evasion from Talisman, and he has the Heaven's Halberd, so taking virtually no damage from all these little skeletons.
Literally unkillable.
Yeah.
Easy wisdom trying for him.
They played this early game in a beautiful way. If the plan was to bait out the Anti-Mage and punish it, then it really didn't go your way, but when the Anti-Mage had a free laning stage, basically.
So Vanguard on every hero is what I'm hearing.
It's a pretty damn good item, Gareth. It's pretty damn good.
Paravision, no Vanguards, losing the game. Tundra with
Vanguard
2, winning.
In before the Vanguard Medusa.
Oh my god.
The most cursed thing ever.
I don't know if he's got enough space or time to get there. Blown up completely, and this Ringmaster and Magnus find themselves in a spot of bother. They've skewered Crystallis into the base, but he's happy with that. Turns and slays the Magnus. This game might be over soon. We're 15 minutes in, and Tundra are diving tier 3s with this Halberd Anti-Mage.
He uses a ulti. Nice.
Oh, nicely
They thought
done.
they left him for dead there, but he conjures the mana out of nowhere with the Soul Ring and Stick. So, minor victories. He stays alive, but now he doesn't have ulti for 170 seconds. And Radiant are the ones just unable to bring enough heat to the battle this early on.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Now we're waiting for Battle Fury PA now. Paravision, I've got to try and pick up the pieces.
I think an important puzzle piece is going to be this Darkseer as well. Already having Crimson, almost has the pipe. He's going to make everyone unkillable.
Look at them all.
See Radiant moving together. They know they need to get combinations going. The Wheel of Wonder, the RP, you need to find these spells working together, but I don't think they can get to a Tormentor in time.
And even when they had a good RP into Wheel, they just don't have the damage yet. There's Medusa's a pulse 5, right? So you don't expect it from her, but the PA's also not ready.
Crimson and level 4 Marcher machines just being spammed, so it was hard to bring anyone down. And that's a free shard going over Wind Ranger. Honestly, a pretty fearsome shard when you're on the back foot like this. 13k gold behind. This shard can help you catch people. Speaking of, Crystallis, he can't slow the Medusa, but he can take all her mana and her life.
Down you go.
Even using her to farm the creep wave. Easy.
And yeah, especially on this Wind Ranger shard when Paravision are relying on these initiations, resets as well. You're not going to give Magnus and PA or even this Medusa with a Stone Gaze the ability to reposition in the fight.
Yeah, I mean, Magnus has Blink Dagger, but that's about it as well. Wants to get a fishing under a tier 2 tower.
Yeah.
Right now, look at the entire net worth of Tundra. Every single player is ahead of 4 players of Paravision. It is lonely at the top for Satanic in his team.
It is. I was going to say, quite often we've seen Magnus and, I guess, Wraith King to a large extent be the big farmers in the game, right? We've had offlane Wraith King be the top farmer. Magnus from a core position very often just outstrips his opponents. But now they're down and behind. No one is going to get an RP mid, though, onto this Tiny. A good snipe on BZM would be massive for them, and they'll get it. Crystallis blinks away, but Sanks has been left here to get stunned up by the Wraith King. 33 with a vacuum wall. 3 of them caught up inside of it. Gorgon's Grasp going to root the Darkseer for now. A Stone Gaze for protection. The reset from Paravision tries to reinitiate here with DM jumping Saxa. Wind Ranger's low and the daggers keep flying from long range, but they've got heals and sustain. They blow up Ducalis. DM now low with no ulti available. He's going to drop as well. 9 class gone. The chase is on. No one and Satanic going to try and run. Crystallis is on their tail, hunting them down. No one blinks away, but Satanic, he's spotted. Phantom Strike to high ground is ready. No one is in position. They'll get back to base.
This is also what Halberd allows him to do. Aggressive blinks, chasing after a PA. That could sometimes be dangerous. He just turns around, blinks you, but having the Halberd, he has no fear at all. He knows they can just keep going. Of course, he had his team behind him too, so unlikely to get turned on, but this is going to be Radiant's timing for Anti-Mage. Finishing it up just now, 18 minutes. PA.
I've forgotten he's going for the Radiance.
PA under March and Tiny combo. 50 HP.
9 class died as well.
He can't
PA. Oh, vacuum back. 33's about to get up. Satanic gone, dead for 40. And the rest of the fight going Tundra's way as well. Crystallis is on Ducalis. And Medusa quickly dispatched with 9 class dead. And it doesn't feel like Paravision have had any answers to this Tundra lineup. 6-24. A 16k lead, and it's got vibes of game 1, just the other way.
I mean, there's something crazy about picking Medusa Wraith King first phase to try and bait out Anti-Mage, and then you just lose to Anti-Mage because he's Anti-Mage against those heroes, and you can't fight him. It's not all about him, of course. I think a lot of it comes down to Darkseer in this game, in fact. The Darkseer just having so much tempo with his Crimson Guard build. He has allowed them to go for these aggressive dives, but the AM still effectively counters at least 2 of your heroes really, really hard, and Ringmaster doesn't like playing against the AM.
They are pinging 33's Darkseer.
Yeah, he's in there.
I don't know if they're pinging him to say hello, or...
He's just taking that wave, and there is nothing you can do about it. He took the wave, pulled it mid.
Nope. And I'll take the tier 2 as well. We've got the Wraith King farming camera. Very nice.
Big. The farm speed of a blade mill only at 20 minutes.
Oh, look at
not
BCM.
that rapid.
Good little whip crack there from the Ringmaster, but it's never enough to save your Medusa. Now it's tier 3 tower falling pretty quickly. Tiny goes to work yet again. A blink avalanche toss. Ringmaster dead, but a 3-man RP. No one drags them back into tier 4s with a glyph going. DM with another stun, but they just don't have the follow through. They have run out of gas already. It's 20 minutes in and they call GG. Tundra take the series, a 2-1 victory over Paravision. And this just has to come back to the draft, doesn't it? You said it. Wraith King Medusa, the trap card flipped on its head.
Honestly, a lot of us did, get baited into this as well, thinking that, okay, it's actually good. We were on Paravision's side. The bait out Anti-Mage and then the idea of PA countering him with Magnus and Power. But yeah, the laughs and giggles here. I think PA just didn't get off to a good start at all. And Darkseer having that free of a lane against him, it ended up countering the idea that Paravision had in their draft.
I think that was off camera, but in game there was a little bit of chat at the end. Crystallis with the all caps, Crystallis Anti-Mage! And Ducalis said, well played. He dropped the WP. Wholesome all chat from Ducalis. I am proud of it.
Reformed.
For now.
Honestly, that's all you should say after a game like this. You don't want to be, talking like a big dog after you lose 21k gold lead at 20 minutes against an Anti-Mage. But yeah, it was fun to see Paravision coming up with an interesting idea, but leaving AM in the pool seems like a risk that was not really worth it in the end.
What is it, 18th pick, Anti-Mage? I mean, this Darkseer also looked freaking amazing. In the hands of 33 in particular. The Vanguards early on gave them tempo. Well executed by Tundra. And some good moves, all around. Tinker was kind of quiet. Saxa had some okay moves. But it was just the draft in general. Completely outmatched Paravision here in game 3.
Yeah, ultimately very nicely tying together to draft. The Darkseer allows them to take those big fights, whereas all the other heroes are so good at skirmishing. You have the Tiny chasing people, the Wind Ranger setting things up, and Anti-Mage with the build he went for, not just farming. I think a big concern for me was if AM was just going to go for that Battle Fury farming build, but he went off the beaten path, went for a very creative build, and I think a large part of their win here comes down to Crystallis understanding that I don't need to be a Battle Fury farmer. I just need to be not feeding, and we win.
Yeah, and I don't know if we could maybe feel the struggles early on with the draft already. Like thinking about that move bottom tier 1 where Satanic and Ducalis played behind the tower, do you think that was them like kind of frantically trying to get an upper hand, an early advantage to make sure that this mid game wasn't as bad as it was?
I just think they haven't played post 5 Medusa and don't understand how dangerous that is. Like that seemed suicidal from my point of view, but
Right.
yeah, who knows what was going on right there.
Well, maybe the panel has some ideas. We've got Winter, John, and Richie. We'll head back to them.
Thank you very much, Gareth. Yeah, I'm not really sure I have any ideas on the draft. I think the only ideas I have knocking around are the copy pastas. I mean, Crystallis was right. Vision was left. Moon Meander asked Crystallis if he can get a Red Bull from the fridge. He brought back the whole fridge because he could carry a lot. I mean, I don't know, guys. This was just what a game out from Crystallis. What a game from Tundra. They will close it out 2-1 here.
Yeah, look, we were trying to theorize, Winter was trying to defend. You were trying to defend this, Richie, where it's like, surely Astini thought about Darkseer, thought about the AM, run this Medusa support, cook something up here with your Southeast Asia / North American pub game draft, and it just got way overcooked. I mean, I don't know what to say. It's rough to see, but you could kind of see the writing on the wall when we were looking at the lanes. When you look at this Dusa trying to Gorgon's Grasp, but Darkseer surged up, trying to Gorgon's Grasp and hold down a Wind Ranger with Wind Run. It didn't feel like he really did anything. And you were saying this, Richie, earlier on as well, where you nullify this Medusa pick, you're playing 4v5. That's certainly what it felt like here for Parivision in this game. It felt like they were one man short in the entire time.
Yeah, I mean, the lanes just didn't pan out as they hoped for. I mean, how often do you see a PA losing a lane? It's very rare. And the fact that the PA got off to a really, really bad start just snowballed, from the lanes, and he just couldn't really get his foot into the game.
Yeah, no, it felt very difficult, and I think someone we all want to hear from, because of course the storylines around this match, it's not only lyrical, it's also Crystallis here with a winner's interview.
Oh my God, we're here right now in front of you. Sorry, we were just reminiscing about the amazingness of that game. Crystallis, the one, the only person in this patch to build Radiance on Anti-Mage. You thought it was a good game for you, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously just good because of evasion and stuff. And I mean, Skitter, I think, built it before as well at one point, maybe not this patch, but another patch. So, you know it's a good build already.
Absolutely. Now, we do have to at least talk briefly about the elephant in the room. This is your former team. You won the last ESL One with them. At the end, Ducalis did show out some well played to you. How's the feelings between you and the team? Is there still some competitive rivalry going on there?
I mean, brother, they kicked me after winning a major. You can imagine the rivalry there. Yes, of course. So winning them here feels extremely funny, I would say. Yeah, pretty happy about the win.
Pretty happy about the win. Extremely funny. That's what you like to see. We did see the Anti-Mage come out, like I mentioned just a second ago. Was there, you guys took a long time for that pick. Were you debating back and forth between other things? What was the mindset for you about the AM pick?
I mean, there are certain clips from me on Anti-Mage that will make you understand why the hesitation really deserves to be there. But it was like Success saying, I think Anti-Mage is really good. I could see where he's coming from, so I'm like, you know what, screw it. Lock in the Anti-Mage. And then we did it, and it just worked really well.
All right, well, a little bit of revenge between former teammates and Crystallis, able to take the victory here in the full 3-game series going up against Parivision. We'll see if Tundra can keep it going forward. So we head on back to you guys on the panel.
Thank you very much, Lyrical and Crystallis. I mean, a very honest interview, right? I think... yeah, I mean, he said it, kicked after winning a major. Just imagine how that felt, right? Didn't even get a pizza, man.
Yeah, honesty is always the best policy, Whenever you get kicked from a team after winning an event, you always want to, prove them wrong, You just want to stamp your mark on the ground, I mean, good for him, He's able to do it here. Definitely feels good. And you want to keep doing it, The job is still not done. It's just one series right now. There's still a lot of work to do. You have to keep your head, for the task tomorrow, or actually the day after.
Yep, I believe you're correct, Winter. They've earned themselves a break day. The next time we will see them is going to be April 12th in the Raleigh Convention Center in the upper bracket finals. So very well played to them. Parivision, they have a date with Destiny tomorrow, as I believe they will play the winner of Liquid versus Avalus, which is going to be a very exciting match for them. And I think they will be maybe reconsidering some of this drafting, how should we say, these drafting maneuvers, maybe, John?
Yeah, look, I found it entertaining. You know, I like the ADs from Paravision. Astini liked the ADs as well. They were having a giggle as they picked out in the closer, right? But I guess, you know, man, sometimes those North American / Southeast Asian pubs, you know, the strats there don't work out. Maybe sometimes you forget you're playing Captain's Mode. You know, this isn't Turbo. Not everyone's going to have farm. It's not always going to work out. And here we do.
No.
We've got our great highlights. We were talking about this with the Dusa. I mean, look, the Collis tried. But those Scorpion Grasp, man, I think I only saw like 1 or 2 land. He was having a hard time trying to get anything done with his hero, man.
It's just difficult landing it if you don't have a stun to set up, right? Yeah, with the PA, I mean, the slow is nice and all, but...
Oh.
I mean, they must have thought that this lane wouldn't have gone that bad.
Oh my god,
They must have
so
felt
many.
like something would have clicked better in this lane. Because imagine if the PA actually had a better game, I could see the whole draft actually working. There is still hope, you know. If PA actually had a game, maybe he could carry the game, you know. But if the lane goes so bad, I mean, there's just literally no hope left, you know.
No, I mean, we saw some signs of brilliance. Like RP with Wheel of Wonder, the whip, the Gorgon's Grasp connecting. It looked good, but it came way too late. They were like down 15k at that point. Just way too late for the combination, man.
Yeah, at the end of the day, you know, like Winter, you said it, we were kind of discussing the end of that game. It's minute 17. The AM is like diving high ground with his team to be able to fight and to be able to get off his mana voids. I mean, I don't know. I think there's not really much more we can say, unfortunately, about a game 3 like that. I think it was perhaps not the way a lot of people envisioned this series ending, but in the end, Tundra Esports there with Crystallis as a carry, they will beat his former team and move on to those upper bracket finals. I mean, what a storyline, right? What a storyline here for them.
Yeah, really good for Tundra, you know, doing this well with Crystallis, and I think they're proud of themselves, you know. They didn't really have much time to prepare for the event, and everything was like so last minute. And just props to them, you know, for doing this well. And for Paravision, they're gonna have to go back to the drawing board, I'm afraid, you know, or drafting board, you know, and just forget about trying to get too fancy the next time, because they won't have an extra life when they're in the losers bracket.
Yeah, John, your thoughts on that series? Did it kind of turn out how you thought it did? I mean, what do you think?
Yeah. Not in the same fashion. I didn't expect like 4 carries, 5 carries in a draft, but I did predict this 2-1 towards Tundra, you know, on our 1xBet prediction. So I'm pretty happy that kind of, in the end, it paid off. Again, not in the way I think you'd expect. So, hey, but I don't think Paravision should be too worried. Again, they've got some secret sauce. They've got some flex. They've got that Slork support. It's still going to be a challenge for whoever plays against them in that lower bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. We are going to be taking a break here pretty soon, guys. Of course, we have our next match to prepare for here. Guys, it is a team that all of us fellow Americans, we've got to rally around for the USA chance now that Dota is back, baby. It is Team Falcons with that stand-in. There he is, Quinn, CCNC. They're going to be taking on the Dragons from the East, Team Spirit. It's going to be one heck of a BO3 series, folks. We can't wait for it. We will catch you after the break.
What about if you opened up? When are you gonna tell all about you? All about you, I wanna know. Come on and tell what you want with can still survive. If you ride that laser beam, it's a light that brings your dream alive. I'm having a feel-good day, and it's all on the bright side. It's starting to go my way, from a crawl to a joyride. Though I don't know why, I could jump the fire and dance a wild ballet. Cover the raindrops in your eyes. Seeing is believing. Let every heartbeat energize. Never mind that thundercloud. There's a time to shout aloud and cry. I'm having a feel-good day, and it's all on the bright side. It's starting to go my way, from a crawl to a joyride. Though I don't know why, I could jump the fire and dance a wild ballet. Just enough, shake the blues off. Now we're changing, it's all on the bright side. Life is better when we're headed, rearranging, a crawl to a joyride. Just I'm having a feel-good day. Now we're changing, it's all on the bright side. Life is starting to go my way, so go my way. I'm having a feel-good day. My head's gone, yeah, it's miles away. I've lost my head, my head, my head, my head's gone, yeah, it's miles away. I've lost my head, my head, my yeah. No shame for moral corruption, no blame for social disruption. Your dead beard and your dead eyes do nothing for your poor disguise. My head's gone, yeah, it's miles away. I've lost my head, my head, my head, my head's gone, yeah, it's miles away. I've lost my head, my head, my yeah. Abject humiliation.
He was playing Dota before I could talk.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Great North American Dota Quiz. I've got Nigma Galaxy joining me. I've got Omar. I've got Noob. How do you guys feel about your knowledge about North America and NA Dota?
You can go first.
I know nothing.
Excellent.
I know a bit.
Okay, all right. Do you guys even know of the team called Bottom Bottom?
I know one player in that roster. It's Ali.
Correct. There are 4 more players. I'm only going to help you. I'll help you with this one. So there are 2 more players that you would definitely know. One of them won TI, and it was not for Evil Geniuses. He won a more recent TI.
It was Snaking, I think.
Snaking, correct. Another player is, you'll see him at a lot of TI finals, but he is usually Talent.
It's Fogged.
Fogged,
I think so.
right. It was AUI 2000, Fogged, Snaking, Tides of Time, and Way Too Sexy.
Yeah.
Can you name 10 U.S. states? You don't have to get to 10. We'll see how many we can
Chicago.
get. Okay, Chicago is a city, but close.
What? State. North Carolina.
Okay, yeah.
South Carolina.
Is there actually South Carolina?
Yeah,
It's 2 different states?
Yeah, those are 2 different states.
Texas?
Texas.
Washington.
Good one. Washington. There
Washington,
you go.
D.C.
Washington, D.C. is a territory technically, but we'll say that's 5. That's okay. That's okay.
Illinois.
Illinois. Correct. That is where Chicago is.
Is Michigan.
Michigan.
Okay.
That's a good one.
Arizona.
Arizona. All right.
Bro, help me. Come on, play, bro. Play. Help, please.
Think of what is one of the biggest cities. Very famous.
New York.
Right. And that is also a state.
Okay.
On the West Coast, think of it's a big, long state. It's known for its Los Angeles.
Virginia? No.
Virginia? Oh, I mean, that's a state. That's a state.
But it's not the one
I was
you
thinking
meant.
of.
I was thinking about the one you meant, actually.
It starts with a C.
California.
Hey, there you go. That's 10. Good work. Hey, you guys did it.
11, actually.
What is the third biggest city in the U.S.? What do you think the biggest city is in the U.S.?
New York.
New York.
There you go. All right, that's number 1. What do you think the second biggest city is?
Washington, D.C.
It's in California. You said it earlier.
Los Angeles.
Los Angeles. Now,
LA.
the third biggest city. It's in Illinois.
Chicago.
Chicago.
Easy.
Yay, you knew it. For this next question, I have to first ask you, when were you born?
2000.
2000, okay?
2002.
Okay. In what year did Fear play his first competitive Dota tournament?
Probably before we were born.
Not quite, not quite. Not quite.
Dota 2, bro. Come on, don't do it like that.
No, it was a Dota 1 tournament, so yeah. So we are going.
Dota 1, not.
Yep.
Okay. 2003.
A little too far.
2008.
Close. 2006. He was playing on Complexity.
Oh my.
Complexity Gaming.
He was playing Dota before I could talk.
How many North American players and coaches have won TI?
أيوة, Snaking, Fear, Sumail, PPD,
Yep.
Universe.
Yep.
Wait.
So you named all of the EG players.
Yeah, and Snaking.
And Snaking. So you're missing the coach of EG. He is the NA coach. He's just
Moon?
the guy when you go for coach. Oh, that oof. Not Moon.
Not Moon?
Yeah, he's currently coaching Bulba. There you go. So that was their list. They forgot an 8th person, this recent TI. So Liquid,
Yeah.
right? On the last TI. Blitz. There you go.
Coach. Yeah.
So that was 8. All right. That was the last question. How do you guys feel like you did?
Decent.
I think you guys did pretty damn
decent. I think I did very well.
Average.
Yeah, you.
It's a team game.
They work together in the lane, by the way. All right, thanks, guys. Thanks for watching.
Thank you.
person you'd be searching for. I had 5 reasons in 1996, 7 minutes in this heavenly sin. I'm picking you up, I made you a mixtape, I played you. I'm calling you up, meet me at Twin Pines Mall. The future's in. Back to the future, I'll never lose it. I'm at your door. Back to the future, I'll never lose it. I'm at your door. Ate my heart for lunch. We're just 90s kids, and there's 10 reasons that you hated this. I could count the ways that I love you so. Every petal from a bouquet of roses. I'm picking you up, I made you a mixtape, I played you. I'm calling you up, meet me at Twin Pines Mall. The future's in. Back to the future, I'll never lose it. I'm at your door. Back to the future, I'll never lose it. I'm at your door. In a memory so sensory, I still smell your Camry. Whoa, I'm at your door. Back to the future, I'll never lose it. I'm at your door. Ten, nine, 8, 7 minutes in heaven. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Back to the future, I'll never lose it. I'm at your door. Back to the future, I'll never lose it. I'm at your door. In a memory so sensory, I still smell your Camry. Whoa, I'm at your door. Back to the future, I'll never lose it. I'm at your door.
ESL One Raleigh is brought to you by DHL and 1xBet.
Welcome back, everyone, to ESL One Raleigh 2025. We are now live with our second series of the day. Some more upper bracket Dota to be played before we head into the Raleigh Convention Center tomorrow. It is going to be Falcons. It is going to be Team Spirit going head-to-head. And, you know, the big storyline here, gentlemen, has, of course, been, I would say, the stand-in situation, right, John? Quinn, you know, stepping in, I should say, very comfortably here into this game, into this team, hasn't he?
Yeah, and he's made it North American. You know, he's got his connection back with Snaking. He's got his connection back with Crit. Falcons are the last North American hope in our North American tournament in North Carolina. Lots of North here, Richie.
Yes, sir. Yes, there is. And like I said, folks, thanks for joining with us. Myself, your Seeking Strike, John, and Winter, as, of course, the main crew are getting set up, just making sure everything is right in that Raleigh Convention Center to welcome you and a roaring NA crowd in for the rest of the playoffs. Winter, what do you think here about Spirit? We did manage to catch one of their games in general. Were you overall quite impressed? This is a team that's skipping ESL, make that Dream League season 26, right? So this is the last time we'll probably see them for a while. What do you think about these guys?
I think for sure they look really impressive, you know. I think Lau has found his footing. He played amazing in a lot of the games. I felt like he was kind of also underperforming the last couple of months, and he also like made a little hint about maybe he's going to retire if he couldn't really find a good enough level. And also happy that he's found his motivation. He's found a way to bring his level back up, and now the team's doing really well.
Yeah, certainly. And I think, you highlight Laurel. I think John highlights Quinn. It's a lot about the mid laners these days, and particularly, pardon me, about the mid lane meta, right, John? And Winter, I think.
Yeah, it's certainly, it's felt like a lot's been coming out of that mid. And it's going to be really interesting to see that in comparison here, like what heroes they pick, what's the most effective, as we do have a little graphic that Winter has so thoughtfully prepared for us, or asked to be prepared for us.
Oh, come on. Come on, John. I just gave some notes, I didn't actually do the graphic. But thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yes. It was your idea.
Very nice of you. Yeah, I mean, so we see like some of the heroes that both teams are doing really well, like at least more than 3 games, but there are also a couple of heroes with 2 games. Storm is the one that I feel like stands out a lot. He's a hero that I feel like I think a lot of the games, we look at the draft, okay, we talk about the mid laner, what does the team need? They need some scaling and some catch, It's always Storm, Storm gives you those 2 things. He scales, he gives you a catch, he allows you to do really well, and he also pairs really well with some of the heroes that are very, very strong in the current meta.
Yeah, and I think the one that really gets highlighted, and the one that really stands out to me, is this combination for Storm and Kotal. Mind you, these win rates are really good on the Storms we're seeing here as their most effective, but Storm Spirit in general has not had the most shining stats, maybe down to a few of the teams picking it up, not being here anymore, but its win rate has actually been a little bit lower on average for the rest of the teams. It's been a little bit better with that Kotal on hand. And talking about the Storm Spirit and Kotal combo, it was down when me and Mike were casting. We watched a lot of the Falcons games at some point. They were running this quite a fair bit, and it just looked amazing. We were talking to Snaking about this in their post-game. They were like, yeah, the connection would crit. It's really easy for them to play. It's really easy for them to just dominate the map. So I feel like the Storm's a big part, certainly is, but it's really that connection again to the Keeper of the Light, which we also just saw highlighted in our last series as well. The Kotal, when it did come out, just felt so obnoxious to play up against.
I mean, there's also something else I feel like it's connected to, because right now I feel like the mid laners have a very different role, more of an off-lane role. They have to do a lot of things to help the team, and you can't really be so greedy. And before, I think that when you look at Falcons, they have this very unique thing in a way where their mid laner and off laner share a lot of heroes, Maureen and Amar. But right now, it kind of doesn't really feel like that. It's the type of meta for that to work. It feels like you want to share heroes between your safe laner and off laner. Like the Wraith King or Medusa are those good examples, And then you kind of want your mid laner to be that. He's going to always do that space maker kind of hero, It's going to be very, very stable for them, And now with Quinn, it kind of feels like they have the right mid laner for this meta because of that unfortunate visa situation,
Yeah, I think that's kind of interesting, right? It almost seems like if for a team that does have a stand-in, this kind of meta with that sort of particular mid laner, it's like it makes it very easy, pardon me, for that player to stand in and be that space creator.
Yeah, it certainly does. And again, it's from what I've seen when Falcons were playing a few of those group stage games. There was really no disconnect. They were just playing perfectly. I love the aggression I was seeing out. He fills that emptiness that was just fine. So I want to see if they maintain that in the playoffs. It's a little bit of a different environment. And again, a team like Team Spirit, certainly a different caliber.
Yeah. Certainly. I think we can talk a lot about the teams, what we know, but ultimately, fellas, we are not actually over in beautiful North Carolina to talk with the players. However, we do have one gentleman that is ready there to speak to the players. It's going to be Lyrical. Let's see what he has to say and who he caught up with.
I'm joined here by Maposhka
of Team Spirit. Team Spirit, high placement again in this tournament, as we've come to expect from you guys. You did a little shrug. Are you not entirely satisfied with the results of the group stage?
I don't know. I think it's something like nothing special for us already. Last time we usually playing good in group stage, but after that something going wrong. But in that tournament, here is no any break between group stage and playoff. How it usually was before. So I hope it will help us. And I don't know, we'll see. I guess we are ready to play today.
You guess you're ready to play today. I think you look super ready, honestly. And the other thing that I've been excited to sort of see come about with you guys again, you've been playing a lot of different types of heroes. I think that's been a trend throughout this tournament. It's around 31 heroes, I think, that I've seen you play so far. Do you feel like you kind of have a clear idea right now on where the meta is? I know there's a lot of talk coming into this event that there would be a lot of different types of heroes getting played because of the changes to not being able to see high-ranked matchmaking. Where do you feel like Team Spirit is at right now in terms of your understanding of the meta and what you want to play?
I can't really say that we understand meta enough, but we definitely have some ideas, like some heroes, like we a little bit change our approach to drafts and like what heroes we want to play against. So at least I guess at least we know what heroes we won't play against. So it just depends like who you play against. Like here is a lot of teams and they have different play style, different like they picking different heroes, different ideas. So you always need to adapt sometimes. So yeah.
All right, fair enough. Last question. Coming into this match, were you more focused on trying to think about what Falcons was going to be doing, or were you more focused on your own drafts and what you wanted to sort of accomplish in them?
I think both. We always think like what enemies can pick and like how we're gonna counter it, and we trying to imagine like what they're gonna pick, how we're gonna answer on that hero. Will we feel comfortable if we pick like that? So it's just like we thinking in both ways, like always trying to counter enemies and pick some comfortable heroes for us.
Absolutely. Well, Team Spirit, last time you guys were here, I believe you won TI. Let's see if you can come away with the victory here in this one as well. So we head on back to the panel.
And a very good tournament grounds for the side of Spirit there, as Lyrical points out. Let's see if they can continue that run now over on the East Coast in North Carolina as compared to Seattle and take a match victory here over their opponents. Gentlemen, talking a little bit more about Falcons. You can see them getting loose, stretching out. That's my boy Amar doing a little Whoa! Oh my, he's going to be bringing the power. Oh my God, I don't know if they're going to be ready. Okay, calm, cool, and collected.
Yeah, they are definitely ready for this game.
They are. I love that Amar still had the neck pillow. You know, Mike LaPhoenix had a lot of strong words about anyone that uses a neck pillow. It's been working out well for Amar. You know, I believe the word Mike LaPhoenix said were only idiots use neck pillows. I don't think Amar is an idiot. I think he's looking great. And I think all Falcons is looking great. Look, Spirit, historically in this matchup, it's been Falcons heavy. And, you know, again, Falcons coming in with a stand-in. It hasn't felt like it's really changed anything here, man, Winter.
Yeah, I mean, this is, I think, a really bad matchup for them because Falcons like to play really fast. If you compare both carries that they have, Falcons with Skitter, he plays a carry style that is really, really towards his team, and he wants to accelerate everyone's farm and everyone's game, whereas you compare that to Radan, which is kind of more slower pace, you know, like a satanic type of playstyle where he wants to farm up, you know, get his core items, take things slow, and try to, you know, play the long game, you know. So it's a very difficult matchup, you know, for them to be able to deal with the speed coming from Falcons.
Yeah, we saw the speed, we saw the flexibility, we saw Amar staying lumber, staying comfortable with that neck pillow as well, right? But we also got the inside scoop with Amar as Lyrical caught up for a pre-match interview with him.
Thank you so much, panel. I'm here with Amar, who apparently has never taken off the neck pillow. This is the new look for you, right? We're going to expect it in every tournament, hopefully.
I decided this tournament to be, I mean, obviously I want to be more like Marine because he's not here, but I decided to also like steal something from Sibel because when he won TI, he had this.
Awesome. In the U.S., neck pillow necessary. That's what I'm hearing right now. My favorite hero of all time is Darkseer. I love to see you play it. Can you talk a little bit about this hero? We just saw 33 freaking own with it in the previous game that we're playing. How do you feel about the hero?
I think the hero is good. I think he's a very stable hero. It's easy to play this hero right now because you can just jungle. Like this patch is a bit stupid because you just jungle level 3 on almost every hero. Like any hero can do it, you just go. And yeah, I mean, it's a bit boring, you know. You don't do anything, but like you're there, you know.
That hurts me deeply. You say that, but that's okay. I also wanted to question real quickly because the other hero that you're sort of well known for is Bristleback, and you just told me right before we started this interview it's been out first or second against you in almost every single game that you're playing. Do you think you're going to get to play it? If you do get it through, you going to pick it?
I mean, I was shocked. Like, I knew that Bristol got banned every game, but then someone told me it's getting banned first every time. And then I'm like, wait, is that real? And then I checked it, and they're like, holy shit, it's actually getting banned. Like, people are like, it's like, I actually remember that when we play against any team, it's like insta ban Bristol, and then the second one, like, take 15 seconds, then they get banned. But, I mean, playing Bristol, like, I wish to play more Bristol. You know, I love this hero, but I think people understand they should not give it to me.
They understand you shouldn't give it to them. Back to you guys on the panel. Thank you so much, panel. I'm here with...
Easy way to try and stop Amar from winning, just don't give it to him. But how can you? I mean, again, man staying comfy. He's got the noise canceling headset on. He's got the neck pillow. They are thinking that they're about to take off, go to cruising altitude, and take the series 2-0 over Team Spirit. I think that's what you had predicted in our 1x predictions, Winter, wasn't it?
Yeah, because of the contrast of playstyle, I think Falcons have the speed and they have the draft to do it, you know. It's going to be up to Team Spirit to come up with some answers to slow the game down, to try to defend their towers, drag it out, and yeah, hopefully get to the late game stage where they play their best Dota.
Yeah, that tends to be where they succeed. Spirit, let's see if they can get it done as we take a look at Quinn on camera, staying comfy in the jacket, in the cold here. We'll see if that's going to be enough to ice him out as we get underway with our first draft of
what we have here.
Look at this. Straight away. Don't let them have it. They were listening.
Yeah, just can't give it to Amar. You know, I want to go back to just Amar a little bit, right? Like you were mentioning. He's got the neck pillow. He's feeling comfy. He's stretched out. You could say he's ready for a flight with the Falcons. They're going to take flight. Falcons flight all set up. And that's a wonderful roller coaster, by the way, if no one knows the reference. It's a big one that's opening up soon at some point. Still, this game is even bigger, of course. I'm keen on seeing whether or not we actually get the Kotl sliding through, because Team Spirit are just banning Amar here. Is Darkseer gone? Maybe they take care of something like, say, Doom if they're worried about it, or Beastmaster could be a more flexible ban. But I worry about allowing the Kotl through. You could sneak and kind of take it away on Team Spirit as well. Again, I mean, even if Tinker's left in the pool, it's just like, you don't care. If you have Kotl,
Well,
you take it every single time.
John? We interviewed Rue from Team Spirit, and he doesn't think Kotl is okay now.
Oh, there it is. It's gone.
We were asking him about Kotl. He's like, oh, Kotl is fine, you know, there's heroes to counter, and he's like, he thinks it's okay to play into Kotl, but not this time, you know.
Not this time.
So the Kotl picks the hero.
Not with these mids, I think. You know, I think with the mids, like John, you had that stat about the Storm Spirit. I just think with the kind of mid laners you have on Spirit and Falcon, Laurel versus Quinn, it's like, you don't want to enable them anymore with this kind of a hero, whether they're on an Ember or a Storm or some Puck, some spellcaster space creating hero. Just don't make your game any harder. Ban out that Kotl. Start with a strong laner, Jakiro. I like it. I'm behind it.
Yeah, I like the response from Falcons going for the Ancient Apparition that we tend to see banned out as well. It's a really good solution to maybe some of the sustain that we've seen teams kind of bring out, especially on, say, durable off lanes. You've got a little bit of an answer to help soften them up. And like Winter pointed out, the combinations with potentially a tiny mid or any magic dealing mid, it's going to feel amazing with an AA on hand. So I like seeing this for Falcons. It is very interesting that, you know, Tinker isn't a consideration at this point. Maybe it will be down the line, but it does feel like we've seen the Tinker-Jakiro support duo not really pan out. AA Tinker also feels kind of wonky.
Not really a big fan of that duos, you know, Jakiro or AA. Well, unless you do it mid, you know, maybe it could work. But overall, as a support duo, it doesn't really give you the balance, right? So right now, both teams, you know, snagging up the position 5 heroes, because a lot of the cores are banned. So the good cores, the strong cores that you want to open your draft with. So you see the supports being picked up right away. So now you're going to try to ban out the combination, the hero combinations. I think with Jakiro, you tend to always think about like Ember Spirit. Do you have an extra ban, you know? Because Ember is not a hero that you really want to ban unless you have nothing important to ban, you know, just to take away the combo. It's a little bit similar to when you see people pick PA, then you see the Warlock getting banned or the Warlock getting snatched away from them, you know?
Did you see what Amar was holding there, by the way? I think it was a finger splint, wasn't it? It's probably lucky for him that Spirit banned out the bristle so he doesn't have to be spamming the quill button, you know? Saves him a little bit of carpal tunnel.
You know what? I think it's good for him, you know?
I agree.
He played too much Bristol, and if you watch the games where there was a couple of weeks where he was playing a lot of Bristol, and then when he had to play something else, he didn't play it well, like the Mars, Mars is a hero that traditionally, when you think about Amar, it's his signature hero. But that couple of weeks he's been playing so much Bristol, I felt like he forgot how to play the Mars.
It makes sense, right? Bristleback is such a... Oh, it's such an intensive hero, man. Spamming your spells out, looking for that position. It's certainly very different from the Mars. I do like this, though. I mean, they ban out the Tiny, obviously, with the AA combo, but Bristleback left in pool, that's another Amar here that he's done particularly well for himself in this tournament so far. I mean, they've only picked it once, but the Beastmaster has felt pretty impactful. Maybe not the highest in win rate, but again, maybe that's touched down by a few teams that haven't had the most success anyhow. I do like seeing this. I feel like for Beastmaster, we've seen both Wild Hunt and Inner Beast kind of come out. All of those feel very viable. We've seen the Ags rush, we've seen the Blink rush with it, we've seen the Dominator rush as well. I feel like the versatility of this hero and what it does in lane is just something that you really can't ever sign off in a draft.
Yeah. And actually, John, you spoke about the win rate of this hero. You may be right about the Beastmaster itself. I think it said it was the 7th most picked or banned hero. But we were taking a look at those Coddle Storm stats earlier, and I couldn't help but notice that this Beast Ancient Apparition, this duo, has been picked 5 times. It's won all 5 times. So there might be some really nice synergy here between just Roar giving that easy setup for Ancient Apparition. I'm not really sure what there is. Any theories here? Or is it just 2 really strong heroes, Winter?
No, it's just the combo of the Raw. And on top of that, AA, you always want to have a frontliner that soaks up a lot of the attention from your opponent so that you can just hide behind in your little corner there, just cast your Ice Vortex one after the other and wait for your opponents to freeze to death. I think Beastmaster is like the perfect hero to be able to do that for the AA. And Team Spirit, once again, we see this toss into AA all the time. The counter and the snowball can also be used defensively for the Raw. And you have your support duo right here, right away. Toss, Jakiro, a very balanced support duo. One is the Hunter, the other one is the Farmer. You push out the lanes.
Yeah, I like the foundations for Spirit as well. Both of these supports and the side lanes can get quite aggressive depending on what you do take out on safe and off. So it just provides a lot of answers. As Winter pointed out, the save potential is big. Always something that we used to see as well into Beastmaster and Roar. They go for the Kunkka on top, so adding that durability into the equation can be nice as well. It's a decent enough counterpoint to AA because of the damage delay, so it can buy you some time, even if you are Ice Blasted up. And it can kind of manage, say, the summons coming out from Beastmaster with Tidebringer. So I don't mind us too much from the side of Spirit. I am maybe not the biggest believer in Kunkka myself. I know the stats aren't too bad on the hero. It just feels like, I don't know, it feels like overall Kunkka has a little bit of an identity crisis, right? Since his Ags got reworked, since the Rum buff got kind of upped and down, the damage on Tidebringer was brought down. Like it feels
better as a
bit
carry, right?
Yeah.
That's where you're trying to go at. Like before he was like a mid/off laner, but right now it feels like you want to buy Radiance and to stand in the middle of a fight, and that's better on a carry role.
Yeah, I think I've seen like a Radiance Blade Mail highlight of sometime in this tournament where this Kunkka is just standing in the enemy triangle and returning, dealing all this damage, and he just refuses to die, right? Just some in the middle of the fight hero.
Yeah, I mean he's really good into the beast in the lane and in the game itself. You can catch him. I mean, if he rolls your teammate, you have the boat you already mentioned to protect. So I think overall it makes a lot of sense. And like who knows, it could be like a flex pick for them. If they need to move it around. I think at this junction you kind of want to keep things open by having a core that can be moved around your draft, so everything is easy to pick, especially the 18 pick. And Falcons right now, they go for the ring and the DK, which is their type of flex pick. The DK can be moved to the mid, can be moved to the safe lane. And DK into Kunkka mid lane, if you ever put the Kunkka mid, it's going to be very easy for the DK to play that lane. So overall, the draft is still pretty open for Falcons. A lot of magic damage, a lot of stuns, a lot of catch. I mean, it's a perfect setup for AA and Ringmaster, those backliners.
Yeah, I would say for the side of Spirit, coming into with these support duos into Beastmaster and DK, and with the Kunkka on hand, it just doesn't feel like you've got enough damage. You have a lot of survivability on Team Spirit. This could be one way to alleviate. Yeah, the Clinks coming out, that could be a very good source of the damage coming in, and it gets a little bit more durable as well with the Kunkka, right? You've got these ways of dancing around with the Consume. You're going to have some HP on hand. You've got the Kunkka to help stall things out. I like the tempo now lining up from Spirit, because if they didn't pick something like this Clinks, damage would be an issue, right? Like, there's the saves from the Ringmaster, there's just how durable DK has been throughout the past year, which is kind of insane to think about, that this here is still relevant. Kind of annoys me, but you know me, Richie, I'm a little bit of a hater.
Yeah, of course, especially for these annoying heroes, right? And
The anti-fun heroes, right, John?
Yeah,
yes. Got picked once before. It was by Team Tidebound. They did win their game over BB Team.
Yeah, I think that was, I think we were, was that something? Yeah, we were watching that with Mike. And he did get Suppressive Fire as a facet as well, the mischance on Strafe. So it's pretty interesting. I think in the few Clinks games we've seen elsewhere, it was always the other facet, the teleportation. So it was a little bit interesting because I normally never saw that. It did feel really strong. Again, the damage in lane is pretty good. Like, now you've got Clink's Tusk. That is a overwhelmingly strong physical lane to play into Beastmaster even. That is enough damage to get things done.
Definitely a Ghost Scepter game here, I would say the least, for these supports on Falcons. Nullifier is going to come out. It's going to get dangerous and get pretty dicey in these fights. But Spirit,
get a Ghost Scepter.
Definitely. Otherwise, you are a minced meat here to this combo. Spirit, they will have 23rd pick here, Winter. They got a little bit more damage now with the Clinks out. What do you think this draft is still lacking? What do they need here to get a full course?
Aura hero, maybe someone to like hold the map, an anchor. But I'm thinking whether the Conquer can actually do it. Are they actually going to move the Conquer there, or because they're banning Husker, they're preparing to put Conquer mid as well? I mean, if they want another anchor, it's like something like a Centaur. Okay, they just ban it. So they ban out Mars and Centaur. So that's still like, what, a Tide, I guess?
Yeah, the Tide is the one that's kind of appealing to me for Team Spirit. I think it just doubles down on that durability. It gives you good setup for the rest of your spells. You can get some good value from your Macro Pyre now, because that is one thing, like, unless you catch them in shards, your AoE hold, probably not going to catch too many people. At least if they're very disciplined with the Torrent and the Boat. So Tide could be great. It's double melee showing on Falcons. That flex on the DK. DK onto safe lane Tide. Not the best of times for the DK for sure, as Tide Hunter can just anchor smash away. So I wouldn't mind that here for Team Spirit. Falcons would probably just have to stick to DK mid and find something else here for Skitter to kind of get things done. I do feel like if you will go Tide, Falcons... Okay, no, they just go for the Storm that we're talking about, all right?
Just ignored. Wow, okay.
I mean, there's no Kotl, but Storm here is still... It's pretty good against the backliners, because whenever you're playing into A and Ringmaster, you kind of always want heroes that can actually just get to them, you know? A can't really do much against the Storm until you get a Rod of Atos, or you maybe don't even have a chance to go Rod of Atos depending on the game, you know? You might have to just go Glimmer, defensive item, 4-star. Very good against the Tusk, very good against their lineup.
Yeah, I will say
and right
as
now,
well,
Falcons probably thinking about whether they want to put like the DK mid against the Storm, yeah, and pick another carry.
I think you could get away with the safe lane DK now, because I think the lane matchup against Kunkka is pretty fine. You're going to tank through it. You're going to farm. You can breed fire to mitigate some of that damage as well, and you can maybe look for something else mid. It's just that DK mid is also like all right against Storm. It's just one of those heroes. They'll go with the Ember instead for Quinn, something to style on. I will say, again, back to the stats that we were seeing there on the Storm, like 44% win rate without Kotl. You have to consider that Team Spirit played a lot of games of Storm without the Kotl themselves. So they were probably a part of that equation in making it 44% anyway. So a lot of the wins coming from Laurel. And I do appreciate what they're going for in these drafts, right? Like the hard hold for the Ember here as well for Falcons. It's not really there. I mean, there's some follow through. Maybe X back into Ice Pat can be nice. Snowball with a blink could be nice. There is some ways of catching Quinn out at the very least.
Yeah, I mean,
I also do feel like the Beastmaster, if he's able to snowball, he's going to be a very easy target to rotate over, you know, with the Ember Spirit.
We just saw the 1x odds there as well. I mean, look, I've got to be honest with you. Yes, it is a little bit of my NA fanboyism coming in, but I see a CCNC Ember Spirit, some nice poking and prodding with then the hard commitment of an Ice Blast, this Wheel of Wonder. I really like the way that this team fight breaks down from Falcons. I'm not sure, Winter. Do you think Spirit will be able to outmaneuver, outfight here in this game?
I mean, they definitely have the tools with the Klings and the Storm, you know, and they're very aggressive support with the Tusk and Jakiro. I would say that they are much stronger than the A and the Ringmaster in the early game. Sure, if you get to the mid late game when you have a lot of levels, the A and Ringmaster can showcase their team fighting abilities, but I think in the early game, Team Spirit actually has the much faster lineup, you know. And in the pre-show, we mentioned about Team Spirit maybe being the slower team against Falcons, so they completely change up their plan. You know, they want to be able to outpace Falcon or at least match their pace with these Klings.
We'll see how it gets going here. The last time Quinn played against Team Spirit in North America, it was in Seattle. Didn't go the way they wanted. This time, though, different sort of match, but still the pressure is on in the upper bracket here at ESL One Raleigh as Quinn stands in for Team Falcons. We'll see if they are going to be able to make things work here. John, your preference here if you had to choose a side?
I would say I'd lean towards Falcons as well. Not out of a North American bias, although I am North American in heart, but mainly because I do feel like there's a lot of tempo Team Spirit has to play into, and if they miss out that tempo, I don't know if this Klings can keep up, and you're not going to have that many major damage sources. The backline's always going to be exposed for the Storm, sure, but facing up against these cores with how durable they can be, there are ways to counteract the Klings later on.
We'll see just how things get going here as game one is set. We have our casters ready, and now let's go and hear how this game plays out.
Cheers, boys. Yeah, all too fitting. These two teams are meeting in the upper bracket already. You know, storied history between them over the past couple of years as they trade series back and forth. And most recently this year, it's been Falcons with a slight upper hand. Waga, as we head into game one of this best of three with some quirky picks again.
Yeah, we see Team Spirit coming out and trying something a bit different, a bit new. Very interesting to see the swap out there towards the end, putting the Storm in and saying, okay, this is going to be collapse on Kunkka. We've seen Kunkka fill every single role this tournament, pretty much, at least on the core roles. We've seen it mid, carry, offlane. I think they have a pretty nice draft to play early aggression. Like Winter pointed out, this lineup comes online really early with the Klings able to make moves. And this game, by the way, it started before the draft even. There was some Bristleback talk, you know, in the interview. There was also a Bristleback emote being spammed or being put out in the lobby chat by Amar. So the Bristol first phase ban, I think he got in their head before the game started, Gareth. He was there, I mean, he was doing the prep work.
He was saying he went back and looked, you know, his friend told him they're first banning Bristle against you, and he's like, yeah, they're doing it, and they're insta-doing it as well. It's not just a bit of deliberation thinking, it is a straight-up Bristle ban against Amar every single time, and yeah, with good reason. This time around on the Beastmaster, though, and one of these heroes that, like Richie said, a very high win rate alongside the Ancient Apparition, because AA loves this kind of open map where you can find pickoffs globally, and Raw helps you out tremendously as well. But on this AA topic, I want to say Team Spirit, looking at this AA, they have made one of the best heroes of this tournament look like he's going to have a really rough game, huh?
Yeah, they have. They have fantastic heroes for jumping in. The Klings can sneak in there. Tusk can roll in, of course. And then you have the Storm Spirit. The biggest threat in the mid game is going to be that he can get on snaking. So snaking really has to work his positioning. But this is a master at positioning. The man plays Crystal Maiden in current year. You know, that tells you enough that he is fine playing these squishy heroes. He's happy with it. But yeah, I do want to point out that AA, he's got multiple partners in this game as well that he can pair up his ulti with. I'm always a big fan of that, always looking for that. And they have 3 heroes who can initiate for the AA ulti follow-up. That's really beautiful.
Yeah, tons of this kind of open poking ability. You don't need to commit for stuff, but when you do commit, you can annihilate someone for the ultis you've got. And down in this bottom lane, Skitter and Snaking already laying it on thick. Collapse down to half health because Rue's Tusk has dragged the wave.
It's a very weak lane though, Kunkka and Tusk. It doesn't really threaten to do much at all. And if Kunkka struggles against DK mid, it's way worse when you have to be the off laner against the safe lane Dragon Knight, who has the backing of that artillery, the AA, able to just do whatever he wants. So they're doing shenanigans bottom, pulling the creep wave back, but that gives Snaking the time to get the D ward on the small camp. They're gonna have a fantastic time on Radiant here down bottom.
Yeah, Rue shows up and loses about 20% of his health immediately. Let's get off with the breathe fire. But does this lane get easier for Team Spirit? Like level 1 is super hard, but do they get something at level 3, level 4? Can they fight back?
They have chances to go on AA. There are going to be timings. When they have their level 2 on Tusk, then they can look for a place, but ultimately this lane is going to be very, very Falcon favored. So I think just get what you can in terms of farm. Kunkka, get your items that you can get down here. bigger lanes with more potential is going to be definitely top lane. So much kill potential between these two lanes. And mid, of course, also mechanically an outplay type lane.
Storm versus Ember, the classic. And for now, just gathering up their water runes, farming against each other. Ember with a slight lead out with these initial waves. And that top lane, Clinks, Jakiro. So what was it? Clinks have been played once before by Tidebound and won. And this is the second game of the tournament for him. A hero that's been off the radar for a lot of teams, and myself included.
Yeah, we haven't seen it much at all. In general, it's been played like here and there. Some Eastern European teams have brought it out, and it's been more popular over in China as well. Some like Chinese teams like playing Clinks every now and then. Feels like a hero that they bring out, but not the most common hero. I think, as the panel pointed out, this is just Team Spirit trying to adapt to the tempo of Team Falcons. If you look even at average game duration, Falcons generally have much shorter games and Team Spirit a little bit slow. So feels like they were worried about that, getting run over.
They try and meet and match the expectations, especially in game 1 of a best of 3. Show Falcons, no pushovers. And so far, it's looking pretty decent for the Falcons, though. And farming on that Ember Spirit. Beastmaster having a great time top. Amar even in farm with the Clinks even. While the Dragonite and Kunkka kind of trailing behind a little bit down in that bottom lane.
Yeah,
I'd expect Skitter to be ahead a little bit, no?
Yeah, but they denied some creep when they pulled the creep wave back, and that was just something Skeeter can't counteract. Like they pulled half the creep wave or on the first one, and then they denied next creep wave. So that's like -6 creeps they could not get. So it's not really that he's been missing CS, it's just the value of pulling back like that, the way Tusk did.
A shard block on the courier as well. What's that? Crit denying a water rune, letting Quinn bottle the other, so no refill for Larl. And still sitting around mid. Miposhka's Jakiro comes in onto crit. A lot of damage from this. Man. Dual breath, liquid frost, and fire. The final touches. He's got to get up to high ground and launch another dual breath here at the Ringmaster to take him down. It looks like first blood should be there for the Jakiro.
Getting caught 1v1ing, that's not really what you want. The Ringmaster gets too close to Jakiro, and he's gonna get time to scout out the stacks as well. So he knows that there are stacks being made. Saw both the stacks on the Ancient and the big camp. And that's information that's valuable to have. You know that you're against the Beastmaster. Maybe you can get there and contest them.
And it's also forced crit to come across. Well, I guess he's gonna stack up, but they're pinging out, expecting some vision placed down there. Miposhka placed it a little further closer to the lane, not in the triangle itself.
Yeah, tried to stack, but the block on the big camp, and he actually was too late on pulling the Ancient, so didn't get either.
That's so upsetting. When you place a sentry, walk up the high ground, and the ward expires as you're about to start hitting it. Now they've seen the Ringmaster move mid, though. Amar getting chased down by this Jakiro and Clinks. 2 ranged heroes just hounding the Beastmaster.
One more dual breath.
Another dual breath to go. So Amar about to be tapped down, and 2 kills from Miposhka early on in this game.
Miposhka really the man of the hour. Good positioning on the back of his kill first. They get one more. And meanwhile, mid, aggressive play coming out from Quinn. Has level 6 ahead of the Storm.
Collapse is fine bottom, and yeah, in that mid lane, Quinn going to Remnant away. Rue showed up to bodyguard Laurel. Just blood being spilt everywhere, you know. I was watching up at top as well. Crit was being forced back to his tower by Radan and Miposhka. And we see the strength of this Jakiro. He's basically 1v2 zoning people out of lane and giving the Clinks a completely free time.
He's considering getting the Dragon Knight, but it would be hard if he goes through the gate. Instead, top, setting up on the Beastmaster.
Where's this Tusk come from? Grabs a haste rune, rotates top, snowball, and tag team going, but not enough damage to finish off Amar. I would have needed Miposhka there from the get-go. He wasn't quite in time.
Yeah, he was considering that rotation towards the bottom lane. Not gonna make it. 30 seconds, we have the Wisdom Rune coming in. Rue is actually gonna go for a reset. Could die in the jungle.
And then a stun bottom. Dragonite starts with a Dragon Tail. They don't have the Cold Feet or any follow-through, though, so Lal's rotation with the Jakiro arriving. Skitter's aggression is going to be turned right around on him.
Feels like this is the common bane for carry players, the Wisdom rotations. People are so happy to TP to your lane because the 7-minute mark, and they want to control the rune. Ember even bailed out. He was sitting there thinking about stealing rune, but knows that there are too many heroes, goes back to mid. We've seen Radahn fall quite a few times to the same exact play, looking to be too aggressive on the rune, and in the group stage we saw him die a few times like that.
Yeah, his spend, right? The classic move, like, oh, I'm so strong, go take the Wisdom Shrine, but you get met with 3 or 4 heroes. Not a move you can really make. Now, with this Kunkka having a few levels under his belt and the backup of the 2 supports, they wrap around in onto Snaking, snipe out the Ancient Apparition. I'm not sure they can do too much in the way of structural damage, but it's going to make Skitter think twice about stepping out on the lane.
Yeah, if they can get the D ward here on the gate, would be very big for them as well. Oh, did he see it? He did see it. Maybe Boschka pings it out. Found the ward. This is making bottom lane very spooky. When you lose your vision, your support just died. Skeeter might just run away, and that could open up potential for this tower to fall.
Laurel, in the meantime, going to zip away from Ember. Quinn trying with his remnants to catch up to him, and he might just have it, a solo kill. Quinn takes out Laurel.
Yeah, faster on the rune pickup as well, so gets the rune. Doesn't even need the rune for the kill, more so as Storm didn't have enough resources to get to safety. There's maybe potential for him to try and go for a remnant into TP outplay, but didn't really get the distance he wanted.
Man, this is a fast tier 1 tower take bottom lane, and we've been talking through the tournament, you know, how important the Radiant tier 1 is due to that Tormentor. Great here for Team Spirit to grab it early on. Beastmaster not able to get to the opposing tier 1. Ember does a little bit of work mid though, and good chip damage there onto that objective, but Radahn will come and shut it down.
Yeah, they got plenty of damage, so anytime they leave, might just be tower falling. And again, stacks being created.
Yeah, Falcons have got to protect that though, right? This is their nest egg. This is their safety net. As Amar is going to get caught out on the top lane. Collapse and Laurel, plenty of control to bring the Beastmaster down. And we can see this move immediately. Beastmaster dies. They're TPing to the stacks because they need to take them now before they're invaded.
Yeah, they want to clear them out, but only a level 6 Dragon Knight along with the Ember. Takes a while to kill them off. Fortunately, though, Team Spirit doesn't look to be invading that quickly. But 4 heroes are on top. I think they're looking for a re-kill on the Beast if they could get it.
Just a lot of resources spent. Yes, you go and take the stacks, but it means mid lane and bot lane kind of free here for the Kunkka and the Clinks to go and gather up resources there.
I mean, Ancients aren't even cleared yet, so that's still going to be stacked up again, I believe, by Crit, looking to make it even larger. And ideally, you want this to go over to Beastmaster. He has level 4 Wild Axes. He does not want to go for the Dominator build. He's going for Aghanim Scepter Rush, and he needs this gold. This is how you get Aghanim Scepter. Once you have that, you start playing the game. But he's farming it under a ward. They know what's going on.
And they don't really have the heroes in the vicinity right now. They could move up there. Storm and Jakiro could set things up.
Onto Ring.
Ringmaster steps down into the low ground, into his little box. Laurel out of mana, and it looks like they'll let Crit slip away.
It just gives them at least the information that there should be a ward, so they get to D-ward. But this is time that Beastmaster had to stop farming the stack for a little bit, stop throwing those axes, and that resets the axe buff up on the Ancients. The more you get, the stronger and faster you clear them. So again, takes a while for him to get this, but doesn't look like they really want to dive in there. Kunkka had no intention of playing that area. In fact, he's got a big stack on the Ancients down bottom. Was this also created by Radiant? I think so. And now he's stacking it up to a quad stack. So effectively, they are stealing a stack, just not the one that we have Falcons playing for right now.
Yeah, it's his now. So Beastmaster's going to finish his. Skitter going to wander back into lane after taking out some of those camps. Working on the Blink Dagger Dragon Knight first up, knowing that this tempo is about to be turned up to 11 from Team Spirit. They make a smoke move with this Ember Spirit, though.
Ooh.
Can't quite catch up to this Storm. Would have loved, slight chains into the Ice Blast. Very likely would have just blown up Laurel, but quick on his fingers to get away.
You know what he was missing there? The 738 patch. The unit count decreased from 3 to 2. There are 2 Mud Golems, 1 Storm, but got unlucky. The RNG a little bit what the steering chain targeted. Could have been the Storm, but Storm gets away.
Things slow down a touch. Looking for these first big items. Maelstrom for the Clinks, of course, a big one. Kaya Storm, always kind of waiting for that moment.
Yeah, I do feel the Lynx was stronger when Maelstrom was built into the Gleipnir, and you could just go Gleipnir plus Shard and you just killed people. That was the Amar play. He was spamming Lynx a lot with that build. Now we'll see him go for, looks like Shard into then Hurricane Pike after the Maelstrom.
I honestly kind of miss the old Orchid Deso days.
Dire's middle tower is
Yeah, the Orchid and just
real
looking for
threat
kills.
back then.
Yeah, that was a very, very aggressive build. They could backfire a lot, but it was always exciting to watch. And once you get it going, it could be really, really effective. This game, though, against a Ringmaster and with that saving potential, might be too risky.
Seems Spirit trying to set up for something bottom.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Less deserving of
Radiant's courier has been killed. Radiant are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Never refuse gold given.
Dire are scanning.
Still here. Don't worry. Waga will be returning as soon as we get this all sorted out. Apologies for the global silence that's hit the casters. Team Spirit Falcons 9-9. So far, a very close game between these two. Have missed the last couple of moves, though. It looks like Collapse got taken down by Quinn. This Ember Spirit 7-0-2 continuing to have an incredibly strong game. And playing up towards top. Onto low. Amar and Snaking both there to snipe out the Storm Spirit. Immediately pinging Collapse, who is quickly on the run. As Radiant Observer Ward is going to realize he didn't run east. They know he's gone through the Twin Gate. But eyes on that top tier 1 tower for Team Falcons. Now getting a mild 1k lead. As it looks like Team Spirit trying to ready themselves for the tier 1 mid lane. Just allowing Falcons to take that space up in the top left corner. They don't commit for the tower though. Swinging down bottom. And Skitter being very defensive here. Wise to stay away from that creep wave. And potential death waiting for him as Team Spirit actually bring all 5 heroes down there. It could be Tormentor time. Falcons readying themselves to go and contest this.
Dire are scanning.
We could have ourselves a big old bloodbath. That was Falcons smoking up. Tormentor already started, down to half HP. Looks like it's too late to stop it from happening, but a really nice Ice Blast. It looked better. I think it only clipped onto 1 hero. It looked bigger on my screen, I swear. Miposhka gets away alive. Collapse and Radahn are out of there. Skitter chasing forward, but even with his blink, he can't catch up to the Storm. A longer wraparound continuing, though. Falcons through the enemy Ancients. Laurel Storm about to step on their heads. Smoke breaks. Amar knows the slight chains and the roar. They found the Storm. A big pick-off for the Falcons. They lose the Tormentor, but they snipe the enemy mid laner. Straight into mid. Quinn is just never-ending aggression. Punched into the sky, but there's nothing that Tusk can do to survive. A quick turn of tempo there as it felt like Team Spirit getting Tormentor, putting themselves in a good position. We're in a pretty nice spot. Falcons say no. It's our map. It's going to feel a little bit sad there. Kunkka gets that pipe after the fight happens. The Kaya Sanj on the Storm not quite ready. Team Spirit just a little behind in their item synchronization. Well, Falcons absolutely ready to go at the drop of a hat. Quinn's got that Mage Slayer. He's going to have Stand in Yasha soon. They've got, what, 2 Pavises? Ancient Apparition and the Ringmaster both have these defensive tools. Great protection against the Clinks, of course. And put these Solar Crest on a Dragonite, you know. Used to be incredibly strong. Still pretty damn good. Team Spirit want to bite back a little bit, though. A big 5-man smoke. And no one's showing on the bottom lane with that Radiant Observer Ward and the creeps meeting. Top lane, the Beastmaster Boar is just freely pushing. So it feels like the Falcons should have a pretty solid idea about this move around the mid-tier 1. And Quinn even bottles the haste rune. Awkward for Spirit. Repositioning themselves. Not going to find anyone. Good positioning there. Out of the Falcons, just dipping behind their tier 1 towers. Staying very defensively. But a little victory for Radahn. He clears out an ancient stack for himself. Amar walks across. It's all gone. That farm has just disappeared. Oh, this Ember Spirit is incredibly tanky. What is he? 11,000 net worth? Slight chains into Ice Blast. And this is what the panel was saying. Very little commitment. They poke at long range. They set up for a kill. That hero is dead, 100-0, no matter what. And then the Ember Spirit, not relying on cooldowns, is straight from mid up to top, playing aggressively onto Tusk. Storm and Clinks, they're splitting their separate ways, heading in different directions. Hello? I think I've got Waga.
I believe we're here. Yeah?
Or maybe not.
Gareth?
Still says he's waiting to connect. Interesting. Yeah, we're trying to get Waga back onto the broadcast one way or the other. Looks like Discord's having some hiccups. Team Spirit now moving down to bottom. They're going to get a catch. Ancient Apparition gets off his Ice Blast. He's dead. And this Dragonite looks pretty done for as well. The 5-man swarming from Team Spirit. Substantial aggressive moves. Shutting down Falcons even with these Nice Ember Spirit rotations. Back into a dead even game. And now a snowball. Buying a bit of time for Rue. The boat. Not going to land anyone. All right, outside this Roche pit, though. No Dragonite for 20 seconds. Does Spirit commit for the Roche take, or are they... Yeah, they're looking for a fight. Clink scurrying around.
Radiant are scanning.
And the scan on scan. Both teams know where each other are. Eponchka a little out in the open. Ember Spirit starts with the chains onto Kunkka. He's got a tidal wave. He's got a pipe. No boat for 40, but there is a roar into the backlines on the Jakiro. Amar finds the opening, and Quinn again looking to poke and maybe get a bit more. But towards the back, Skitter has been found by Laurel, Rue, and Radan. Trading a Jakiro for a Dragon Knight. Team Spirit real happy with the process here. Ember Spirit, another catch on the Tusk, but they'd love to go and grab Laurel. The Storm is deep behind enemy lines. A long ball lightning into TP gets him out of there. Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Gareth. I believe everyone should be able to hear everything. Yeah, we have an assassination on the technical side here as the Discord went down.
I'm so happy you're back.
Yeah. Well, you've done great, man. I've been hearing you for the last minute at least. Just had to get the audio working again. But yeah, Discord seems to have gone down globally, was the call from production. So
yeah, looks like it. But now, what are we? We're on Steam Voice. we've got everything sorted out.
So I had to do some reconnecting. I haven't really caught up to all that has been going down, but looks like it's still a very even and tight game at 12 and 14. Falcons
yeah, it's been super back and
aggression.
forth. Yeah, Ember Spirit's been finding pickoffs. Then the 5-man from Spirit's been strong.
Yeah, I think at this stage, getting one single kill on this Ember could just turn the tide of the game entirely. It's very, very even right now, but he's sitting at 9-0 and 5. He is tanky with the Sanchiasha, along with going for a Shiva's build and Mage Slayer. Definitely not the easiest kill to get, but some of these items that they're building towards as well are going to be very big for them. Getting themselves to the Hurricane Bike.
So far, Falcons only really able to kill the Jakiro. that's all they're finding is Meponchka. Yeah, that's a good point, as Ember Spirit is 9-0-6. Quinn has had a very free game so far. A kill on him. I
think a big part of the story as well.
Team fight.
This Beastmaster has found his way back into the game, right? He didn't have a very good start in the early game, but he is looking extremely farmed now. Almost has the full BKB, about to complete in 200 gold. And with Blink and Aghanim Scepter, he can actually just bully the Klings if he ever sees him.
Bottom tower has fallen.
Falcons, it's been a while since they've been able to group up and go and make a forward play across the river. Team Spirit have really been dictating the way things have been going. But now they get out in that bottom lane, some aggressive wards. Give that Beastmaster even more time to get to his next round of items. What is it? BKB Aghanim Scepter now, so ready to fight, absolutely.
There is this threat for Team Spirit as the game goes on that Radiant are going to scale really well going later on. Kunkka for now is looking good in net worth, but his item build with a Blade Mill Pipe and looking for Lotus next is not really a farm ramping build. It's more looking to be strong here and now, whereas the Beastmaster is going to keep scaling really hard. So I do believe the pressure is on Team Spirit to keep making moves.
A little zip back and forth for the amplified damage rune here.
See how tentative they are, so scared.
That's really a nice edge this game.
Too much. Just see the boar, just barely.
A flurry of pings. That observer ward, I think they saw it placed. Yeah, the sentry just nearby. The boar will scout and try and kill it off.
Radiant's top tower is under
And Falcons, realizing that Spirit have committed somewhat into that top left corner, they move out across the map. Ember clears mid. Kunkka realizing there's a lot of farm to be had down bottom. Of course, Xmark TP gives them that global potential. But now the reaction mid onto Quinn. Ice Path into Storm Zip. He's out of there. They didn't Vortex.
He was trying to hold it till last possible second because they were a little far with the Kunkka. But if he pulled it there, I think Snowball plus Punch could have held for the Kunkka to connect. Almost getting the storm, the Ember, but you see how much effort it is to try and get him.
Now you would be like picture perfect with your moves to get this Ember Spirit. And what's he up to next? Shiver's Guard. He's 1,000 gold away from that plate mail to finish it off. And then he gets even harder to kill. Still, both teams vying for control around Roche, though. 27 minutes in, 15 to 12.
Both these
back and forth.
Spirit Heroes want the Aegis, of course. Storm with a fresh BKB now has a big power spike to play around. Still has to respect the insta-stun, so the Dragon Knight stun, the roar, but it will give him some safety jumping in on the backline.
Ancient Apparition leading out here with Amar in towards Rue, the blink and blink. Back and forth. Team Spirit
First behind
reset their positioning, but Ember Spirit, you're right. There with the chains and the Ice Blast over the top onto Collapse. Storm zips in and then zips out again, just trying to reset this fight and get the Kunkka out. Skitter's Dragon Knight has the Dragon Form popped, so he would love to go and have a crack at this. But Team Spirit have the high ground advantage. They've got the terrain.
They have the high ground, and it's being respected by Falcons, but that is timing going down on that DK ulti half the way down. I don't know if they saw the form being popped, though. He was staying in Fog of War, so I'm not sure they know they have a power spike to abuse, but they are smoking up.
Yeah, they feel they've got a moment here. Can they kill Quinn? That's still the question that has been unanswered.
The Ringmaster has to save him if they go.
He's TPing. He's out of there.
I mean, even Amar, if he shows, they could chain stun him through before the BKB.
They're pinging it. Collapse wants to go in, try and break vision somehow. Throws the torrent, but doesn't spot anyone.
Awkward
Very
dire though. They invested a lot of time, so they want to go and farm again.
It's really delicate dance of backing up, still finding farm on his DK and Beastmaster, but defensively postured. Radan's Clinks walks past the Skitter DK, and it looks like Falcons have realized the Spirit have moved away from the Roche pit. They pinged it for a moment there. They are going in.
They showed us those bottoms, so yeah, they can't wait forever. Kunkka sticking nearby though, going to throw out some random torrent to give vision. Just can't tell them. Rook is being taken. They see the HP.
Yeah, below half. Throws the boat in there. 80-second cooldown now, though. Something Falcons can play around, but it's given time for Spirit to smoke and move into position. He is. So very close to death. Axe is still being thrown at him.
Still. Team Spirit actually the ones looking.
Both smoked up, both teams. There's the shield rune, grabbed by Amar to jump in, the Ice Blast over. Snowball's buying time though, and in comes the Wheel of Wonder. 3 heroes next to the Roshan being clapped and destroyed. Storm and Tusk, they're both down. Falcon standing strong, move on to the Kunkka now. Oh, Collapse, you're down and out. Chased by Amar and Skitter, he's dead. Meanwhile, Jakiro, Quinn, he's taking him out. Miposhka's gone. 4 heroes of Spirit dead, and Falcons barely bleed.
Oh, that shield rune and quicker reaction decision making from Skeeter, just jumping in there, getting on it. Actually, it was Amar who picked it. Skeeter blinked first, but wait, what's happening to poor Clinks? He can't finish it. Clinks, well, he got away. He tried to finish Roche, but Roche threw him away. He could have gotten it, but Yatoro got yeeted by Roche.
Oh my god! Is he gonna die for it now as well? Ancient Apparition's on him. Beastmaster and Dragon Knight in there, killing him off for a 5-man wipe in the end.
Oh man, he was so close to getting it, and then Roche just throws him away.
Dota 2, the video game.
Yeah, some crazy stuff happening.
I don't know,
for sure.
That top shield rune, I don't know, I blinked. I didn't see what happened at the start of the fight. 4 heroes jumped on the shield rune. It's like, woo!
You blinked, and so did everyone in the game, I think. They all hopped onto that. But ultimately, the snowball save may have been nice initially. They did not have the Kunkka bolt. They didn't have the damage mitigation to stand through some of the right-click damage coming in as well with the Dragon Knight. Just quickly brings them down. Now getting a tower with Aegis in hand on the Beastmaster. Fantastic spot for Falcons. The game that was once so even. Now Spirit on the back foot, and they were the ones playing early game. I told you this Kunkka is going to fall off. It's going to become more and more difficult for him to keep pace with the Radiant lineup.
Yeah, going for all these tanky aura items and not really being able to catch and kill anyone. Now, we've seen Kunkka have a lot of success for the same reason Beastmaster has with this Ancient Apparition, a hero that utilizes the X-Mark Torrent combo very nicely. I guess they've got a Jakiro, but it's much more difficult for Miposhka to find the positioning against this Ember Spirit, who is on top of his head every step of the game.
It feels like Laurel is having one of those rare games nowadays where he actually isn't performing that well, or isn't having that good of a game at least. Sitting at the lowest net worth of all the cores. I'm so used to seeing him just dominate nowadays. But in this game, you can understand why. There's Ringmaster with a save to counter a Storm jump. And then there's insta-stuns and, you know, great catches against Storm. It's a difficult Storm game.
It really is. And now a 9k lead. Almost emerging out of thin air for Falcons. One fight. That's all it takes to turn the tide. 33 minutes in.
They did see Ringmaster. Radon gonna look for a pick on him.
Solar Crest for crit. That's not going to help when you can't use the damn thing. Hang on a sec.
Finish him though.
Oh, hang on a sec. You've got to, take him down. A couple more hits. Crit. Gets off the Solar Crest. Does die, but now the Roar comes in. Amar has the opening on the Clinks. Oh, Team Spirit bit off more than they could chew.
They just didn't finish the job, Gareth. They started running before the job was done, and then they stick around to try and finish him, but get punished heavily for it. Very stressed. You can tell how they wanted to finish up that kill so quickly and then get punished because they didn't actually do it.
And then the map belongs to Falcons immediately. Dragonite sprints down that middle lane. Just watch Amar, right? He cuts from his own Ancients all the way to that bottom lane to push the wave, playing into vision. And the rest of the team shoving top and forcing Lal Storm away.
Yeah. Having Aegis, BKB, Assault, Cuirass, and even having a Brawl needs to rated shift Dex or HP. They have 3,000 HP, 30 armor, just not bursting this Beastmaster before his team arrives. And Team Spirit, they gotta find a way to stick in the game. Picking off the supports is the solution usually, but these supports are pretty durable. We saw Ringmaster with his Solar Crest. Not that squishy. He also has 9 souvenirs, or 10 souvenirs, I guess. It's +9, so it's just saving stuff to bring back to Denmark.
Oh, Miposhka, hasted, making Quinn and snaking work for it. There's no way he TP's out of here. He's not allowed to TP out of here. Miposhka gets back to Fountain.
Sneaky position. Not often when you see the Jukes coming out from a Jakiro out of all heroes, but...
What a gamer. What a roar, though, on this Tusk. Amar bangs the drums.
Just smashes him down, and that's the danger. Beastmaster will happily click his ulti on anyone who gets close to him, and he's 2 levels away from that level 25. The Wisdom Rune he's about to claim is going to push him even closer. The 25 talent, of course, getting 30-second cooldown on your roar is amazing.
Skitter.
Oh, Radon.
Radon. Oh, that's a rough one. Clinks, Ice Blasted. Caught up in all the stuns. There's no slipping away from them this time.
Such a Skitter thing to just have a dust against him as well there. Just be ready for it.
Yeah. No, really, why is the DK here with a dust? Is why I'm going through Radon's head.
Why indeed, but Skeeter had his number. He knew there's not many plays when you're this far behind. Stealing Wisdom Runes is one of the best things you could try for, but they read that and punish it immediately.
And now they're on high ground. Quinn still unkilled, unkillable. Straight onto the tier 3 with the Beastmaster behind him, forcing the glyph for now. But they've got multiple waves pushing in to multiple lanes. Double catapults mid are dealt with by the glyph, but with Dragonite arriving shortly, this lane of Barracks bottom is about to fall. No Clinks for 30 seconds, and Quinn, oh, he feels it. Dives in, forces Spirit back, returns to finish off the buildings though. Objective-based gaming.
I need to Solar Crest it up. He has 55 armor on Ember. What? Like the tough Gale Guard along with the AC and the Solar Crest, he gets so many buffs here. Just absolutely unkillable, like you said. Status Rest and Magic Resistance from Mage Slayer.
That's an Aegis power play right there. 6.2k net worth, 3 buildings, green lines on the chart all across the board. Falcons, they got it going for themselves. 13,000 to the good now against Spirit here in game 1.
Absolutely, just
his vision as well.
Cruising in this game. Like I said, building towards those timings, the level 25 beast. They're not feeling stressed. They know that they have the stronger late game, and it's really the burden is on Team Spirit to find a play. I think the Nullifier and Collapse is a nice attempt. Try and play around that somehow, but they're always this game picked alone. Tusk might just get spotted as well.
Yeah, crit walks into him. Just a snowball to delay the inevitable demise of Rue. Skitter comes in to slice him down.
Brought down. He did blink in aggressively, thinking that Storm could maybe join him, but of course it was all of Team Falcons. So probably a good thing Storm didn't actually bring himself into that battle. Refresher Orb complete on the Beastmaster, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, that move is such a Falcons thing to do as well, right? They see a Tusk, they literally 5-man rotate onto the Tusk. Then as soon, before he's even dead, the Dragon Knight and the Beastmaster are like, where's the next farm? Where's the next wave to push? They're already mid and top lane, cutting and killing creep waves.
I think it's extremely wise when you're this far ahead to not feed anything for free. A single hero dying would be so bad. So the fact that they overreact almost to protect their support is a good disciplined play. And then, like you said, back to farming immediately. You don't want to waste time, but also not giving anything for free to Team Spirit.
Ready to jump if they see someone with that high ground observer ward. But Spirit have held the left side of their base and they're smoking out west. Rue, trying to catch the wave and stop the push coming in too quickly, but might have given up the positioning now.
Shield rune on this Ember as well. They can nullify it off with a Kunkka, and I think they need to, otherwise you're just never killing him.
You know, what, 3,000 health on Quinn? infinite armor?
And barriers of every different type as he gets solar crested, glimmered, shield runed.
That's wild.
Flame guard.
Smoke. They get Spirit out of the base for a few moments, trying to play under this high ground vision. But Falcons not stepping into the danger zone at all.
Problem is that Klinks is going for a pretty high utility survivability build, so they don't really have the burst either. And when you're behind, this build really doesn't shine. This type of build wants to abuse the enemy, be on the map, and stay active. He's going for a Lincoln Sphere, which, yeah, it's a great Lincoln's game, but look at your damage output. It's still not that high. Maelstrom and Brooch is decent, but I think the Dragon Knight is gonna deal way more. Same for the Beast and the Ember.
Especially when it's in combination with your two other cores who have done the same thing, right? Like Lincoln's Kaisange BKB Storm, Lakunka has this Pipe Blade Mail Lotus Orb. Everyone's gone for tankiness, utility. Not much damage. Collapse.
Master having Aghanim Scepter, by the way. Crit has the double save.
They've got a roar.
Just roar.
Collapse. Lotuses it back. In comes the Beastmaster and the Ringmaster, though, with a Dragon Knight on top. Snowball save from Rue. That buys some time, but this Falcon side still able to fight. Punch back heavily. Amar taking a fair amount of damage there, but the Tusk is about to drop to Skitter. Amar dead to Laurel. Storm gets the job done. They lose the Beastmaster, but it took a buyback and a couple of deaths from Spirit. For that one kill, they need more. Dragon Knight dragged back in with a tidal wave and the X-Mark. Taking a bit of damage from the Klinks on the low ground. Ice Blast misses, though, as Radan drifts away. Spirit trying their hardest to catch up, but good disengage from Falcons. Storm, look at Laurel go. Desperately scrambling for anything, something. Give him a kill. Crit's gonna die. Snaking TPing out. He's caught out, though.
Absolutely massive. They get 3 kills, including the massive kill on the Beastmaster, who used his Refresher Orb as well, and they tip Beastmaster. I think Amar overplayed there. He dove deep into the enemy base, got Lotus roared, and then Ringmaster couldn't save him. I was just mentioning how he has this escape back double charges with Aghanim Scepter, but he doesn't have Ether Lens, so he can't reach him that easily when he's that deep in the enemy base without dying himself by just going in.
Yeah, I mean, he refreshed up. Just takes so much damage on the way out. They're not able to turn back and do anything at all. And this gives Team Spirit free access to Roshan. Right on with the Aegis now.
Yeah, getting a bit more complicated. It does get very difficult for Beastmaster when there are Lincoln Spears everywhere. Lincoln's on the Storm, Lincoln's on the Klinks. It makes it a bit difficult for him because he doesn't have his own Lincoln's break, so he has to coordinate with someone else. But that's the problem. Beast wants to initiate. He wants to be the first one in. So now you gotta rely on someone else to break it, and you can't really ask your Dragon Knight to do it because he has the same problem. What, is he gonna bling in Hurricane Pike and then use his Dragon Tail stun? Then he might be caught out of position without Hurricane on cooldown or Hurricane ready.
There's still Quinn, though. Mr. 12012. Octarine Core is, fully completed. He had it in his quick buy, he had the money for it, and says, I'm not dying. Buy out my items.
Gonna be very nice once he gets to the point of having the minus 12-second cooldown restore time as well. He could go for Sleight of Fist charges just to apply more Mage Slayer, but I think when you have Agadems and Octarine Core, and Arcane Rune now as well, you want to get that CDR. So signs of life though from Team Spirit, who otherwise were struggling a lot. Having the Aegis on the Clinks could allow him to make some moves. They can almost lead with him and then go behind and like counter gank if he runs into a dangerous area.
They're going to bait with him aggressively. Because it does make it more challenging for Falcons to find their next move, right? They've already killed bottom tier 3 and Rax. There's no Roshan to take. So it's like Tormentor and play top is the only real play they can actually go for.
At least that gives away their positioning right now. So if Team Spirit want, they could smoke towards it. They're going to do it. Information that Torm was taken, they decide to run straight for the cutoff. Going behind.
Double Dire Observer wards. One of them about to expire in 15 seconds. One a little bit deeper for a much longer time. But it's a smoke, a blink, stun from the Dragon Knight. They see the Clinks to start things off, and Ember breaks the vision in the back as well as they go straight in with a roar. Tusk is down. Amar gets the catch and the kill. Ember Spirit goes on Niposhka. Collapse trying to come back and defend them. Skitter with that BKB, too fearsome. So Root, the only death so far is Team Spirit disengage as fast as they can. But Amar is in again. Another blink roar. The Lincoln's too late this time, and the Ice Blast will secure it. 2 quick kills for Falcons. No buybacks from Spirit.
Ooh, Radon has to do something here. He's cutting the mid creep wave. There is a wave top that's going to push eventually.
They're TPing bottom. Look at them. Look at them. They know. They know.
Got the dust on him.
He's got the read, the dust, the move, the blink, the stun. The Lincoln's popped, and they've got him. The Clinks is down. Not once, but twice. I don't know if Lal can do anything. The Storm is zipping in. Lal wants to help his buddy get a kill or something. They've lost the Clinks, though. Lal running low on resources. BKB up, but about to expire, and so is the Storm himself.
Storm not even TPing. Did he not have a chance to TP out there? There's no Beastmaster.
I think that's one of those, slay together, die together kind of moments.
I guess he kind of knew if Clinks dies, then we don't have buyback as well. Clinks did commit and buy out before.
70 seconds, no Clinks, no Storm, no Conquer for 50. This very well could be game 1 over. Jakiro dived almost in his fountain by this Ember Spirit. The Ice Blast, the kill on Miposhka, and the tier 4s cracked wide open by Falcons here, forcing the glyph, but it feels like this is done.
I don't think there's a counterplay. They have a buyback on Jakiro, but gotta hold for 30 seconds with 2 supports. This is not gonna work out, buddies, but they want to try. Let them click the buttons. Aurora is the superior button, it turns out.
And there's GG. Game 1 goes to the Falcons. Team Spirit tap out, trying this Clinks. Doesn't quite pan out for them, even with some of these nifty little moves that they tried to pull off.
That was cute attempt, but not really able to turn this game around. Just very, very strong late game from Falcons. If they get there in decent shape, which they definitely did on the back of this Ember, having a flawless game, never dying, then Team Spirit's draft was always going to fall off, especially with the itemization of the Kunkel, as I mentioned. Not saying it's a bad one, but it is committed to the mid game, and it didn't really work out. They couldn't just take over the game on that power spike.
Yeah, it felt like that snowball had to keep momentum going. The avalanche needed to continue for Team Spirit, but it was just thawed and cut down by this Ember Spirit of Quinn. 14-0-6, breaking smokes, getting into the back lines, making these initiations so very difficult for Spirit to fully connect on. And you can kind of just look at the scoreline there across Spirit. Everyone had quite a challenging game to get off the ground, to actually make stuff happen.
Yeah,
Poor Ruse Tusk, 0-10-8.
It was pretty difficult all the way from the start. The Clinks did have a good lane, right? He did very well to shut down the beast pretty early on, but other than that, they didn't really get to play the map as they wanted to. They didn't get to roam around and find those supports. I think that was a big thing. They saw AA and Ringmaster wanted to feed on them with Clinks, but that never happened.
Look at Quinn there, almost cracking 40,000 hero damage, 38,998. Beautiful stuff. As game one rounds up, Falcons with the victory in a bit of a scrappy one. We'll head back to the panel to break it all down.
What a crazy game here. Lots of bugs, Discord's crashing, Roche is throwing people outside of the pit. But in the end, it still will be Falcons taking down Spirit in this first game. Thanks for joining us, everyone, here for the remote panel at ESL One Raleigh. Pleasure to have you here. Pleasure to cast this excellent game. I don't even know where to start with this one, guys. I mean, Winter, how do you even start breaking down what was a very chaotic game like this first one?
I mean, first and foremost, we start from the laning phase. I think Quinn, from the get-go, kind of already set the pace and the tone of the game by starting out well. He pressured Lau a lot with the Storm, and he dictated a lot of play, and he was able to, like, I feel like, just lead his team, you know, the 3 versus 3, they pressured, they killed the mid tower very early. And that was the toss, you know, that was the unlucky moment by Yatoro there.
I think you can really see the literally WTF moment there where Yatoro Radan goes, what just happened? Roche is not supposed to do that. I mean, we have to talk about that moment a little bit here, right, Winter? Because no matter how well you start off your lanes, no matter how good it starts off, for that to happen to your hard carry, actually, John, I mean, I can't imagine the mentality.
No, it's certainly something that is devastating for the mentality right there, especially with its kind of draft out from Team Spirit. You know, we were talking about it with this Clink's last pick. It's very high tempo out from Team Spirit. They had to play fast. They were already maybe lagging a little bit behind in that timing. They were 6k behind. They needed Aegis to really carry true tempo, because as the game scaled on, you were going to have damage issues. And again, we can kind of lock into our cores there for our head-to-head here as well, considering what happened in this game. The performance coming out from Skitter, and again, going back to Winter's points there about just how the lanes went out. Yeah, the laning phase for Yatoro was pretty solid, but the rotations out from Skitter just felt more consistent, right? It's the fact that he's coming in, he's got the blink, he's got the stun, he's got the setup. Whereas for Yatoro, with a Clinks, you're kind of gunning the backline, right? Like, this hero excels at picking off these softer targets. None of the cores were that soft. You can see Yatoro was doing more of that damage, but he had to do that much more just to take care of some of these cores and Falcons anyway.
Yeah, and he also had a timer, right? Because your Clinks, you can't really afford to drag out the game too long, right? And so that Roshan incident, it was so crushing, you know, when you're playing a Clinks and you know that had to go well for you. You are supposed to get the Roshan get out, and just a really tough moment there, you know, for Clinks and for Yatoro to endure that moment. Just unlucky, and right now they have to really forget about that and try to figure out what they have to do next, you know, in the following game, you know.
Yeah, no, I mean, agreed. I think there will be discussions whether or not that's a bug, whether that's kind of intended. Should Roche be able to walk over a fissure? I'm not really sure. I think the best way we can really think about that is Falcons, they're taking flight, and Roshan wanting to do so as well, even with those tiny wings. But I'll tell you what else. It's a sideline reporter that has a sky-high vision over the entire arena, the entire playing area. It's Lyrical. Tell us what you can see from up there.
Thank you so much, Richie. Yeah, indeed. We're here. We're in the booth where Falcons were just able to come away with the victory. And you talked about it, that Roche play, it was freaking crazy. This is the moments where, like, really any little thing can make the difference. And we all want to see a full 3-game series. So I figured I'm just going to adjust these desks slightly because these players are really dialed in. If you mess up the desks even a little bit, they're going to be able to feel the difference. So I'm just going to change these heights around a little bit, ensure that we get a game number 3. I've already messed with the chairs. The chairs are at the wrong height for them. This is Quinn's desk, so he's going to have to play the next one standing up. And then this is Crit right here. These ones go down, so he's going to have to play from his knees. So this is the way that the game is set up now, and you know, we'll just see if they're going to be able to overcome those challenges and be able to get the clean 2-0, or if we can, you know, here force Spirit into a game number 3. Back to you guys.
Lyrical the showman, as always, just making sure, doing whatever he needs for the show. You'll love to see it, and we'll see if the Dota players can figure out the moving desks or not. But guys, I mean, I think if you're Spirit, that goes a long way to say that little bit. You feel a little bit robbed of that game, right? You feel what coulda, shoulda, woulda. But Winter, I imagine if you're a team of this caliber in this moment, they've got to be able to shrug that off and they just clear their heads and go in, clean slate game 2, right?
Yeah, they are a very experienced team. They have won so many championships. This type of moment is not really the first time for them. I'm sure something out of control, has happened to them before, and they were the unlucky recipient of it. And this is just another one of those. You have to keep your heads up high, refocus, and play the next game. I'm sure they are more than capable to doing that.
For sure. Like, I'd like to see maybe some adjustments in the draft. I think this idea of high tempo, this Flinks pickup, was pretty interesting. I think having this high durability as well, right? Like the counterplay we were looking at, the Tusk pickup to dodge out the AA Blast, the Kunkka Boat as well, kind of going all in to counteract the softening up the AA does. Maybe it was a little bit too much coming in. I don't think we felt the presence of Collapse as much as we normally do in terms of just what he could achieve in those team fights. And certainly, the one thing with Kunkka that we're talking about early, this identity crisis of a hero, like Winter was saying, maybe it feels better on safe lane when you can go Radiance, when you can get that initial farm to stand forward, get that miss, be really tanky, have damage come in from elsewhere. Just the way that the draft was structured from Spirit, it was all in on kind of getting tempo and relying a lot on Laurel to just get more from his lane. I think that's one very important thing to emphasize. The Storm versus Ember lane should be favorable for Storm by a pretty good degree. Instead, it was Quinn who was actually in the lead for a lot of that initial laning phase, which doesn't feel great. I think they've got to find a way to give Laurel that kind of tempo he'd want if he's going to play something that their game heavily relies upon.
Yeah, I think it's probably going to be Laurel's first loss on Storm Spirit in this tournament. Of course, smaller sample size-ish, and once you do get into those upper bracket playoffs, you got to expect a much more difficult opponent. Well, that's a lot of things here that have happened here in our game one. A hugely momentous game. We'll see how the momentum will shift, if at all, folks. Do stick around. We're going to be going to a very quick break, but when we return, we'll have Falcons versus Team Spirit, Game 2.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the big Mr. Beast quiz of 2024. Are you big? I heard you're a big Mr. Beast fan. He's from North Carolina.
The biggest.
So I'm going to do a quiz for you, a Mr. Beast type quiz, and I'm going to give you a prize if you can get more than 50% of the quiz right.
You're gonna let my family go?
I'm going to let your family go.
Okay. All right. I'm motivated.
Yeah. Okay. Question number 1. What is Mr. Beast's first name?
Jimothy.
It's multiple choice. I didn't give you the answer yet.
Jimothy.
That is correct. His name is Jim. It's Jimmy. You gotta wait for me to give you the answers.
No.
Okay. Which North Carolina city is Mr. Beast originally from? Raleigh or Greenville?
Greenville.
How did you know that?
'Cause it's not Raleigh. Because he's from like the middle of heckin' nowhere.
Is it pronounced Raleigh or Raleigh?
I don't know. I'm not from here.
As an American, does it excite you?
What, the pronunciation of Raleigh?
Just like everything. You guys seem pretty excited about shit in general.
I mean, it's funny to be back here. I think America's a really clowny country with like it's a lot of stupid characters, so it's like amusing.
Have you ever been to Hollywood?
What does that mean?
I forgot I was doing a Mr. Beast quiz. Okay, level 3, and these are getting scaling difficulty. Mr. Beast launched his burger chain in 2020. What is it called?
Beast Burger. You know what a ghost chain is? Or what are they, ghost kitchen? Sorry?
It's a ghost kitchen.
Yeah, ghost kitchen, yeah.
Did you watch the big breakdown video about how the ghost kitchens are all big scams and Mr. Beast's a big scammer?
Yeah, it's really interesting.
Yeah, but of course that video is not right because it's Mr. Beast. He is from here. Level 4 in the quiz. This question going to be number C. What is the name of Mr. Beast's charity initiative focused on planting trees? Is it B, #GreenUp, or is it C with a check mark at the end of it, Team Trees?
Team Trees.
I've read that there's a check mark.
You did read that.
Did that decide your answer?
This is like between two ferns, except we're the ferns and the plant is the guy. Zach Gallifaplantis.
That was good. What is the name of the YouTube channel Mr. Beast created that gives away money for stunts and challenges? Is it Mr. Beast Gaming or is it Mr. Beast?
Mr. Beast.
Yeah, it's Mr. Beast. This is not a very good quiz.
It's not. All the answers are sort of self-explanatory.
Right. Do you like PewDiePie? Do you prefer a PewDiePie quiz?
Not really.
In 2023, Mr. Beast helped with what type of facility, building a type of facility in North Carolina? Was it a shelter for the homeless to give them homes, or was it to give the food pantry to people who are hungry and starving?
B?
That is answer B. Congratulations, Quinn.
Thank you. Thank you. I always wanted this.
And you're going to get a meeting with Mr. Beast. We're going to get that worked out. And how are you excited about that as an American?
As an American, super excited. And I'm glad my family's free.
Thank you so much. We'll say good luck to Team Gaming Gladiators at this tournament. And
they'll need it.
And thank you so much for watching.
Our lovely adopted American Jenkins interviewing NA's finest Quinn, standing in here for the Falcons after Mallory with some visa issues. They are up 1 game here over Team Spirit in the upper bracket. Winner, they actually get a day off to enjoy the sights and sounds of beautiful North Carolina. Losers, they play tomorrow in front of those NA fans. Here are our players. Thank you guys so much for joining us here for our remote panel day as the mainstream. Still getting everything set up, making sure everything's just right for all those NA fans for the return of ESL to North America. Not since the LA event when, of course, everything changed. But we are here. We are ready for game number 2. Of course, Jonix Fire and Winter Dota joining myself. Guys, a very, very crazy game 1. We talked a lot about, some things that could have gone differently, not just within Spirit's draft and their play style, but also, with the Roshan thing. I want to scrap that. I want to talk a little bit more about Falcons, all right? What could they do if they're, what could they do to find success here? What do they need to repeat, John, in your opinion, to take a second game over Spirit?
I think they just maintain that same mindset, the same kind of draft they had, the same kind of tempo ideas they had, where the momentum was carried by Quinn. Just give him a great lane, if at all possible. Give him a matchup that he can play, because again, Ember versus Storm, theoretically, for the most part, that is Storm favored, but a good Ember player can find a way, and Quinn did find a way to kind of carry through, give Laurel a hard time, and just kind of get things going for his team here on Falcons. And I think it also boils down to Amar just having to eat up a lot of bans. I think that's just a big risk from Spirit as well. It leaves so many options open for Quinn. Like right now, we're seeing it in the draft again. Yeah, Bristleback, Darkseer taken out, Falcons taking care of the NP, the Terrorblade, nothing too strange. Maybe they leave that Tinker, which has felt, at least in our playoff series here, not the most impactful. They could consider banning out the Coddle as well if they don't want to pick it up. And instead, they'll ban the Dusa and AA. So again, for Spirit, like, yes, you have to kind of focus on Amar, but to a certain extent, you have to worry about Quinn as well.
Yeah, it's tricky, isn't
but
it?
back to basics, right? I think they have to kind of also focus on their own game, because the last game they kind of felt like they wanted to play fast, and Team Spirit usually doesn't like to do that. They like to take things slow, get to the late game. So maybe that's something that they have to consider. Should we try to play Falcons at their game, or should we just focus on our game?
I think it's interesting, right? Because in the pre-match interview that Lyrical did, I think with Maposhka, Maposhka said, well, it's a little bit of both. You have to kind of focus on our own game, but you have to also keep in mind what your enemies are going to be playing. So it's always going to be this finely tuned balance. At least at this moment, yes, the pressure's on, but as a reminder, it's not elimination at stake. You don't have a roaring, cheering crowd who I'm sure will adopt Falcons as the U.S. representatives, always cheering them on and that stuff. We'll see here how it's going to get going, though. I mean, again, though, Winter, this Beastmaster comes out for Amar. It's a good start. It's a good stat. 7th most banned hero sneaks on through.
Yeah, very difficult hero to deal with. So I do think that among all the carries, I feel like only PA is the one that can kind of do well in the lane and bully him out and just slow his timing down. Other carries kind of always just struggle. You get pressured too much by the beast, and you just you have to go jungle. You can't sit in the lane.
Yeah, just gets really tough. And again, PA is one of those top tier picks right now, so it's probably just going to be banned out by Falcons for the most part. I don't think you should be able to expect that coming out here for Yatoro, unfortunately. I do like that, again, they just take care of that Coddle, and they do ban out the Tiny here as well. So removing some big burst on hand, they just go back to the Jakiro as well, which, all things considered, was doing some good damage, especially as the Ags came on, as the game kind of dragged on. We didn't quite see its full potential, I feel like, in terms of just pressuring. It did feel like, again, Falcons kind of had control in that game for the most part, especially as timings came in there for Quinn and Amar, and Skitter early on with that blink. So I would like to see an adjustment, at least for Spirit. I'd say not having to play against the AA is already a pretty big boon, because, like, going back to Winter's point, it felt like they were kind of adjusting into Falcons, right? Like, they went for the Kunkka to help them get durable through it. They were trying to kind of bulk up into that blast. They were trying to get some saves with the toss-up as well.
They were reacting too much to what Falcons are doing, right? Like Richie mentioned, you need to find a balance, right? You react, but at the same time, you don't forget who you are. You don't forget how you're supposed to play, so that you get the most percentage to win your games, right? You can't just play what the opponent wants to play and just hope that you're gonna be able to beat them at their game.
You know what it is, Winter? It's this idea that, like, all right, if I'm like an up-and-comer and I rely on Dota 2 Pro Tracker to define my meta, I'm never going to be the person who's defining the meta, right? And you kind of have to have that philosophy as some of these top teams, right? Still obviously respecting what your opponents are picking, but still having that core identity. Here, I think earlier in the playoffs, it's still going to be a lot of what's prevailingly meta, as we do see the gyro here in response to that Jakiro.
Yeah.
I mean, could this be a support gyro? I'm just wondering.
Maybe.
I mean, there's always the possibility for maybe snaking to pick it up. I think that flexibility can't be discounted. I do feel like it's a pretty decent bet for Skitter. I think if you think about Gyrocopter, you don't really have any lanes that you hate, right? There's no matchups that you really feel awful about as Gyro. Maybe something like, I don't know, the Morphling could be annoying, or a Terrorblade into you, but you already banned the TB. And maybe the Morphling could be something that comes in, but you could try to out-tempo it anyhow. For Team Spirit part, they go into that Centaur that we've been seeing a little bit more. There's some good disengage, re-engage coming out of that, their lane.
Yeah. It's also a
against-
response to the gyro because Centaur lanes really well into the gyro. So I feel like there's actually a really decent chance that this gyro is actually just going to be swapped as a position 5 because position 5 gyro functions very differently compared to a core gyro against a Centaur. You can bully him with the rocket barrage, and you don't really care about the core gyro problems where he can actually just kill you in the lane sometimes, and you can run away from the flag cannon, reset the fights easily against the call down. But here is a hero that has been one of the most stable position 4 heroes, Muerta. Any hero that can buy a Rod of Aethos and just build it naturally is always good, on the position 4. And a very strong lane as well with the Centaur. A lot of kill potential.
I like that potential in the lane. And I also like how Muerta kind of scales into the late game now. You get your free shard, you're going to do some damage. The Ags, I think if a game drags on long enough, it's kind of sickening what that Ags can do, right? Like the wider dead shots, amazing. I think it's a good break from the meme that used to be her Ags, but I do kind of miss that meme. Just had it. Falcons though. Yeah, the soul fling. It was such a quirky one. At least the egg combo was kind of funny. Still, Falcons, not kind of joking around too badly. They go back into the snaking Chen, along with a Ringmaster coming out. So we are just going to get a core gyro by the looks of it, which it's going to play into the Centaur lane. It might not have the best of times, but this Chen, with how these converts work now, with them being creep heroes, not being able to be deleted as quickly, with the utility you get with, say, a Satyr convert here, I don't mind this from Falcons at all. Snaking already busted this out in the group stage and it looked pretty damn amazing.
Yeah, and it's also shaping up to be a really fast-paced game. Like Chen, Beastmaster, Gyro, those heroes come online really, really quickly, especially when you have the auras, the drums, and everything, the Ags on the Beastmaster, and the early Solar Crest on Chen. And this seems like it's going to be a very fast game, Like Falcons are just trying to do what they usually do, and it's up to Team Spirit to respond, right? Do they do something like what they did in the first game, where they try to match it, or do they just focus on their own game, right? The PA is still in the pool. If they're going for the PA, it means that they're just going to play it at their own game, but they're going to go back for the Clinks, which is trying to match what Falcons have right now. And it's also just a good matchup into the creeps, right? Because he can eat the creeps, and you can kind of also...
Can he?
Go toe-to-toe to the
creeps
gyro.
again, though? I think...
I mean, the boars.
The boars.
The Beastmaster.
Yeah, that's true. The boars. Fair. Sorry, Winter, go on.
Yeah, he can go toe-to-toe against the gyro,
Right.
In the game,
I have to say, though, picking the Chen, this gyro, a lot of physical right clicks, especially into the Centaur, who again will go first item Crimson, right? Maybe we'll even see a pipe for that magic damage. Do you think this is Spirit still trying to match the tempo, still trying to play that fast game? Or do you think there's still some... I don't know. It's a Clinks, though, right? It's got to go fast, doesn't it,
I mean,
John?
if they get something more greedy in the mid lane, something like a sniper, OD type, get another carry, then I think it might not be the case that Clinks means that you're going to play really fast. It really depends on the overall composition.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I feel like the puzzle pieces last time around were just kind of forced into playing faster. You didn't have that great scaling elsewhere. It really was mainly all in on Clinks. And again, your Storm may be catching the backline. So I feel like the coverage on Team Spirit, at least with a change from Kunkka offlane to Centaur offlane compared to Game 1, is a lot better already. I feel like the utility that Centaur provides is a little bit more consistent. Its catch is pretty damn big with blink timing up if you do decide to kind of rush that out. There is also some funky stuff you can do with Ags. Maybe not the biggest deal, but Ags on the Clinks could be nice, like having the Clinks on your back, or even the Muerta, if you feel the need, if she can scale up in damage, could be one way to go. I like the idea of OD. I think, again, I'm just thinking with a cart, because that's the way my mind works, but an OD in the cart, going around, getting free astrals off, that could be fun as well.
Surely could be. Do you think there's any, like, on this 18th Clinks, do you think Spirit or, Yotoro's like, no, that game was BS. Run it back. Give me the Clinks. We are winning with this hero. Is there any, like, of that bit of stubbornness? Do you think it takes a little bit of stubbornness to be a top tier carry like he is?
Yeah, for sure.
He definitely does. You need to be confident. You need to be stubborn. You need to know your heroes, Sometimes you just lose because of things that you can't control.
Well, things that they can control are going to be this 23rd pick, right? It's going to be Falcons with the last pick, their final ban upcoming. We're still looking for a safe, make that a mid laner, rather, for Team Spirit. You're thinking something more greedy, like looking for kind of the second carry,
I feel
right?
like they are going to go for something less greedy, like some Shaker and I don't know, like Shaker and try to fight early. Because he doesn't feel like he wants to play like the greedier type of heroes, I think.
It's kind of scary not knowing your matchup, though, isn't it?
Yeah, with
Yeah.
the OD especially, yeah.
Yeah, like that. I don't know. Like, I feel like Falcons might also just try to flex, although I don't think you're ever taking this Beastmaster away from Amar, but, you know, we have seen some hard flexes before. They are at least just banning out some pesky mids, like Monkey plus Puck, opening up a lot of options. The Storm's still there, the Ember's still there. A lot of bursty scalers. Maybe something, if you wanted to scale up more, outside of, like, this OD idea, is like Alina could still work. I've seen a little bit more hybrid Lina builds.
Yeah.
And it does feel like it keeps up.
That kind of feels like his type of hero. I mentioned like Earthshaker, it's because of the creeps, right? They have a lot of like chain creeps and everything. They need something to be able to like just go in and burst and clear them. But like you said, you don't really know your matchup. But looking at the bans, Huskar is already banned out. Monkey King, Puck, a lot of the premier lane bullies are already banned out.
Yeah, is there a chance we just see another Storm game for Laurel at the end of the day? He's not banned.
I feel like it can kind of line up maybe a little bit better. The rest of the team can respond to the Storm Zip faster with an aggressive Stampede in comparison. So the follow-through is maybe a little bit easier to pull off. That could be one way to go about it. The hold from Falcons, it's a lot more nebulous without the Dragon Tail to worry about, right? It's mainly Roar, nothing else really. Maybe a net creep from Chen, but it's not really something you consider for the most part. So it could be a pretty decent Storm game. Yeah, they ban out the Ember. I wouldn't mind. There you go. Just Storm again. Again, it looks good. It's safer without worrying about the DK Dragon Tail on top of things. And you don't have the Ember matchup at least.
He just loves the hero, man. So we will see at least a different mid lane matchup for Quinn. Any hero that you think is setting off your CCNC Spider sense, Winter?
I'm not really sure. They're still like a Pango, I guess.
Pango's really interesting here.
A lot of them are already removed out, so. Okay, so it's going to be the Queen, of course.
Yeah, I like the Quap. I think this is a hero that also doesn't have that much punish here. You've got a lot of damage coming out in Falcons. You've got some good heroes to burst down, right? Like, even the Clinks, if it's not careful, can kind of get one-shotted early on in the game until stats start coming in. You've got the Muerta and the Jakiro to kind of burst down as well. So I like this coming in. I think the mid matchup is still pretty fine. Laurel can play that lane. It's not supposed to be as dominant for the Storm as the Ember should be, but the Quap can kind of just make this annoying. And again, the one thing that will hold it back here is probably an Orchid timing and Radon. If you don't manage to get that done, Quinn's going to be dancing around and hunting that backline hard.
I mean, the supports are going to play a really pivotal role because the mid lane is so volatile. Like, running around, fighting for the runes, and being Chen, you can send your creep over to get mana burns or kill off the runes. And here we see the 1x bad odds. Better odds for Team Spirit here. I'm kind of feeling it more for Falcons here with the last pick, Queen of Pain. No? I think with the Queen and the Chen helping him secure runes, that's going to be what Falcons need to secure the lanes and try to snowball from the game, with the Chen.
Jonathan, do you agree?
Yeah, I like the Quap. I think that hero has felt really strong. I think your control on Spirit isn't stable enough. Like Winter said, it's down to the supports and the reliability of depending on the calling to catch out this Quap every single time. Until an Atos at the very least, it's not going to be that simple. So I think it's going to be down to the mids. And in my opinion, the Quap just comes online a little bit faster than the Storm can.
All right. Seems very snowball heavy. I think we're going to have an extremely fight-heavy game. An unstoppable force made an unmovable object here in the upper bracket playoffs. I don't know, guys. Everyone seems to be... You guys think it's going to be Falcons 2-0? I think we're destined for a game 3. I think with the way that game 1 ended by Spirit, they will settle for nothing less. Winter, final thoughts here on this draft?
2-0.
2-0. You're not
standing by my prediction.
John, you're not budging either?
I mean, I'd like to see a game 3, but I feel like a motivated team spirit is scary, but I just like Falcons draft.
All right, we'll see what it comes down to here, whether it'll be the momentum from Spirit to bounce back after game one, or Falcons with a stand in Quinn, we will take it 2-0 over to our casters, Gareth and Waga.
Thank you, boys. I love how Winter doesn't break, doesn't even bend with his predictions there, as we kind of run it back from game one. Similar drafts, a lot of similar elements, as Team Spirit bring back this Clinks for Radan. And like the panel was saying, we've got to make it work. We picked it twice. It's got to win. We've got to go to game 3. While Waga Falcons, again, tempo into team fight.
Yeah, definitely. Falcons draft looks very clean. If they can just get off to a decent start, minute 10 or so, they can start already making moves. I can see them four-manning a lot and just letting the gyrocopter farm up, which looks very threatening. But on the other hand, Team Spirit, they have great pick-off game. They have good stuff to try and punish the Queen if he ever oversteps.
Already picking off crit down here.
Yeah.
Miposhka, Rue, and Radan under tier 1 tower secure themselves the first blood already.
Yeah, gonna be a good start for them. The first blood does get claimed by the tower, so sharing the gold.
It does mean bounty runes here could be grabbed up by Falcons. Amar gonna go for one of the bottom ones. Still the 2 for 2, so no major gains by the Falcons there. And our first blood for Team Spirit puts them in a good spot.
Always a nice thing. They have a very strong lane down bottom as well in the Clinks plus Jakiro. Clinks not always the most threatening hero, but paired up with Jakiro, a lot of carries will look dangerous when you have this hero next to you. We've seen Jakiro's just solo kill stuff.
Non-stop harassment.
Miposhka actually playing the icebreaker. We saw it in the previous game as well. Otherwise, this has been not played as much. We've seen more Twin Terror lately.
Yeah, like Ice Path got nerfed a little bit, and then people were like, ooh, Twin Terror. Yeah. Yeah, Miposhka going back for it.
Even without it, though, Miposhka was finding solo kills on the Ringmaster in the previous game, so just looked really strong still.
I mean, that
to keep a close eye on what they can do here on the bottom lane, but top lane for now. Centaur getting some nice pullback.
Snaking, blocking large camp, dewarding small, so he has access to his own pulls while killing that opportunity for Team Spirit. And Skitter, off to an okay start here, protected by a Chen. He's going to have a pretty decent lane. Not sure that they can threaten the Centaur much though, huh? Rue and Collapse, once they get to level 3, they could actually maybe get on top of Chen or Gyro.
Yeah, but Chen's auto attacks are pretty hard for Murta to trade into, since Chen has the extra range, 650 attack range against the 575, and he auto attacks really, really well. Just bully them a bit for now with the Mind Stealer at least.
It sure does. Spamming out these flat cannon hits as well to chip away at them. Collapse hiding in the trees to dodge as much as he can. And then that final lane, mid, Storm against Queen of Pain, matchup as old as time. I'm not going to lie, I think I've cast a fair number of Queen of Pain games in the past 6 months or so, and I've not seen him win. I don't know if I've cursed him. I don't know if it's a curse for me to be casting this game. Yeah, it's a good hero for him. I've seen him win on other streams when other people are casting, but not me.
Taking a bit of a weird trade there, but he wants to use his bottle before refilling, of course, down bottom. And Laurel's going to stand his ground really well. And this is the thing. Queen versus Storm used to be a lot stronger, but nowadays with the static slide, Storm holds his own really well in this lane.
And for the Queen of Pain, we're looking for Dagon. Is that the build still?
Yeah, he has Masochist, so it's almost guaranteed Dagon. Then you pretty much can't play this facet without going Dagon, since the damage you take is just going to be so nasty. You need extra spell lifesteal. And the Dagon is super strong on it, so it's too synergetic not to go for it. Top lane trying to pull the creep wave away, but Gyrocopter is happily going to farm quite a bit under the neutral camp.
It's all getting a bit messy up there. Lotus Pool for Rue and Snaking. Gonna kill off the little Mind Stealer and grab the Lotus. For the Muerta. Yeah, this lane is being pulled into large camps. Get happy with that. And Collapse continually trying to pull this lane back towards his tier 1. They don't want this long lane of chasing with Snaking trading into them.
Yeah, but this is great for Falcons. They have a 0 threat lane. They're happily farming the Gyrocopter uncontested. They have the small camp pull, which is now being used. So top lane definitely going the way of Falcons. And bottom lane, the Beastmaster, Amar at 22 and 6 CS as well.
Yeah, even against this Jakiro Clinks, right? They've managed to drag this wave back. Same kind of story in front of their own tier 1 for safety. getting a lot of farm, which ordinarily they wouldn't be able to get.
I think Amar is just
Storm
absurdly
Spirit.
good at laning mechanics. He is very annoying to lane against.
Storm Spirit taking a slight lead in front of Quinn for now. Both of them going to get the water runes, though, to refill their bottles.
Safe refills. No support running to mid already, but we did have support eyeing up some stacking. Crit getting the stacks going on the triangle.
Miposhka steps up in that bottom lane. A lot of damage comes his way very quickly from Crit and Amar, and another little swipe there gets them the takedown, keeping Radan at bay as well, as damage comes so quickly from level 2 axes.
Yeah, Boot's difference there. Boot on the Beastmaster. This is not the usual build. Perhaps a little bit surprising to some people playing against him on Beastmaster. You expect him to go for a Dominator rush, but Amar doesn't do that. He generally goes for double Null Talisman into Boot, Power Treads, and start smacking people instead.
Stupendous.
It looks like Laurel going to dip out of that mid lane just to grab the bounty rune, get a stack going. He had dropped pretty low to the level 3 Shadow Strike out of the Queen of Pain. So it looks like he doesn't want to go head on into that matchup.
So that is the big statement, though. Going level 3 means he's really committing for winning mid lane and wants to play on that as much as possible. But he's going to have low level on Blink for quite a while because of this. And against the Radiant lineup with a Storm, with, you know, a lot of follow-up disables as well, could spell danger for him in the mid game.
That could be problematic.
Dire are
The
scanning.
Ringmaster stuck around. Under vision now, though. And grabs the Watcher, but an Observer Ward from Laurel sees him coming. And going.
It's got a mystical mana draw, so plenty of mana for the Storm.
Under attack.
The power rune's being controlled quite heavily by Dire. Good oppressive positioning.
Spirit bring both supports into mid. Rue, I think, was thinking about stacking on his way through, but instead wants to play aggressively as Crit gets gone on by the Jakiro and Storm. But no level 6 on Laurel means it's difficult to gap close onto that Ringmaster. And Quinn is just going to go take the haste rune.
Ooh, what a great rune to have. And with ulti ready, Storm does get level 6. Yeah, I mean, he could try, but the zipping, the magic stick, he could survive on Storm there.
And 2 supports nearby as well, right?
Yeah.
A dead shot, a calling, could be his undoing.
He just wants to hold this ulti ready, because now he can be ready to punish the side lanes. The Clinks could easily be brought down if he goes too close.
Yeah, and Team Spirit, the ones that kind of overreact to this situation. 2 supports moving mid, while just the Ringmaster made the move in there. So top lane continues to be this real strong performance for Skitter and Snaking, both getting a good amount of farm. And continue pushing this wave in towards that Radiant Tier 1 tower where
they want the Wisdom.
Quinn, wrapping around into the Wisdom Shrine. Rue is going to step in there after pulling the camp. The Sonic Wave pushes Rue back. Miposhka arrives though. Chen helping out Quinn. The hasted Queen of Pain is going to sprint away. Not able to stand his ground and take it.
Gyrocopter not quite able to get there in time, so it can't really help out. As Queen ulti used, and they didn't get that much for it. Forced some rotations, but not really more than they made themselves. Storm casually farming meanwhile. Very even start to the game, looking at the overall farm and CS-wise. Neither team getting an advantage, and actually the mids are struggling a bit.
And Quinn getting tagged up by the Jakiro spells, but Miposhka...
Oh, they denied!
Gets denied by Rue!
Oh, very nice timing by him there. One of the downsides to Shadow Strike.
Oh, and a few things you can still get denied at. Laurel feared in the mid lane. A bit of chip damage there from Quinn and Crit. Laurel even zips into them, says, yeah, go on then. Have a crack at the Storm. 8-minute rune.
Looking for
Quinn. He's dead. Rodan comes in with the help of that Vortex. Now they move on to Crit's Ringmaster with a Stampede forward. The Clinks makes the move. Amar is here with the axes and the roar though. Clinks, that's just a Beastmaster. He's not particularly bothered about that. The cooldown's going to whiff completely as well, so Skitter's rotation comes to nothing.
Wow, big blow. And they get the top rune as well, so Storm gets the refill on the back of that. Everything going their way. That was a great Clinks rotation by Radan. And he's scouting out this massive Ancient stack. He's calling his friends over. Looking for Amar.
The Falcons.
Queen is ulti in 10 seconds.
Well, they bring all the numbers down there, but yeah, I guess so. I mean, Centaur has complete freedom up top. Crit is going to die down bottom to Radan and the two supports. Ancient stacks are still standing here. They'll kill the large camp at least.
Yeah, but Ancient,
Yeah,
full
Falcons.
HP. Possibility for them going in.
Having to react so heavily to this, and this kind of stems from that attempt to go and steal the Wisdom Shrine. It's no longer as easy as grabbing the Wisdom Rune. You've got to get to a shorter position, hold your ground.
But meanwhile, all this was happening, which was a big win for Team Spirit. Collapse also just massively enjoying his time up top, getting towards that Blade Mill and Centaur. He was the one struggling for them the most on Radiant, but coming back into the game. And still the fight is not over. Bottom, they're on the Beast.
Yeah, into these Ancients again. Radan is forward. They've got a kill on the Beastmaster with Rue surrounding him. Lal zips in and they eye up sneaking as a bonus kill. Crit waiting in the wings, maybe try to defend them as they retreat, but Lal says no, it's a double kill for me. And Falcons only getting the Muerta kill.
For that
but
chance
Quinn
to ulti.
wants to make a meal of this. Radan pops back into Invis, dust from Crit. Quinn is here with a Sonic Wave ready. Crit is dead though to this Clinks who just walks over him with a Stampede, and Quinn blinks away but still dies. Skidder is there with a call down on the damage, but Radan is TP'd home, wisely escaping, and Miposhka, well, looks like he's going to be the sacrifice at the Ancient. He does drop, but Team Spirit just hammering away, headbutting into Falcons over and over again and getting the wins.
They get the Storm. Storm didn't have mana to TP out earlier, and they get the roar on him, so Amar gets a big bring down at the end there.
Well, that's a big one for Falcons.
Finally getting something.
That's a hell of a lot.
They got robbed pretty hard though. The neutrals even got the kill on the Rue, and Ancients largely going the way of Radiant. Team Spirit off to a great start.
Collapse is just laughing his way to the bank. Look at him. Kills tier 1, farms through camps. They kill Snaking with Radan again down his bottom lane. Yeah, bottom is uninhabitable for Falcons right now.
And Clinks is still very strong against Chen. A lot of people get confused that, oh, you can't eat the convert anymore. Well, only the special convert, right? You can't eat the summon convert, but you can eat the holy persuasion creeps. So Clinks is still very effective as a counter to him, as long as you don't have to lane against Chen, but Chen's typically lane on the safe lane. So not really a problem for Radan in this game.
So now, what's the backup plan for Falcons? It was meant to be lane stage into tempo, into team fight. That's all come crumbling down pretty quickly.
It's still going to be timings, going for that Aghanim Scepter. Beastmaster is effectively a creep until he gets it. I mean, pretty strong creep, but compared to when he has Aghanim Scepter, he's just a shadow of his former, or his future self, I guess.
And then when you get these items, and the Aghanims on him, the Chrysalis on Gyro, Quinnipiain with his Dagon, you're looking at, what, a Centaur who has Blade Mail. He's going to be working on that. And Crimson Guard, eventually. Rue will have Rod of Atos.
I think Collapse will be the big problem. He's getting to that point where nobody wants to go on him eventually, because he's just that big and farmed. And like, he's not really there yet, but he's being left alone a lot on Centaur, and he's gonna punish Snaking for going into his area here. Go up and just take this farm back.
Well, Chen's Croak
10
holds
rules
him
of
back.
the deep.
A twin gate play from Team Spirit from bottom right-hand corner to top left to play into this Centaur who is so strong. Kind of dangling Collapse in front of Spirit to see if they bite. Or maybe even just find the Gyro.
They have the Desto. Want to get some Desto charge as soon as possible. The Clink eyeing up Gyrocopter.
Shows. He walks out. Storm zips in. And this Gyrocopter's done for.
Very nice.
Completely
Very calm kill as well.
destroyed.
Not pulling the trigger on the Collapse ulti to get on him there. I think a lot of lesser teams would have just said, okay, let's get him, you know, charge in, use the Stampede, but don't need it. Easy kill on Gyro, no way out for him.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
And quickly TPing bottom as well. Always thinking about this Radiant tier 1. That Tormentor that comes up shortly. Miposhka's ready to defend, and yeah, the Falcons already reading the room, not going for the push. Planting some vision and then falling back to Ancients again.
Falcons still 150 gold off that Aghanim Scepter on Beastmaster. He's going to finish it on this camp, but that means the bottom tower can be defended. Meanwhile, they're clearing out a triple stack on the Ancients up top together on Collapse and Radan.
Oh, it's big money for Team Spirit. And then what is it? A couple of 100 gold for...
Oh, Mert has Ados. He's catches the 10.
Snaking down in that river. Dead shotted back into that macro player. And Shrine of Wisdom coming back up shortly too. Crit. He's going to try and move off to the right-hand side. Looks like Radan was trying to make his way over there, but it's too late.
Absolutely massive timings though coming in for Dire. They have the Dagon on Queen, Axe on Beastmaster, and Crystalis on the Gyrocopters. All three cores finishing a big item. Sadly, supports don't really have much to work with.
And Quinn with a double rune as well. His shield rune almost entirely expended by the storm very quickly, but he's holding that Arcane and Dagon delivered. Bottom, Jakiro throws an Ice Path out to hold back the Falcons as they were starting to group up and play forward, but it's mid lane where Collapse and Laurel are going to jump on Quinn. Blink on cooldown, calling placed on his head. A Queen of Pain dead.
Blinking onto the storm there. Just, I don't know. Did not expect them to be nearby, but see the punishment coming in. Quick silence from Murta.
I'm telling you, man,
it's a fight without Queen.
Are they going to try? They're wrapping around with his Beastmaster, huh? Muerta is in position to break smoke. Might die for it, but keeping Laurel and Collapse protected at least.
Oh,
there it is. He gets off the ulti before the roar lands, so Storm zips in. Muerta about to die, but Collapse has got the jump with the two-man stop, catching out Crit and the Beastmaster too. Amar is dead, and Ringmaster follows him into the grave.
And Rue got himself out of that. Just fast reaction. Give it up for Rue. And now we see them activating very early. I expected to see Collapse keep farming for a little while longer, but with this early blink, Blade Mail doesn't need to go for Vanguard, didn't want to keep farming. He's joining a team, opening up the map. And this is setting themselves up for Roche.
So speedy.
Even the Tormentor, of course. Yeah.
He sees them, understands.
Just barely stayed alive then. And this is the type of game where a Clinks can thrive. All tier 1 towers gone immediately. Now it's very dangerous for Dire to move around because the Clinks with the Deso can bring people down quite quickly. And he's going for the Orchid next as well.
And because all these towers have died so quickly and it's kind of been a free game for the Centaur, he's not had to rush the Crimson Guard, as we've seen previously be required as a defensive tool just to stay alive in fights. He's able to go Blade Mail into Blink to continue playing aggressively, and then the Crimson Guard is going to shut down the potential comeback from the Falcons.
Laurel crits in.
Laurel's found him. In comes Collapse, and there's that Blink paying off again. A roar from Amar onto this storm, but the Ice Path macro control and damage onto Quinn and Amar. They're both dead. Oh, Falcons, what have you done? Laurel will jump in even more onto Snaking now by the tier 2. No damns given. 4 kills for the price of nothing.
Massive there on the back of Laurel finding the initial kill and getting all these charges as well. We sometimes talk about a Storm, you know, that you want to get a lot of kills early game because then look at that mana regen. Already sitting at 17.4, able to play so aggressively now. And who cares about the Torment? They're just getting tier 2 tower already. The Desto, along with the Liquid Fire from Jakiro, brings down the tower really fast.
Yeah, it's 17 minutes in, but it feels like the way Spirit have progressed the map, it's like 25 or 30.
Yeah, they skipped a few steps. Oh boy.
Yeah,
Quinn.
Rough for Quinn out
feels the pressure. 0, 4, and 1, not having a good game. And the way back in is going to be tough. He's 4,400 gold behind the Clinks at this point. Of course, the Storm, 3,000 gold ahead of him too.
And the main way to get back into the game as a Queen of Pain is through aggression, right? You want to go and get hero kills.
Yeah, but this is also, you know, some of the concern when you play Queen against all those lockdown heroes. You get caught by one ability, the rest are going to follow. Rod of Aethys as well. They bring down the Tormentor in the end, so go and pick that up. Get the shard over from Murta. Not really the most impactful shard in the early game. He actually is sitting at 0 stacks right now as well.
I'll get there.
Yeah, well, it's you know, you would rather have the Jakiro, but at least you get some progression on the Tormentor. Take it early when you're dominating a game, so it respawns faster.
It's big for Laurel. Given a shoveled salve, a guarded double damage, refills the bottle so Storm can stay on the map. Sat with the Muerta mid, no smoke or anything, but it looks like they're trying to pivot top.
And Radam being so patient up top before he clears this creep wave. He's gonna go for it now. Oh boy, everybody on Centaur.
Collapse is done for. Tried to stampede his way out of that one, but the Falcons were waiting.
1100 gold. That's how far behind they are. They get tons of gold for bringing down even just a killing spree on the Centaur. 11k, 10k net worth lead right now still.
He buys his Crimson Guard out. I'm a big fan of this Clinks build, this Orchid Deso. We were talking about it previously. More of a fan of this than the Maelstrom. Gives him that solo kill potential, which he might just pull the trigger on. Quinn is going to step away. Radam just needs to see someone and then they're dead.
He's going to walk under a combination of Ward and Sentry here. Oh, barely dodges it. Storm is spotted though. Wave. Yeah, saw Storm too, so immediately TP out. But Storm TP's mid. They want Beast.
And zipping onto Amar. TP's to the outpost. Rue is here with the damage. Lol. I'll take him down.
And the important 2% for Murta. Wow, spell lamp.
Oh, yeah. The diary with the scanning on top of each other. They're so scared of the Clinks.
Yeah, getting concerned. Putting down a Sentry after scanning as well. They're getting very paranoid. And meanwhile, Clinks is just, you know, farming around, playing it pretty safe right now. He has the shard, so now he can do this. Little disappearing act for the Chen creeps. Mid tower falling while the Clinks is showing top. Not a great time when you can't defend despite Clinks being on the other side of the map.
A lot of scribbling and drawing from Miposhka saying Gyrocopter is up in that top part of the map, the outer ring of neutral camps. So they know that he is nowhere near ready to join in these fights. So Clinks can keep doing the same thing and take out ancient stacks while the other four take the tower.
Yeah, and right now
Collapse is a little bit out there.
He is, but that's a big target. He is so tanky. You brought him down last time, but he was in the center of all 5. And right now he has Murta nearby. Just Murta might be able to save him if they go.
And this time he's got the Crimson. 3,000 health.
At level 14, he is a big, chunky boy already. Team Spirit still feed the Wisdom Rune over to Falcon. Okay, they can get that.
And Muerta shows a lone mid. But even that isn't tantalizing enough for Falcons. They let Rue step away. What's Chen?
Leipnir almost completed on him.
Chen and Amar,
that might be the target.
Well, there's Deep Radiant Observer Ward. It spotted the move down here. So Centaur is just going to sprint towards the area he assumes they're going to be in. Stampede and the catch up to Amar. Doesn't get the roar off, so the Stomp, Ice Path, Chain disables. Get Team Spirit another kill.
And Team Spirit just do not have a move, it feels like. Despite having this Beastmaster before Blink, it's very hard for him to get a pick off. He does have it now after dying. Maybe when he respawns, take a look for a catch, but instead it's going to be Rue on mid lane. Oops, mispick on a dead shot.
Snaking, zipped on by Laurel. The Chen, no real escape mechanisms. Nothing to defend himself. Miposhka with Radam just stepping up to high ground to fight a silence and a kill on Quinn, who stepped into the middle of them.
The Orchid. This Orchid is going to be devastating for a long time too. He only has the Stafford Wizardry on Quinn. Not close to having a counter item yet, and there's no need to wait. They just go straight up mid. With his Brave, this tower is almost gone.
Such a hard game now to come back into. You know, your Beastmaster Chen were meant to be opening this map up, building pressure and tempo, but you've barely cracked a tier 1 tower. Meanwhile, your opponent's 22 minutes in and going for the barracks. You go with Rod of Atos, Wheel of Wonder. Beastmaster steps forward, but he's controlled up. Crit dead. Miposhka standing his ground, gets the Macropire out before falling. So that allows Collapse and Lol to zip in, get onto Amar, dodging the roar, and getting the kill. Beautifully set up. Falcons down another couple of heroes, and the barracks are falling.
And now the Queen is here, but gets silenced.
He's blinked in. He's got a Yule Scepter this time. Blink ready in a second, so this stomp into Chain Stun's got to be perfect, and it is! Dead for 45. Team Spirit super clean. Laurel on the way out. Can he be protected by the calling? No. Falcons get something, but they lose their tier 3 and their melee.
This is just all bad news for Falcons. Finally getting some gold for bringing that down, but that was on the buyback of Ringmaster. Good buyback, but it's not easy for him to get a single pick off. And Clinks has played a very clean game. I see Amar. He's feeling it this game. This is not an easy one.
What's he feeling? Despair.
Oh, he looked like he was praying to a higher power for a second there.
Bit of suffering.
And the Clinks, Radon going in again.
Who's he got?
He's this 10 and Chen's just gone, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Orchid
There
doesn't
was a
even
moment where it's
proc.
like, Essence Ring Solar Crush, you're like,
but the rend damage from the Orchid sets in towards the end, 30% coming in there, so it was a pretty strong kill for him.
That was a hefty hit. And Rue is already setting up mid for something, but it has been scouted by a Dire Observer Ward. So Falcons
Rue has
know that they...
Atos Aghanims at 24. Like, that's absurd for a Murta. It's so strong.
Got 10,000 net worth. He's almost
Quite
up there with the
often-
Beastmaster.
Yeah, quite often you see the Aghanims come in around the same time as you get the level 20 talent. Like, oh, you have the combination of items. He's got 6 levels early here. He did forego the Gleipnir, though. He's going to go back for it. Regen rune for Storm as well. This big move with the Beastmaster has to work.
That's non-stop. Clenching my butt cheeks and my toes curling up every time Quinn gets gone on by a single spell.
At least he's Yule's up there on Quinn now. But Yule's Dagon power or no power treads, just brown boots does not feel good for him. He is trailing 1100 gold behind the Murta support.
Yeah.
All this
Falcons,
economic damage.
They're still out on the map trying to make plays, though. You know, they're not hiding in their base, not cowering away. Skitter is building up. He's second in net worth, not looking too bad. And they're
realizing the Roche should be taken, so this is a good time for them to get on the field and farm. And this is very, very valuable that they're doing this. Allows them to get closer to any form of key items. Doesn't look like they have some big one finishing up beyond the Revenant's Brooch for Gyrocopter is going to be the most significant thing they can get now.
Yeah, I mean, otherwise it's kind of a waiting room for BKB on Beastmaster, Kaya Sandra, whatever on the Queen of Pain.
Yeah, you need everything you can get basically at this point. And I think a big item as well is the pipe that Chen is working on. If he can get that, that will mitigate so much damage output.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Because when you get to a situation like this,
Clinks has, it's a lot of magic damage still.
Tower is under attack.
yeah, that's true. Just when you get into a spot like this where you're 13k and age is down 26-6 and Team Spirit are eyeing up your barracks, it's potentially one fight loses the game or maybe gives you a chance to hold on. You know, we're not looking at win conditions for Falcons for quite some time.
Yeah, it's more staying conditions. Can we stay in the game? Let us play. But with a pipe and Crimson Guard on Centaur and just getting a Gale Guard as well as his neutral item, he is longing for the high ground. He yearns for the tier 3 tower, Gareth.
He's large and in charge. Like this smoke effort from Falcons might be a last-ditch attempt. They glyph that top tier 3 for now. And Team Spirit only showing Radahn and his skeletons. Eposhka sat behind him for the Ice Path play. Larl and Collapse are ready to jump at any other targets they spot up in this dire base. There's the initial jump. And I get the Clinks out of there equally. Amar gets out of the Macropire and away from danger. So a little back and forth, but it doesn't...
They tried to blink Force Staff that it clinks in to roar him in their base and kill him twice. There's actually a Force Staff from Beastmaster. I thought it was a defensive one.
Same.
So he tried to catch him before he backed away, but he turned before the Force Staff came out, making it look like a defensive one.
Cool. That would have been super nifty if it worked.
Appreciate the details and a little cool play.
Smoke under ward. Quinn in position to break.
Dire's top tower is under
Radahn smoke does break, but Ruin Collapse still able to charge on forward. Vision on the high ground for Falcons here. I mean, this is do and die in game 2, and Quinn is about to die.
Oh, he'll get
Half health
resilenced.
already under the ice path. He's sent into the box, but look at Skitter get obliterated. Collapse and Rue charging forward. Radahn's Clinks is getting controlled up a lot, but that allows the rest of his team to clean up the mess that has been made. Radahn takes down Quinn. Amar's Beastmaster surrounded and slaughtered as Team Spirit on the verge of taking game 2, killing off the Chen army. Take out the creeps and move your way up into that dire base.
So unfortunate there for Skitter. He got petrified by the neutral creep at the start of the fight, and then he got caught out by the fear from Deadshot. And just, yeah, and it's not even GG, it's end, man.
I thought he was going to do a Quinn quote and say, go ahead mid, I'm done. But there we go. Team Spirit, game 2, tie things up 1 apiece, giving us a game 3. Amar does in the end call a GG. And the clinks for Radan. Working out this time.
Very impressive play from them. I think the key thing, though, was how Collapse played, joining the team early to bring down all those tier 1 towers, allowing then the Clinks to take full reign on the map. If it wasn't for the tier 1 towers falling, I think Clinks could have struggled again. But I think Collapse just had a good understanding of, okay, let's group up, get everything done. Objectives, objectives, objectives. Get the Aegis for my Storm, towers for my Clinks, and then the map is easy to play. And from that point on, Falcon just didn't have a fallback mechanic.
It must have felt so much better than playing that Conquer in game 1, right? The Centaur had a decent laning stage, got so much freedom, got to do what he wanted. And I think most importantly, he got to choose when he was fighting. He was the one jumping people rather than being gone on non-stop.
Yeah. Also, speaking of jumping people, some of the stuff going down there on the mid lane, Quinn just, investing hard in trying to win the mid lane, but ultimately kind of didn't get off to the start that he wanted, didn't find the rotations to his side lane. And when you invest this heavily into Shadow Strike build, you really need to dominate early game. Otherwise, it's
I'm telling you. If Sunsven and Syndrome were casting this game, Quinn would be 10-0. Yeah, it's just the fact I'm casting a Quinn of Pain game.
You're the curse.
I'm absolutely the curse. Yeah, it's been a tragic run. I'm gonna have to go look at the stats again, but yeah, a hard game for Quinn to look at those stats. And 0-7-2 on the Queen of Pain, rough one, and it was last pick, right?
Yeah, I think it was the absolute last pick was the reaction. But sometimes it doesn't go the way you want. I think it was a little bit risky into all those disables. Ultimately, it didn't work out for him.
It didn't. But we're heading to a game 3. That's what we all wanted, except maybe Winter. But we'll find out from him and the rest of the panel now.
Winter indeed hedging against the 3-game series. But John and I, the true winners here, the fans of Dota 2, we're all the winners here, folks. Of course, as we get more Dota 2 action here. Both 3-game series here, lads. The upper bracket, the competition is just that tight. And it's that tight here between Spirit and Falcons. Winter, your reaction here? What are you thinking?
Yeah, I think I agree with everything Waga said, about Quinn pushing his limits with the Queen of Pain here. Getting those 3 points, even before the third point, even in the first wave when he got the first point, he lost like so many creeps. He didn't get the creep, in the first wave. Like Storm had 2 denies in the first wave, and after that he kind of, I felt like got a little bit tilted. He was really aggressive. He tried to pressure the Storm a lot. I think Lau played a fantastic game. He was really calm. He went to the jungle at level 5 to get his level 6 so he didn't die. And then Queen, when he got his haste rune at 6 minutes, he went and tried and contest the shrine, right? And he overplayed his hand again. He didn't get any kills, and he used all his mana and HP, and he had to go back, So he gave Lau a lot of time to recover, and the Storm didn't even feel like he got pressured in this matchup, at all, So I think that pick alone had to do his damage onto Storm, but it did not, So it just felt like it had no impact at all on the Queen.
Yeah, really strong bounce back by Team Spirit, especially by Laurel and Yotaro, of course. John, kind of looking at the other side of it, of course, the reflection of that comeback, of that stubbornness paying off, it's kind of the pain, right, that you could kind of see not only visually in some of those replays or even after the game with a lot of the players still sitting down, but even in the all chat, right? Amar just typing end, definitely looked like a really frustrating game the way that one kind of spiraled out of control for them, right, John?
Yeah, it certainly did look like it. Amar could barely get any big roars in. Every now and again he would, but the follow-through damage wasn't there. I think for the side of Falcons, they have to be careful. Like the last game, game 1, it looked pretty good for Falcons. Mind you, their lead wasn't massive. There were opportunities there for Team Spirit. The Roche incident for Radan, for Yotaro, was probably the turning point that was just super unfortunate. and you love to see Team Spirit kind of execute their idea in Game 2 even better. Like, this is the Clinks at its best, and we can take a look as well as one of those tiny things that Team Spirit did that kind of led into this game with our ward of the game from last time. Around the 10-minute mark, had a nice aggressive ward right by the shop. This is where we start to see that punishment around this area, leading into a ton of fights, and just for them to snowball off the back of the strong start. Again, this lineup from Team Spirit had to get this momentum early, and they're just finding it around the secret shop area, just managing to, again, punish like every single overstep. Like, you'd see Crit just TP in, walk forward just a tad bit past the tier 1, instantly melts. Like, Yatora had so much presence in this game.
Yeah, definitely Winter, and like that kind of ward, the region that they're fighting in means that the offlane ends up failing. It means that they're not going to be able to farm up those stacks. It gets contested, the game spirals out of control, and just as it was all foretold here, we do have ourselves a Game 3. Hold on here, though. I'm just getting word that we're ready to check in once again with our man on the ground. It's Lyrical. What do you got for us over there, over in Raleigh?
Thank you so much, Richie. That's right. We saw those keycaps earlier. That is the collapse keyboard with Baby Yoda and company. We also do have another fancy one, which we're going to show you. All of these players, this is Ruse, have some fancy hardware. That's what you want to see right there, most definitely. I just want to show those because they look really pretty. But the other thing that I want to let you all know, on top of these games getting played, I've also been looking out onto the street. I've been in the back little room, seeing the green room and people popping in. And there's starting to be more and more NA faces that are showing up for this LAN. I think people really wanted to take advantage of the fact that here in beautiful North Carolina, we've got a ton of great Dota that's going to be played over the next several days. Saw Fly back there, saw Purge a little bit earlier. Charlie Yang is going to be back in town. So if you want to come on out, see all the stars and also those people, be sure to come on down a little bit later as we head on back to the panel. Get ready for the last game in this best of 3.
Yes, of course, right? All the NA faces coming on down, and you can join them still. There's a bit of time before the arena opens up tomorrow at the Raleigh Convention Center for 3 days of playoff action. All BO3s before that BO5 action, and just be careful if Charlie Yang invites you to a game of Mafia. I hear he takes those pretty seriously, doesn't they?
That he does.
Yeah, I had a couple of first-hand experience. I was terrible at the game, and I made him so mad because I couldn't understand how to play the game.
John, any first-hand experiences with the Mafia of the NA Dota crew?
I mean, I remember back in Stockholm, Richie, where you and I first met in person. There was a lot of Mafia going on. That was the first thing post-pandemic, or in the middle of the pandemic, our first LAN in a while. There's a lot of Mafia. Me and Mike were just observing. It was pretty intense, I gotta say. It was pretty intense watching those Mafia games. So I do get that vibe. Just watch out if you guys do go in a circle and play Mafia. It's competitive.
It's dangerous, man. There's a few clips, of course, that snuck out of the early TI days, but of course, let's not lose focus. What are we here for? We're here to fight for the right to play in front of that Raleigh crowd here tomorrow, and even on Saturday for that upper bracket finals slot. We already have one team waiting up there. Let's see, who is it going to be? 2 games, not enough to separate Falcons nor Team Spirit. For the second time today, we're going to a Game 3 after the break.
Was a young boy in New York City. I worked the night shift until it hit me that you are what I'm living for. My father taught me for years to be a strong man, hold back my tears. My mother taught me love, and she told me I will fight for you. I will fight for you. I will fight for you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here with Amar the Fucker.
Hello.
Am I allowed to call you that?
Yes, of course. That's the only thing you're supposed to be calling anyway.
But what about this Team Falcons, a professional organization? Do they like it if you're called Amar the Fucker? What about Amar the Falcon?
No, Amar the Fucker is better. Like, everyone needs to understand.
It's fair enough. How do you feel about just like America in general and like, you know, just America? North Carolina.
I love America, the best country in the world.
Do you feel free to say that because you're here? Because it's a country of freedom?
I always love America, and I come America, and I understand why I need to love America more.
That makes sense. What's your favorite fast food joint in America?
They're all very good, not gonna lie. But I have to choose Shake Shack.
What do you get from Shake Shack? What's your order?
The beef burger.
You don't get any ice cream?
No, only normal burger, fries. Done.
Have you had Five Guys burgers and fries?
I've had almost every burger place.
How do you feel about Taco Bell, even though it gives you squirting diarrhea?
No, I haven't tried Taco Bell actually. I don't like tacos, so I just dodge.
Well, we're in North Carolina, so I don't think there's a lot of Mexican food here anyway, so.
Yeah, maybe, I guess.
Can you tell me, where are all the Amar the Fucker heroes? Where's that Timber Saw? You think this hero is complete trash and garbage?
I only play Bristleback right now. It's the only hero I can consider it's my hero, or the only hero I relevantly even play anymore.
I have this theory that Bristleback's not even good, but you refuse to stop playing it, and you guys are just so good at Dota that everybody else copies you. Is this a good theory? What are you doing here?
Trying to show camera. This is my wallpaper.
You're really lucky you didn't get like a text from your girlfriend on there or something.
No, I even checked that there is no text before.
You made sure?
Yes.
Well, your girlfriend is Bristleback in this case because you really, really love this hero.
What?
I don't know. Anyway, that's going to be an interview with Amar the Fucker. Thank you so much. Good luck, and we'll see you in the grand finals. Right?
Thank you, yes.
The pinnacle of Dota esports gathers here in beautiful North Carolina. It's ESL One Raleigh 2025. It's the upper bracket match. It's Game 3 between Team Spirit and Falcons. We are here, folks, for, again, another Game 3. I'm just so in love with all the Dota that we've had today. These two teams performing at their peak. I'm Seek and Strike. Joining me is John X Fire and Winter Dota. And lads, can I just say that I'm hoping we don't see a Medusa picked in this Game 3 for getting to ban out that anti-mage, right, Winter?
I'm hoping I don't see a Queen of Pain.
Wow.
I mean, that was not the game for it from Quinn. I get the mindset. It just didn't work out. He really needs to be able to secure that mid, which we were talking about, right? Like, that game had to go high tempo for Spirit. That game for Falcons had to launch off of this quap and just didn't. I'm with you though, Richie. If we are going here, if we want an even match, don't go Dusa without banning AM. Don't go Dusa support specifically, because we had some highlights there for those Gorgon's grasps. They don't land. You always miss if you're not careful.
Yeah, and then didn't look too good there. Definitely some low lights there. Winter, I wanted to talk to you a little bit here about the tempo that these two teams are drafting. It seems like right now, within the basically second phase, by the start of the second phase, both teams are already kind of declaring and like almost saying like, hey, I bet you I can beat this game faster than you can. All of a sudden, by the 18th pick, it's like 2 25-minute timings that I'm seeing. What leads to this style? Do you think it's just the confidence in the team? Like, if you're a better team right now in Dota, do you want to be playing faster? Like, talk me through this a little bit.
I mean, it's also history, because I think Spirit learned a lot from their previous defeat, to Falcons. They understand that what Falcons like to do in a game, and they understand they like to play slow. And it's not working, and they are trying to adapt towards what their opponents are doing. And you already mentioned this, during the interview, Ms. Poshka said that you can't just focus on your own game. You need to care a little bit about what your opponents are doing, and you have to try to adapt, create a balance to it.
All right.
If you just do your own thing and they're countering it, you're gonna lose no matter what. So you have to adapt.
You got to adapt. You got to adapt. Quinn staying warm in his jacket. We'll see what we're going to get here as our Game 3 draft now getting underway. Thanks again, folks, for joining us for our final upper bracket match of the day. Very standard stuff, John. And like you pointed out very keenly, it becomes very difficult to limit a lot of the heroes when you are still so focused on banning so much of Amar's hero pool, right? It's almost like back in the day when he was on, Creep Wave?
Yeah, basically, it's the same bans out from Team Spirit. I wouldn't be surprised if we get the Kotl banned again. Team Spirit wouldn't take that risk of kind of having to play into that with crit and giving these combinations out to Quinn, but maybe they consider it as they are taking a little bit more time here. Same thing kind of goes for Falcons, though, right? Like, actually, whoa. Okay, they banned AA, they picked Jakiro. Surely you take Kotl here in Falcons. Like, it feels like a no-brainer. Like, it's got to be Kotl. If not, it's going to get banned.
There's a Tinker in the pool, gentlemen. Is there any consideration for the Tinker, Winter?
I mean, you know my answer, right? When you're comparing Tinker to Kotl.
Yeah, okay.
I already told you I prefer Kotl over Tinker.
5 seconds remaining.
I just feel like you get a lot more value out of the hero. Sure, the hero is a lot weaker in the lane compared to Tinker, but when it comes to the mid game, it's just so difficult to deal with the hero with the constant recalling. Because when you talk about teams at this level, you're thinking about more than just the lanes. It's like how you play the mid game. How are you supposed to create opportunities to gank, to smoke, to kill heroes and take over certain specific areas on the map to get objectives. I think Kotl just gives you that mobility on the map, the global presence and the mana, the resource, the heal, and he gives you mana as well,
Yeah. Like we were seeing in our stats, the last Kotl game we saw, he out-heals a lot of damage in the course, which again is kind of similar to what Tinker does in the good Tinker game. It's just up against a Kotl, it just feels obnoxious because of how around the map you can play. And again, when me and Mike were watching Falcons, we were mentioning how crazy Crit looked. We saw Soxa play it. Wepa said that was the crazier Kotl, but Crit does play a mean one as well. At this point for Spirit, with a Kotl already there, I'm thinking now you kind of have to sink your bans into like Quinn heroes, right? Like Ember, Storm have to be taken out. They take her off the Tiny first. If you give any of these combos out, even something like a Kunkka, if Falcons wanted to play a bit left field, it could look really good, especially if you consider that on something like, say, a safe lane here for Falcons. So it kind of forces you to waste these bans out. There's going to be one of these heroes that slides through, and the Kotl is just going to be a menace.
For sure. Sorry, John, I just wanted to jump in to say that, shockingly, we've had the Storm go unbanned already in both of our two games, right? Spirit, they jumped on it for Laurel, but even the very last ban, 22nd ban for Spirit was that Ember. So, these heroes, they do tend to stay in the draft later. However, that is only because this is, I believe, the first Kotl that snuck through the banning phase. There's another Beastmaster ban, though. Might be relief for Amar, as he will get to play a different hero after all chatting end, after the difficult game that he had.
Yeah, I see a couple of options for Amar. Like the Mars is still in the pool if he wants that. There's more maybe standard offlanes, like say it's Tide. It's still available. I think it kind of works well with this Kotl idea, right? In lane, you're running that Kotl 4. These heroes can kind of get mana starved. Spamming your spells in the lane like that, depending on the matchup, can be quite nice. So I actually don't mind the Beastmaster ban. I think it plays into what Amar might want to bring out anyhow. But Kotl, mind you, Kotl Beastmaster is also pretty solid, but these other Amar heroes still work well.
Whoa. The annoying hero makes an appearance. 2 support picks right away off the bat. It's very annoying for Jakiro to play into Silencer.
Yeah.
And the fact that they chose another support right away means that a lot of the flexible cores are already out. So they don't have a flex pick here to reveal one of their cores. So they are keeping it for 16 and 17 and hoping that Spirit are going to pick another 2 heroes to make it easier for them to pick the cores here. Because the team fight wise is already insane. You have global plus the heals from the Kotl, the mana and everything else.
Yeah,
for Spirit, it's either they try to double down on team fight or they have to try to find another solution here. Because you can't play the map, right? Because there's Kotl pulling people around and then there's global.
Yeah, that's the big threat. Like this is like insanely strong global team fight already from Falcons. And that's not normally something you say without, like, say, a combination with a Spectre or an NP, but this gets that done even without those heroes online. Spirit will pick up that Tide Hunter for themselves for some team fight potential, and at least a hero that can self-dispel the silence if he is being jumped. So you do have some turn opportunities there with the Tide. It has been pretty prevalent in the offlane as well. Matches up quite nicely against most heroes that are melee. Get the Muerta back out here for Team Spirit as well, which we saw.
Lane.
Yeah, it's very solid in lane, pretty decent control once the Atos is up, so I don't mind this from Team Spirit. My concern is maybe your backline jump with just these heroes alone isn't really particularly amazing.
They're
so
gonna
you're going to
need,
have that
like,
Finn
Storm
from Laurel.
Ember type of hero.
I also feel very similarly, though, for Falcons here, right? Winter, I mean,
They
a
should pick the Ember now. They should block pick it. Pick one of the spirits, right? I think they probably want Ember into the Storm here. Those are the critical heroes in this junction.
Oh.
No, they choose the Storm. So, okay, they think that the Storm with the Quarter has more value, and they also want to jump against the Jakiro and Muerta.
Silencer as well to back you up, right? A global after the Storm jumps in. The Coddle, of course, for the mana
But
battery.
didn't you have a stat that says that the Storm Silencer has a lower win rate?
Yeah, but you also have Storm Quattle, right?
Oh yeah, hold on.
So does that offset it?
So
I've got to pull up. I've got it pulled up. Just give me a moment here. I'll find that for you, Winter. 17th pick though coming up here. However,
I think you could maybe gun for a Skittery hero at this point. And they'll go with Abaddon, so
okay, nice.
It's a tanky one. It's a hard one to shove away. I'm curious whether or not this is actually safe or off. It doesn't feel like an Amar here, so I just assume
it's
Skitter.
flexible. So they'll decide after they see the lanes, from Spirit. I think the best way to pick the 16 and 17 is to have one of those cores being able to swap around the side lanes, right? That's why I put a lot of emphasis in the current meta that if you want to be successful as a team, you have to be able to have heroes that overlap between your safe laner and your off laner. Because a lot of situations like this, when you're picking 16 and 17, you want to have that one hero that makes it a lot difficult for your opponents to pick their 18 pick here. But I expect probably the mid laner to come out here from Spirit regardless. They need to pick something to respond to the Storm here.
pardon me for jumping in. I know we've got an 18th pick, very important, coming through. However, I was right. This Silencer Storm have been picked in conjunction 9 times. It's 2 and 7. Now, of course, we don't know if that's Talon picking it 7 times. It very well could be. But
you didn't have to do that, Richie. Come on, you could have left that
it's
detail
okay.
out.
They're not. They can't hear us. They're on the plane. It's a long flight.
Yeah, a long layover as well.
18th pick TA.
I don't mind this.
TA, right?
It's high TA. What does it do, Richie?
It gives you everything. It gives you absolutely everything. And I'll tell you what. I'll tell you
what. The shard
what.
on the TA is very good here.
Talk to me about that anchor, though. You have a leash. You have a stun. You have a dispel. You have a silence. You have a minus armor. You have power. You have push. You have tank. You have everything.
Everything you could ask for. And I do like it here. It does make a lot of sense for Team Spirit. With the shards that Winter was pointing out, it could be a little bit painful for the Storm if you're not too careful. If you randomly walk in trap, you get silence, you get ganked up. You've got the follow-through control for that silence as well. Again, Muerta's pretty damn nice. Tide would, even just shard alone as follow-through is going to be annoying for Falcons to deal with. And that's not something you can just dispel off either. So I like this from Spirit. It's kind of tying up. It's still relatively high tempo as well. You know, something like the TA doesn't need too much time.
It's very good at killing the Silencer and Kotal. Those two supports are very vulnerable to a TA. That's why I'm thinking maybe the TA could be a mid, so you give him more levels so he can actually get a dagger early and run around the map and kill the supports and control the map that way. Because usually when you're talking about mid heroes that move around, you don't talk about something like a TA. You talk about like a Storm Ember kind of hero, primal, tiny shaker, But I think what TA can do this game is he can actually get a very quick dagger and use his traps and vision and pressure, because the supports like Silencer and Kotal, you don't really need a stun to kill them. You have so much damage, you just jump over, one Mel Strike and a couple of hits, they're dead, And you're going to cause a lot of problems on the map when you actually can get a hit like this, And in this matchup, TA into Storm, TA should be able to have a very good start.
Yeah, I agree. Like, the lane should be pretty playable for Laurel.
Yeah, it's a free lane. Storm cannot do anything to TA. TA is going to farm.
I'm just trying to think what Falcons can do now for this flex, right? Like locking in the Abaddon into either safe or off, and what you'd want in either position that course corrects here. just a little bit more. I think I'd prefer the idea of an offlane Abaddon, perhaps, and just maybe this is very left field. Lifestealer could be nice. I think a Razor looks okay as well in this kind of game. It's not the worst in the world. So
Razor against TA and tight. It looks good. I think the thing is the lane is not that easy to get away with because you're Razor and Silencer and you're into tight Muerta. Okay, so no, it's the TA carry.
Switching it up
So
from
we
game
were
one.
already talking about the Ember Storm, you know. I kind of expected it to be picked in the previous pick because I felt like it could get banned. But in the end, they still get the hero.
I feel like
so now what does Falcons do?
I feel like that matchup's still fine for Quinn. Again, we saw Quinn crush it as Ember. I feel
but
like
do
that
you put the
shouldn't
Abaddon on the TA's lane or the Tide's lane? No, that's the important question.
Yeah. That's a rougher one. I'd say you might get a little bit more play with like Abaddon Silencer, and then you run something else with the Kotl on offlane, something Amar can just kind of try to spam around with. I don't know, like there's a Mars that could be annoying. It gives you some team fight, some durability up front. The lane is so early on. There is some magic damage poke that's going to be annoying.
I mean, can't you
like
kind of
Mars.
afford to just pick something that's going to win one of those lanes for sure, and then kind of sack the Abaddon to just be like a offlaner no matter where he goes? Is that doable? You know what I'm saying? Like for example,
Yeah, pick like something like Ursa just to win the lane, right? That's what you're saying.
and then just be like, sorry, Abba, your lane's going to be however it is. Just buy the auras. Ursa Storm got this, right? 2 carries.
I don't mind that. Like, I think the Abaddon offlane, it's actually kind of interesting with a Kotl. I think just having the spam ability of your shield can be nice. Anyhow, like, it does have a lot of durability that you could try to play with. Just shove out the wave as well. Get some farm going. Could be one way to go. Tempo is pretty good if they do go for
but I
Ursa.
think with Falcons like setup, they usually tend to prefer to sack Skeeter over sacking Amar. That's what I feel when they're making decisions like this. I think both decisions has its pros and cons. It's up to them to decide which one would allow them to have the best chance of winning.
That's not what I thought.
Sven is a pretty good pick into the TA. You have the armor. The lane against Tide though is going to be a free lane for Tide. So, oh wait, what?
Yeah. Offlane Sven. I think it still makes sense. You're Sven into TA, although chances are you're not getting that much of Warcry early on. I think you've got some control and fight.
I mean, is he going to get the other facet and just go aura?
Could be a possibility. Then I am concerned about damage issues though, if you don't go for that. And I think you will have to build up. We've got our 1x bet odds as well, showing that Team Spirit is favored coming into this one. And I wouldn't fault anyone. Again, you've got Tai TA, you've got the Storm versus Ember matchup, which, Quinn showed us that Ember can win out a Storm. Larl's going to have to show us the same thing and kind of school Quinn now. I'm not sure though. Like, I'm not sure. If you go for the heavy plate on Sven, I don't know if you've got enough damage here on the side of Falcons.
Okay, Winter, sell me Falcons draft a little bit. John, he's on the Spirit side of this one. What do you got for me here?
I mean, they have a typical Falcon setup with Skeeter on the moving hero. With the Abaddon, I think the Abaddon's gonna have to move like to the gate and help the Sven. I think the Sven is probably not gonna go aura. I think he's gonna go carry build.
He's got heavy plate.
Abaddon.
He's got heavy plate.
Yeah. He's gone heavy plate. Okay then. Yeah, but as always, when Falcon succeeds, Skeeter is the one that has to start the move. He's gonna gate. He's gonna help the Sven get a good start, kill the tower. And things are going to snowball from there, because I think even though he can't stop the Tide from farming, the Abaddon is going to secure his own farm, so he's going to have his own game, and they're going to try to play around that. And also it's going to free up a lot of movement for the supports to move around, because Abaddon is quite self-sustainable. He doesn't really need a lot of babysitting, so Snaking can play really greedy and just move around, and especially help Quinn,
Got
You
it.
saw how badly he got beaten the last game, and they're going to try to make sure that does not happen again.
It's been a back and forth series here between Spirit and Falcons as the coaches are being escorted off stage. It is time here, folks, to decide who will be moving on to play in the upper bracket at the Raleigh Convention Center, and who will be facing off in the lower bracket. I'm particularly excited here. It's going to be a close game. We've got 2 heavy hitters going head to head. We've got 2 wonderful casters here to bring you the action.
Thank you so much, Richie. Let's get into game 3. Again, fresh drafts, interesting heroes in a game 3 of a series on this patch. Waga, it's what we love to see. Amar finding a farming hero. As earlier on he said, what do you do in the off lane? You just go jungle. So he's got Sven to go jungle and hit creeps, I guess.
I mean, yeah, but there is also a lot of value to going for this survivability build on Sven. We'll see what his item build is going to look like, how much he wants to be a farmer, and if he wants to go for early pipe for mitigation. The problem with his heavy plate build and the barrier and the survivability he can bring is that there's a lot of magical damage on Radiant as well. Yes, they have minus armor on Tide TA, but look at Jakiro, Murta, Ember, and even Tide has a fair amount of magical damage going through with Gush, Ravage coming in. So we'll see how it's going to work out, what he wants to go for. I would say I like Team Spirit's draft here. It's looking pretty damn good.
Is there some like exploit here with, I'm not talking about a bug, but I'm talking about mechanics with Kotl chakra magicking here to Warcry non-stop? No, can we just barrier each other over and over again?
I mean, you can double chakra summon pretty effectively when you have recall. So yeah, you can get 12-second CDR. It's 8 seconds duration. So you can't really get full uptime on it, but you can improve the duration with the 10 talent, 5 seconds. I guess you could. You could theoretically do it. 13 seconds duration and you double CDR it. You could basically be perma work ride.
It's pretty insane. And you add in the stuns being spammed out as well.
Yeah. I do believe that it's more likely we're going to see him play around the storm, the more classic, you know, that's the thing that people are likely to do. But as you mentioned, the stun and the work ride, it could be really impactful to combine these two.
Yeah, definitely valuable. We might see it in lane. As we did see there, a slight mismatch in bounty runes. 3 for Team Spirit, 1 for Skitter on the Falcon side. Skitter laning with Snaking up top. Baden and Silencer versus a Tide and Muerta. How's this going to go down?
I mean, the cool thing is that they decided to swap around. They put the Abaddon, you know, as a carry here. It's going to be interesting to see. Because I was thinking this would be an off-lane Abaddon, but safe lane Abaddon is really, really strong. Silencer is a very strong laner. This will be a tough lane for Collapse.
Yeah, already dropping very low, close to death. Snaking, keeping that damage going onto Rue as well. Already burning through a lot of that Team Spirit regen in this lane stage.
Yeah, they definitely had to bullying them right now.
Yeah, 1v2 zoning out heroes, nearly getting kills. And First Blood's on the menu for Snaking, just waiting for the moment to take it. But there was definitely a long deliberation period, right, when they pick this Abaddon, they go into that last pick of the draft, and they're thinking, do we swap Abaddon to 1, to 3? Do we pick a Sven? They pick the Sven. We all think, oh, carry Sven, offlane Abaddon. And then they do the swap again.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see how it's going to work out, the Sven on the offlane. Generally, going melee against TA can be a bit tricky. Already getting meld struck and harassed a bit in lane. His CS is not looking good against the TA. She's 10-6 and he is 5-0. So he's hard losing the 1v1 while the supports have been busy doing their own thing.
Collapse, non-stop bullied. Skitter steps up. Snaking hasn't even leveled his second skill yet. And he's gonna have...
This is what you had to expect, though. You signed up for this lane. The TA was known for a long time. You wanted to play Sven into it. I think this is a really rough lane for him, and Jakiro only adds to that, since Jakiro is higher impact than Akado in laning stage. So they will have a tough time. Finally, the lane we haven't talked about that much. Mid lane, Quinn is doing a good job for now, CSing against the Ember. But overall, Ember perhaps a bit favored in this matchup. It's very, very even, though it's down to mechanics.
Yeah, mechanics, rotations, rune control, all the nitty-gritty stuff comes into play. But really, these two offlaners, they're going to start, you know, begging and pleading for their supports to go and stack jungle, right? Build up some ancient stacks for Tide and Sven, who are both pretty adept at clearing them, to try and catch up after this resounding loss in the laning stage. And it looks like Miposhka here might just be able to find crit. That's a good TP out, though.
Fighting.
He
loses it.
Dead to Snaking at the same time up at top lane.
He thought he was going to be fine. He had the healing Lotus, but you cannot underestimate the impact of glaives over time. Snaking with a lot of stats from the circlets and the branches just brings him down there.
The brain drain begins.
Yeah, -1. That means that Snaking is really low, so he's going to go kill himself on the Ancient. Get back on the lane.
And then Amar being bullied around by Miposhka. Just wanting to drag his wave onto tower so he can get something. It does mean that, like Jakiro TA, they've got access to large and small camp for pulls, but it looks like that 4-minute rune much more important for Miposhka to go and guard. If they can get themselves a Lal refill top and stop Quinn from refilling bottom, that's huge for this mid lane.
Yeah, it's gonna be very nice impact. And, you know, when you have both off-laners struggling this bad, whoever can get an edge on mid lane is gonna be very impactful, because their activation will be more important than ever. 6-minute rune is gonna be important for both teams to control, as Spirit heroes always want the runes. One problem here for Falcons as well is that you're struggling on the offlaner, and as per usual, Caudle goes and stacks jungle. But an offlane Sven, who is being bullied in lane, doesn't clear jungle that easily. He's got 2 points Great Cleave, and he's gonna try, but this is poor man's jungling compared to a Sand King or a Tide or something going back in jungle. This does not look very fast.
Any of the other heroes, right? Darkseer, Ion Shell, Wraith King with the skeletons, Beastmaster with the axes. And Sven can try his hardest, but bless his little socks. He's got Great Cleave level 2 and 50 HP remaining. Quinn in the meantime having a good old scrap in the mid lane with Laurel. Amar nearly dying to the Warpine Raiders, had to pop a Lotus to stay alive.
He cleared one of the stacks,
we've got and Rue building stacks of his own.
Of course. And Miposhka invading, going in and just contesting a bit on the Ancients as well, trying to make sure there's no big fallback mechanics for them.
Is this just this Dota 2 now? That's what we've devolved into. Pause 3, minute 5, jungling.
Yep, he's beating the Centaur, Magic Stick. Whew. He's winning. Level 5 achieved for this Sven.
Give the man a Quelling Blade. Real action's happening in the mid lane though. Miposhka with a catapult here, forcing Quinn away from lane. Lal loses quite a fair amount of health there, just the tower hits. But there's damage to the tower, unhealable damage. Not being stopped by Falcons right now.
Making with a DD rune.
Yeah, we'll get the rune grab, and Sven TPing in mid as well. They're bringing numbers to try and mitigate their losses. A stun on Jakiro under tower and a zip from Quinn nets them a kill on Miposhka.
Snaking, he has to be the carry. Keep getting that int. He sees top, he sees Tide trying to get away with some farming, and Silencer gets real furious, already running over. Where is he pulling these creeps? What's he gonna try and farm it on? Is it just running away time?
I just don't get caught, right?
This is quite the journey. Come to the gate with me, creeps. Take the gate to bottom.
I don't think they want to follow you there.
Oh no, they all disjointed. Yeah.
And now Collapse. And he's going to go for the TP, knowing there are no stuns up in this lane. So he's got a nice juicy wave arriving in front of his tier 1, which is good. But 7th minute, Wisdom Shrines about to pop up. Both Miposhka and Radan ready and waiting to take it. It looks like on the left-hand side, they're going to have Skitter step in there. Collapse and Rue fighting back into snaking. Skitter looking for this kill, gets the takedown on Rue. Miposhka and Skitter, both the ones to get the Wisdom Shrines, but Collapse with backup now arriving. Lal is here to try and save his buddy. Abaddon does have a point held with 15 1 charges as well for ulti and the sustain. Actually going to pop it now to turn and heal to full.
Keeps the Silencer safe as well. He doesn't even need to use his shield on him, just holding it ready. And meanwhile, the Sven is being followed by Miposhka, who is looking for the kill even.
Dead? Is he dead here?
It's close. It's close, but the shield. Heavy plate.
Barrier. Meanwhile, Collapse is nearly dead on the left-hand side. It's so far a tale of 2 off lanes. Both Tide and Sven struggling, just scraping the bottom of the barrel for anything.
But Tide is struggling worse because he's losing his tower right now. Abaddon, keeping the catapult alive for a long time, brings down the offlane tower. First big damage dealt in this game.
There's a TA trap and a kobold over on that right side of the map, so free farm for Amar. Very happy about it, but he's going to notice both of his camps have been sentried.
Yeah, and he doesn't have a home right now. Like, Amar is just, he's drawing on the map like, I want to move to the other jungle maybe, but then he can't leave bottom. He just want to lose tower. It's just tough days.
I'm going to stop this TA from pushing into you, especially with a Jakiro by her side.
Ultimately, though, Radan having the freest game ever as TA. Very happily farming.
Yeah, 74, 22, 4,500 net worth. A good 400 ahead of the Abaddon already. And what we're going to see, the Dragonlance blink? Or is he stepping in for a Deso in between them?
Looks like the Deso is going to be bought up, and I don't disagree with it. When you have this free of a game, just farm up, get the damage, and get to a point where Sven can never tank. If you have enough damage on TA, Sven is just food always. And with him being so underfarmed, I think this is the right choice.
And Skitter's Abaddon, Blade Mail lined up for him, so not the Radiance Rush, going for more of a... It was the ability, at least, to have a bit of a mid-game fighting build. Quinn, crit, and snaking over in the enemy Ancients area.
See him using the Coddle a little bit to try and allow Storm to play aggressive and high tempo.
Oh, look, the shovel for the water rune. Refills Quinn. Cottle provides always.
What true support should do. So at least if bottom is going pretty poorly for them, the mid and top lane are very nice for Falcons. They're getting a lot of value. Even Scions are being allowed to farm lane a little bit, which I'm a big fan of. Abaddon trying to activate, going towards mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, minute 10, Haste Rune spawned. Lol, and the Remnant down south. So that's going to be there for Quinn. And it's also Cottle getting all the farm that's meeting that tier 1 bottom, right? Sansa gets the lane top, Cottle gets the lane bottom, the rest of them jungling and finding value there. And we all know what a Cottle with a few levels and a bit of gold can do.
Definitely. I think level 6 is very critical in this hero. Ever since the recall facet becoming the play, it allows you to do so much more. You can get your team involved. Maybe with that, he can get Storm into some killing position against the Jakiro down bottom. Still needs half a level though on the Coddle to get level 6.
I'm not sure what Radahn is signaling there. Big old circle. Maybe he's saying Sven hasn't shown his face down here for a good 2 minutes. He must be farming out the rest of the map. Now, it looks like Sven, he's going to be going for this kind of regular carry-ish build. Mask of Manus Echo Saber.
Yeah, he's maxing stun and cleave. Well, cleave primarily, and he's going for the Mask of Madness, as you said. So he's signaling he wants to farm, and I think when you're this far behind, you have to go for this. Otherwise, you're not going to play on a tempo. You're not going to hit a strong timer and somehow end the game. So might as well try and recover. We have always praised Sven for how well he can recover in the jungle, how strong he can become when he has items. The question is, how much can Team Spirit do with this basically offlaner being MIA right now?
Yeah, I mean, at least the Tide has Ravage as a tool they can use to fight around, but it looks like for now, Collapse just trying to TP out of the grasp of Skitter and Snaking. Gets the Fountain with his life, but it's not an easy ride. Meanwhile, Quinn gets the sniper Miposhka down bottom, and it looks like with Cottle and Sansa's arrival, they'll try and push this for the tier 1.
Bottom lane does get dangerous very quickly with Storm coming in. They have good lockdown heroes, but until they have Rod of Atos and some extra items coming in, the Shard on the Tide, they're gonna struggle to deal with the mobility of Storm with that constant mana refill.
Yeah, and Skitter does a good job just planting himself mid to clear the wave and hold the tower there, and now rejoin the rest of the team.
They could call down Sven if there's a big fight too.
There's a zip. There was a sentry. Rue and pops out of the safety, and Quinn's going to keep giving chase. And Moreta caught up by Quinn. Storm Vortex into the Illuminate. Storm Spirit with another kill. 6 galvanized stacks for him. 2-0-1. A much better start than his Queen of Pain game.
Yeah, he's off to a fantastic start, but the Ember's keeping pace in terms of farm at least. Hasn't found any kills, but Laurel has done a good job maxing out his farm. We'll get that Mage Slayer in a pretty good timing.
Which is great to see, you know, slowly but surely we're having this incremental build-up from Collapse and Amar, who didn't have a lane, haven't had a game the first 6 or 7 minutes, but you look at the net worth board and you don't really feel that massive difference.
Yeah, I mean, all they've been doing is trying to recover, so they're working really hard on fixing their net worth, and they're letting their team kind of shield them and make the moves for them. So both are kind of dead weight in their team right now. Collapse is starting to make his presence known, pushing top, cutting behind creep waves, and has his eyes on this tower. We'll see if Falcons want to defend. They're pretty strong this early on. Global ready as well.
15 camps stacked by Spirit and 12 by Falcons. A very stack-heavy game, as you've been saying, just trying to recover their net worth as they can. But here comes that smoke from Falcons. Crit and snaking. Wandering through that top jungle.
has fallen.
Sven is in the
Close
vicinity,
to
ready
ward,
to
but
go.
Yeah, not spotted by the ward.
It's a collapse tide on his own. He's going to get surrounded pretty quickly here as well. He's speedy though, phase boots and in the river, but with Storm Spirit, yep, recalled across. Should make reasonably short work of this Tide Hunter. Just a few little Kraken pops, had 10-1 charges, didn't even bother using them. He knew he was dead.
It feels like infinite mana on Storm when you have this Coddle combination going on. Look at the refill. He spent all that mana. He's still back to full right after the gank. So Quinn looking to play a very fast tempo game with the help of Crit.
Yeah, and Crit has a shovel still, so he's, picking up mangoes and salves. So it's not just the Chakra and the recall, but he's got more tricks up his
Setting up
sleeve.
for the Tormentor. Quick move down bottom. Already throwing down the Sentry, making sure there's no Radiant Vision. And Radiant definitely playing slower here, waiting for that TA timing. Like the panel was saying, the Shard is big in this game. Blink and Shard, his next items in the queue.
How greedy is going for Deso here? Are we waiting for Blink and Shard to come out next before Radahn makes a move? Or are we thinking about contesting Tormentor?
I think that Deso means that they don't want to contest the Tormentor as well. It is pretty greedy considering Tide is having such a rough game. And I think you could have hit the timing with Ember, Mage Slayer, Blink on TA. But instead they opt to go this farming route.
Ice Path, follow up from the Slight Chains. Good damage and great dead shot. Back into the calling, but the global silence is that massive reset button. Something the panel mentioned, right? Having Abaddon ulti with the global silence, the Kotl and the Storm able to reposition around the map. There's lots of resets and scrappy skirmish tools that Falcons have.
Yeah, and the heal. Look at it. Kotl says, okay, you're low HP. Just gonna throw some blasts at my entire team. Just gonna dodge. Easy. Mana is still fixed up. He's working on fixing the HP on Storm. Storm was heading base, but you never really need to go base when you have this this non-stop healing coming in. And Sven
just keeps it going.
Almost at the Echo Saber. Mask Commander's Echo is complete, so he's getting there.
Oh, he's caught up tremendously well. Almost at 7,000 net worth. Right, here's the blink on TA.
Collapse going for Julesep the first item. No Vladimirs. This is definitely unusual. Of course, he is playing against the Silencer. He wants to be able to Ravage, but it's still not really inspiring confidence in me.
I guess against the Abaddon build. Abaddon with the ulti as well.
Yeah.
But he's going to get zipped on here. Skitter and Quinn close in on Collapse. There is Ravage ready, and his Yule Scepter there on the Abaddon might set up for an Ice Path. Follow through from Radahn and Rue. Skitter holding the ulti for as long as possible. Tons of one charges and Healing Lotus for him. Skitter, ulti popped, and Team Spirit chasing him down. I don't know if he can survive the rest of this. Falcons team nearby, but not wanting to commit to a fight, so Team Spirit just run this Abaddon down into the ground, pummeling him over and over again with no response from the rest of the Dire team. They're even going to Ravage for him. All right.
Wow.
Calm down, Collapse.
Dear God, he wanted him dead. Gets the last hit. Ravage for the last hit. It feels like there has to have been a moment to turn that fight around. Full mana on the Storm during that. The Abaddon living for that long is just like, really, guys? We can't punish this? 5 heroes running next to each other. Murta, 0 mana. But in the end, they just sell him and gonna keep farming, dodging for now. They don't want to fight into the big team fight of Radiant.
I mean, maybe when you see that TA with Blink Deso, you're like, maybe not a fight we want to take. Like the 11,400 net worth. Radahn is gapping people. 3k difference between him and Storm?
I mean, he did have the freest lane ever. I don't know what a last pick Sven to the off lane, I guess the safe lane TA does. It's definitely not threatening, I can tell you that much.
Well, now Ravage is down. They've got a free opening onto Collapse. He grabbed the shield rune. Stormhammer's good. Calling place down to slow the advance, and Skitter's just dead. The Abaddon gets shredded. Lol is going to be able to slight and maybe get a bit of distance, but the global gives the coverage for Storm to zip back in, but they don't have the damage. Quinn's got to zip out of there now. Amar is committing. He's fallen. What is going on? Rue's in the midst of battle. Quinn's in an ice path, falling to Team Spirit, and Radahn is shredding them.
Oh boy,
What
the
did we
silence
just
coming
witness?
in. The silence from the TA shard just messing them up there in the middle of that fight as well. overcommitment. Abaddon didn't have ulti when the fight started. I think they underestimated how important that is for them to have 10 seconds cooldown as they begin the chase here. And the beautiful calling going down. Look at that positioning. They forced through this. Very dangerous.
It's just the damage on the Abaddon just comes out of nowhere. And then, yeah, you're right. These TA traps, huh? The silence just continues on the Storm.
Yeah. Yeah, it stopped Storm from bringing down the Ember. So it kept Ember alive for a long time, and then he had to overcommit. Meanwhile, back in live, they're trying to go down bottom, pushing out, but the sneaky Coddle playing the edge of map. This is also where he has to have a lot of sentries because TA traps can mess with this type of gameplay from Coddle. Having the shard, they have increased vision now.
Spirit are coming for them. Look at this train heading down bottom. There's dire
bad
vision.
intentions.
Full sense of security maybe for the Storm Spirit. And they'll see the Ember. He pushes out the lane alone. Quinn, don't think about going. He's going to walk right into them. Slide chains, no defensive tools. Down you go. They saw the Coddle too, hey?
Coddle, the spear clips him. I like that the moment the Storm showed himself, 3 immediate abilities landed on him. Searing Chain, TA Trap Silence, and the Rod of Atos were all clicked the moment they showed from Fog of War. And no way out for him. He didn't have a chance to dodge any of them.
They've been trained well. I'm so scared of this Templar Assassin, man. How happy are you to see a TA like this?
I mean, I'm happy to see it, but also it feels so odd to me. Normally I see TA and people counterpick it, but this game, there was not really any counterpick. All the heroes on Falcons are honestly shit against TA. Like, none of them are good against TA. The supports are really bad, and the Sven offlane was just, I mean, probably one of the weakest laners I can think of against TA, as far as offlane pool goes.
How late was the pick? We've seen a lot of first pick TA, right? Then it gets countered. But this was more...
TA was
third,
fourth,
phase.
Right? The second phase, yeah. So,
covered very nicely.
I didn't expect them to pick the TA, or the Sven, but somehow it just felt like that should have been the carry, and you gotta somehow work with like a Silencer Abaddon on the lane at least, something that can threaten Dispel off the meld.
Something. By the way this is going now, 3k lead, 7-7, but it's Team Spirit dictating the pace of play. They've got Aegis on this Templar Assassin, and Radan shows no sign of slowing down. Hurricane Pike, Blink, 12 stacks on Deso, tons of maneuverability with all of his damage.
Deso damage building up is actually a big thing. Getting these kills, it really feels nice when you're getting to scale like this. They don't want to give up anything, but they actually do lose their Wisdom Rune, which was still there 1 minute after spawn. But Amar getting something for himself.
So thank you very much.
Arcane Rune.
The next. Oh yeah, Storm Spirit.
Hey, he gets silent on the trap.
Oh, you're right. He still might be done for. Dead shot's good. Follow through. Is it coming? With a slight but no chains. They can't keep on going.
Ember doesn't really want to dive in there. Ultimately, though, that's a lot of resources just to run away. So mid tower, not gonna be defendable as Storm has nothing.
That's crumbling. This has got to be a couple of minutes of dodging by the Falcons, right? Surely they don't want to go fight into this, huh?
No, they have the Radiance timing on Abaddon, so they want to try and get something out of this. The missed chance is really good against TA. Get the burns.
Radan out in the open. He'll get jumped and stunned by the Sven. Vortex from the Storm. A lot of control, but the damage isn't quite there. First life, it's a struggle to bring down this TA, but they've got it done. Collapse. Yule's into the sky towards the Abaddon, holding the Ravage for now as the TA respawns and blinks away. Radan has the distance, and that Abaddon ulti already expended. Could be problematic for Skitter. They've got slight chains on the Storm. A shield to save him, though. This means Skitter is once again further isolated for the big Ravage out of Collapse. Clips the Abaddon and the Storm, but in comes Sven again. Pushes Collapse back. Quinn about to get the kill. They take him down. The Sven, he's moved back in. Quinn is about to die, though, Storm, as Crit is caught. Another slight chains. Lal will find the Kotl. A 2-for-1. Storm and the Kotl for the Tide.
2-for-1, but now the aftermath as well. They might force a buyback here. The push coming in with the Destal, with the Crispus on TA as well. At least gonna get the glyph out of them.
Radiant structures are
Radan wants to stick around, does not want to back immediately. The death timer on the Storm is pretty long. With ulti on cooldown and Abaddon as well, he can't go in. We saw what happened when he doesn't have ulti ready.
The only ulti they've got is Ball Lightning, and Storm's dead.
Oh, look, he's got vision on him. He's got.
He's all right.
He's fine. No Orb of Venom on the TA. He doesn't have the counter.
He's not teched into it.
Yeah, of course.
But there goes the tier 3.
For the viewers, that's the counter to Gossamer. You buy an Orb of Venom, gives you True Strike. Kind of broken.
Just a little bit.
Yeah. For one attack at least, which is all TA cares about, the first attack landing. But ultimately big damage for Falcons. Now sitting back, looking to recover. The Sven desperately needs BKB to fight. He has the blink, yes, he has a lot of damage output, but he cannot go in because of the Jakiro, the Ember, and the Murta, even the Ravage. Too much teamfight control. Trying to catch Skeeter.
They see him. An early shield forced out with the Rod of Atos.
It's gonna
He
be
does
ulti.
have that ulti. I'll try and keep the control going though. And this Abaddon all
Dead
on
in
his
the water.
own. Yeah, he's been left and ditched by the rest of his team.
Did some return damage to Ember, but Ember can easily fix that as well. Can TP base and jump out again if he wants to. As they've spotted Sven farming their Ancient. Some shameless behavior by Sven.
And in comes Laurel. Yeah, this is the thing, right? You can just poke and prod, you're kiting for days. Chains, Ice Path, and then the damage from Radan secures yet another kill.
Yeah,
just trying to think about that last fight and how it all went. You know, there's Radiant's timing, the God Strength from Sven is level 2, they got a jump, it looked okay. But then they just get stuck in this quicksand of bullshit that Spirit put on the floor.
That's a good way to put it. I think the tough part was the Aegis on TA in that fight, though. If that was a fight without Aegis, that would be very tricky for Team Spirit. So it speaks a little bit to the strength of Falcons. Sadly, though, after losing that fight and all the farming done by Radiant after it, now they have to just stall out for these timings, get the BKB on the Sven. They have BKB on Storm, so that's huge for him. Getting Manta on Abaddon would be ideal. Then you get a Dispel against all these different things. I mean, this is probably one of the best Manta games ever. TA Silence, Jakiro stuff, Searing Chains. Even against Murta Silence and Gush, you don't mind it.
Yeah, get out of the swamp, get out of the quicksand. That's what Manta does.
Yeah. Big move coming in with the smoke.
Yeah, this move onto the Muerta, trying to blow him up, but the Yules now pierce the veil, gets the distance away. Falcons, they've tried to strike, but now they're the ones on the run. Laurel is trying to catch up to someone as the Storm Spirit is silenced and leashed, getting caught up in the fear and the control. Team Spirit not wanting to hard commit onto Quinn, though. It looks like with that BKB still ready, they're holding out for it as Amar goes in with his BKB, but the damage just comes too quickly. Radan has shredded the Sven. Skitter's ulti's going, but he's still half HP, and they lose crit immediately. A big Ravage from a collapse. Storm's caught up in the stuns. Skitter, he looks pretty done here. Radan's Templar Assassin stands strong and destroys them. Falcons 4 down, 1 casualty from Spirit, and they are ready to go high ground again.
Amar fucked up. He used Silence on the Mask of Madness without using Warcry. If you got Warcry out, he won't die in 2 hits from TA there. But Mask of Madness reducing your armor and you not popping Warcry. The Sven had 1 armor before TA Desto comes in. Desto plus Nemesis Curse. He literally died in like 2 hits.
That's why Miposhka's tipping him, huh?
Yeah.
They don't need to type the words. Amar knows what they're saying just through a tip.
He also got dodged. He got dodged by the Sleight of Fist, so it was despair all over the place.
Was Quinn trying to deny the tower? He zips over, and then again away.
He's trying to do whatever he can. But I like this discipline from Team Spirit. Says, you know what? We don't need to Rax even more. Already got the mid-Rax. Just back out, play the fields. They have great TA traps to hold control. So the only way Falcons get out on the map is basically by smoking. And I don't think that they have the gold yet for a gem. No, they're trying to get the Aghanim Scepter on the Caudal. 2.5k gold on him. Meanwhile, Murta already has the Rod of Aegis and Aghanim Scepter combination. We've seen time and time again how strong that is.
Level 15. Aghanim's, Atos, Rue having some incredible Muerta games.
Yeah, Rue and Muerta is looking great. Just able to play pretty aggressive as well without dying with that ulti, keeping him safe.
Almost a full dateless on that courier. Taken out for a good 3 minutes.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Let's see if Team Spirit care.
It'll slow them down a bit, but TA still... She could donate away a dateless and still be about a dateless ahead of any hero on Dire, so her net worth is disgusting right now.
Double
Only
dateless ahead at this point.
Yeah.
Massive advantage. And Rue is going to rebuff them from the Radiant Ancient spot. Snaking, sent packing. He's still going to get caught by Radan, though. And in the meantime, you've got raised barracks taking some chip damage bottom. Lal sneakily slips into that Dire base. And then jumps out to mid lane where he sees Skitter. Walks into the Abaddon. Amar is in the neighborhood, but it's just hey, how you doing? Then walk away.
At this time, Skitter not going to get his ulti forced. Has to be so cautious. Normally you feel unkillable as an Abaddon, but this game they have great heroes to kind of keep him in place with the Dead in the Water from Tide. Some good abilities like Ice Path to kind of delay the kill.
This could be the killing blow. Radan trying to go for the jugular here as Amar projectiles flying, but he's got the shields already. The rest of them smoked in behind the TA. Storm zips down south, but the chase is on to the east where Collapse with Radan. Okay. That was a coddle.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage coming in. Held in place gush combo. TA Tide gives you everything, man.
Oh, the glyph on the bottom creep wave. That's real insulting to Quinn.
They have no fear of losing buildings, so might as well glyph for these creep waves. And they're just playing to keep control on the map right now. They know that Roche is going to spawn soon. They know exactly when it's going to spawn as well.
We've got a shark in the water. Quinn's pretty low on mana. He's going to be able to zip and, I guess, BKB TP.
He has to.
He's got to, right?
Time?
Yeah. He's fine.
Yeah, fine. Completely fine. Not even cutting it close. Fine limit testing.
Yeah. Perfectly fine.
And he's back to base. Everyone is shoved away from the area as well with this forward move by Ember, securing the Roche by pushing out the mid wave. Now they can go back, take an easy Roche. And Falcons, what are you building for? The Manta Style complete on Abaddon. That's going to help them a little bit, but they need so much more.
The roar.
Absolutely no way contesting this Roche.
No.
The Coddle Aghanim Scepter has to be the biggest timing for them. If they finish that up, they can maybe hold a high ground defense, but he's still at 3.5k gold. Needs to get 4.2, finish up the entire Ag.
That's still a pretty monumental challenge for Falcons just to keep these waves pushed out to begin with. And bottom lane shoved by the Abaddon Illusions. Mid lane needs that Kotl to stick around and play with the Illuminate. And a smoke from Falcons is about to be scouted by the Invis Ember Spirit. He walks up into a sentry, but it looks like he's okay with the covering fire of the dead shot and a TA trap that barely misses out on Quinn, who zips in, pokes at Radan. Collapse goes forward onto the Storm. Global Stance covering, though, for Amar to kill Miposhka. Jakiro trades out for snaking, support for support, but Radan, the TA, the big target in the middle, being focused by Skitter. Getting a bit of distance, and still has BKB with the Aegis, of course. So second life coming, while we've got the Sven going deep. Collapse and Rue have surrounded him. TA gets off her BKB. Sven gets ATOS'd up, caught, rooted, and about to be finished. Radan needs some help, though, and the Ravage will give it. Collapse is there to buy the time to turn around and fight into Quinn. The Sideblade spills, the damage is good. Skitter's Blade Mail almost killed Radan, but now he's going to get turned on. With ulti available, you'll buy a bit of time, but this is just delaying the inevitable demise. The multi-Yule Scepter Cyclone synergy here, destroying Skitter's chances. Rue and Lol, they get in on top of him. Another 4-for-1. Plus one of the Aegis, I guess.
It was a pretty impressive fight, though, still from Falcons. They did what they could, got a quick burst on a support. Abaddon locked onto TA, brought down the Aegis, but they don't have enough in the tank to bring down the TA once the Storm, falls towards the end there. Abaddon just left alone. Still gotta respect that they ignore the Ember and try to go on the important targets, the easy to kill supports, and get on the TA, who is representing, 50% of the team's total damage output right now. So if you don't go on her, you just lose.
The Silence might straight up die to Laurel. Crit's courier is dead. That's a tragedy. And it was 200 off of the Aghanim Scepter.
Oh no. He had components on it as well, so he won't be able to just go and buy the items. Yes, Aghanim's components on it.
And now, defense of the top tier 2?
Yeah, they do have that sort of saving grace for their mega creep status right now. Otherwise, that would just be a push towards top tower. TA bought a Lincoln, so adding a safety tool to herself.
Oh, Crit looks... Oh, they saw Sven. They saw Crit, they saw Sven. Who do we go for? Left or right, up or down?
Crit is relocating out.
Yeah, he's gone.
Dips down to bottom lane, but that means top tower is going to be forfeit. The time until this high ground push is coming. Still 1.5 minutes on that Aghanim. So I said it was going to be so important for the Caudal, and I don't think it's going to get it in time, man. They're just heading for your base.
And keeping multiple lanes pushed in. Ember Spirit deals with mid. The rest of them are up at top. Falcons only controlling one lane, really. And even though they're farming Ancients and getting some gold, it doesn't feel like this next round of items outside of that Kotal Aghanim Scepter is going to do a whole lot. And they've got to come back and defend, no matter what. Skitter returns. Amar is going to try and finish off a Harpoon if he can. He's pretty close to it.
He's got it. He does not have TP ready, so if a fight breaks out, he can't get there that easily. He has to try and run over if someone goes in.
Hold. Get front lining and giving a bit of vision. Seeing what's coming up that hill. And there's a terrifying monster of Team Spirit, but they jump in, pop the Lincolns on the TA, but there's Cyclone there. Buys a bit of time for Rodan to get down and get a BKB. Force-staffed out of the grasp of Skitter. Anchor thrown at him, and Collapse still has his Ravage ready to play with. Larl and Rue focusing on this Abaddon to control him up through the ultimate. The heals, it looks like it'll bring Skitter back to full health, but now Collapse can walk forward. Larl diving deep. Ravage still ready, but Amar's in the back onto Miposhka trying to kill the Jakiro, but it's not enough damage. He's dead yet again. Falls so quickly, it's almost as if he wasn't there to begin with. And Larl, another slight chains, catches the Abaddon, forces the shield and the retreat. The tier 3 tower is here to be claimed, but Falcons have a glyph.
Sven again finding himself next to TA without popping Warcry, man. You just die. You can't use Mask of Madness next to this hero. It does not work. The Wind Waker can save the Ember. Needs to.
Yeah, I mean,
there it is.
I feel like Larl cares an awful lot. There's multiple Yule Scepters, tons of protection, giving him the coverage, and the rest of the team just hitting buildings. Quinn gonna zip-zap in and out. Dangerous prospect into the calling and the TA traps. And that's it. Mega creeps. They'll be coming. The final Rax falls. Falcons on their last legs.
They're trying to hold on, but the siege is just going to keep going. Tia can just stand here and take pot shots at all the buildings. And what are you going to do? Who's going to go on her?
Oh, you don't have to storm BKB. So the silence, the stuns. Okay, they've got a Yule Scepter here. Lol, self-Yules to save himself. Quinn looks a little worse for wear. I thought they were going to commit on him, but it is just buildings from Rodan. Focusing the tier 4s, not going for these final hero kills. And maybe one more chance for Falcons.
This Wind Waker was so smart pickup before the push. It's an unorthodox build on Tide, but it's working, man. Gotta stay the TA here.
Popping his spells, jumping in onto the TA. She's half HP. They've got good damage, and Rodan is dead. They don't get the Cyclone on her this time, and the chase is on. Falcons desperately scrambling for anything they can get. But the Storm Spirit is chain silenced. Ravage comes in. They don't need the TA to fight back. Falcons buy back onto Quinn, and they're going to take down the Lull Ember Spirit inside their base.
Nullifier timing on the Abaddon brings down... I didn't see they just disassemble his Radiance to get the Nullifier before that fight started. So nice way to, of course, get a quick counter for the Wind Waker play. Get rid of a Radiance. Does mean he lost some AoE damage, but single target's now possible. He kind of wishes he could just go back for it immediately, because right now he gotta deal with mega creeps. If he was Gyro, he could disassemble back and forth. You just have whatever you want.
That would be lovely, wouldn't it?
That'll be some interesting tech to see.
Exposed throne. Super sad as well.
They're trying their best to hold on to the game. And I think Team Spirit, they just say, all right, next Roche, you know, get level 25 on TA and the refraction charges. That'll make the push a lot easier, but Falcons holding on hope. This gives them momentum to finish up a few items. They got that Aghanim Scepter on the Caudal. Sven is getting quite rich, getting towards a Brooch.
Not a bad swing in gold there for them.
Even for Storm, just getting a casual plate mail towards that Shivas is going to be big. Getting some survivability against the big right clicks.
Just rough if Storm has to BKB TP out of top lane. And he's been given the anchor by Collapse.
Oh, Ember's
Yules
here.
into the sky. Ember Spirit has rotated in, so Quinn has to BKB Ball Lightning TP. Lol, not done, but yeah, Quinn is.
Good reaction. Amar gonna get out. He was spotted taking over the Watcher, but gets to safety.
Yeah. I mean, there's no glyph for a minute 40 on the Dire side. As Throne's open, the creeps are
Could just
arriving
go there.
at the Dire base.
They have this quick blink on TA.
I was wondering if we could just go Throne, but it looks like they're going Quinn instead. Same thing, in theory. If they get this Storm Spirit, knowing he has no
doesn't have
BKB.
buyback.
Cyclone, but the global, the Yule stepped on the Storm. Do we have the stuns to come before that? No, we do not.
Oh no,
Global
that's
gives
not
him
far
the
enough.
coverage, but the fear, dead shot into Remnant forward. They've got the chains on him now. Quinn in serious trouble, about to be dropped. The Ravage isn't going to clip him though. He's back in Fountain, safe and sound. The Abaddon, he's fine as well. Skitter steps back as Radan tries to BKB open up on him, but Team Spirit have kind of whiffed this. Sven? Amar? He jumps in very aggressively, but Ogre Steel Totem back to the high ground. That's Falcons expending everything.
Team Spirit used a lot as well, though. They used the Ravage, and they committed in for this. Falcons did, get some cooldowns, but they didn't lose their Abaddon ulti, so I think we're guessing Spirit just say they regroup. They know the Roshan is about to be up.
Hold a bit of terrain.
Surviving that Storm BKB cooldown was massive for Falcons. This keeps them in the game, able to have another chance at a fight.
They're playing under Dire Vision here, Spirit. They
Another
back up and
smoke.
smoke. They ping Amar.
Don't have the Hex yet. They're trying to build a Hex on Tide, but he doesn't have it.
Blink. He cannot blink in time. Collapse. Cyclone into Ice Path. No protection, no buyback. Sven down and out. Falcons now in a 4 versus 5 with the throne open. They've got a glyph and a dream to try and hold on to this.
Yeah.
Spirit, like you said, is coming back for the safe route, going for Roshan.
I mean, they could just go, but why would you not take Roche when there's no way for Falcons to contest this? They can zip over and try and steal it. As they hear the roar, they know what's up. You almost have to go for a play here, Storm. I think if you give away Aegis, you ought to lose, but it's also a lot to ask to blindly steal this one. No steal attempt coming in, so Radan gonna happily pick up that Aegis. Refresher Shard on Tide, also massive.
Double Roshan banner for TA. They should combine into something, Take 2 banners, you make a coat. Or a cape.
3 banners in a trench coat. Just a super tall banner.
Or a nice little red carpet for TA to walk down, Straight to the throne. Into this
carpet is down
dire
mid.
base. Which Lol is doing right now. Yeah, the red carpet for him put out by himself. Move on to the Storm Spirit, nearly kill him off with the Radan damage, and now focus the throne. Glyph is available, so they can buy a bit of time through this Will-O-Wisp and delay tactics. Sven was also respawned. So Storm jumping into this TA, trying to force out the Aegis, some kind of defensive play. Nothing working out for Falcons just yet, though. And they've got to deal with mega creeps under the banner glyph while TA starts pumping damage onto the throne. They do jump in with a Sven and Abaddon. Collapse, though, strong and tanky, holding Ravage and Refresher Shard. Might be able to just walk into this one as Quinn BKBs to battle back into Radan. But lol, he grabs a double kill in the back lines, finding the pickoffs they need. Quinn and Skit are about to be slain here as Team Spirit rack up the kills right next to the throne and force out the GG.
He celebrates.
Double Ravage from Collapse right in the fountain. That's where he belongs. Game 3 for Team Spirit, 2-1 in this best of 3, wiping Falcons off the face of the map and out of the upper bracket.
Yeah, ultimately Falcons, they played a good series, but I think they faltered a little bit all the way from laning stage. Radan having literally the freest game ever. You see him after a game, they're looking pretty happy. 12-1 and 13. playing against no hard counter, easy lane, and he does what he should do. He carries his team hard, and the rest of his team also delivered. Laurel having a fantastic performance on Ember, and Collapse, honestly, he went off script with the item build, and it worked well. I think he had a good read that he doesn't need to be big and farmed, he just needs to be utility based.
It's just incredible also that we get Tide TA come back again. You know, Kuro was right a few years early, maybe ahead of his time, but TA Tide, it gives you everything. Team fight, Roshan, tower taking, minus armor, glorious stuff from Team Spirit to bring this one back as well. As, you know, the start of that game was shaky for these offlaners. Both Amar and Collapse had pretty rough times early on, but they recovered nicely.
Yeah, they did. I mean, both of them recovered, but how much time did Sven spend literally just jungling and doing nothing else? So it is ultra greedy, and look at the hero damage. It kind of tells the story here. You have both Ember and TA just absolutely destroying people, and despite having infinite mana on Storm, he wasn't able to fight because he doesn't have anyone in front of him. Anytime Skeeter was in front of him, he gets his ulti triggered and then dies. And if Amar was there, he just kind of melted to TA as well. So just a tough story. I think ultimately you got to last pick a counter for the TA instead.
Yeah, well, there we have it. 2 series, both going 3 games. So we have Tundra and Spirit heading forward with Paravision and Falcons dropping into that lower bracket. That's it for Waga and myself until the newcomer stream later on in the week. But for now, we'll head back to the panel.
Thank you, Gareth and Waga. Great coverage here. Thanks for joining us for the cast as we see Falcons down but not out. Kuro, he was right all along. Tide TA, it gives you everything. But John, that's only one of the 2 epithets that he said at that famous true site. Do you remember the other saying that he had?
Yeah, lower bracket is for expletive.
No,
And
upper bracket. Upper bracket is for the
upper bracket.
expletives,
Yes,
actually.
yes. You know what? It's 6:52 a.m. My mind has completely flipped, but yes, it is the upper bracket. And you know what, Falcons? Well, they're gonna have to find a way to soar up after diving deep here. And again, it's down to this draft. I wasn't the biggest fan of it unfolding. I think when the Abaddon came out, I was still like, okay, you have to take something for Amar that can play make, or you have to take something that scales better for Skitter. None of that came out. We got the spend for Amar with heavy plate on. The damage just wasn't there. And we were seeing it very, very much so in every single fight. It just, what are you supposed to do? Well, what were they supposed to do, really?
Winter, did the
yeah, I might
play
have
out like
actually
you thought it
preferred
would?
if he gone for aura items actually after watching the game. Like the way he played like the spend, just like another carry, kind of didn't really work out so well because they were looking to fight in with the Storm with the Kotal early, but just the Sven was just busy hitting Ancients, you know, the whole time, you know.
Yeah.
I felt like maybe they would have gotten a better time if they just you know, might be not too bad to get a Crimson and try to fight around that timing. Because if they go for carry items on the Sven and the game just dragged on so long, it just felt like it was very weird for the Storm, right? He wanted to fight, but he couldn't really fight with the Kotal. And it was just difficult, you know, throughout the game.
We saw in that last highlight there, Collapse having a big smile as he popped that double Ravage. Seemed like a comfortable win there in Game 3 overall by Team Spirit. But we have Lyrical on the ground now, ready to catch up with Collapse after their victory.
Thank you so much, Richie. That's right. I'm here joined with Collapse. You managed to take the victory, secure top 3. Last time you guys were in ESL One Bangkok, you managed to secure top 4. So you're already better than that. What's the mood like in the team right now?
I wasn't on the Bangkok, by the way. Yeah. So for now, like mood, before the tournament, we were like motivated to win this one because nobody of us never like won the ESO tournament. So yeah, right now we're just motivated to get the top 1.
Top 1, that's what they want to see. Now, at 18 minutes, the game, you mentioned when we were getting started for the interview, the laning stage was a little bit iffy across the board, but you picked up that shield rune in the river. They jumped on you, felt like they spent all their spells, and then you guys managed to turn around the fight. Did you guys feel confident in this game that it was always going to turn back around for you, that late game you guys had it?
At 18 minutes, shield rune probably... yeah, I remember. I took the shield rune and Storm jumps on me with Abaddon. I don't know, maybe I don't really know what was the reason to attack the Tide with shield rune, Glimmer and Eels, but they did it and we saw it and we just come back and fight. I don't really remember the fight, how was it, but probably we...
It went well.
Yeah. Probably we won it. So that's it.
Yeah, that's it. Awesome. Last little thing that I wanted to get your sort of feel on right now. The team comes away with the victory. Your next matchup, you're going to have to face off against Tundra. How are you feeling about that match? Can you tell me about it a little bit?
I'm sure something strange will happen versus Tundra. It's like always we were playing versus Tundra. It's like the most important match for us. Like if we play in loser bracket or like in the finals. So always something strange is happening. I just don't want to play versus Tundra, to be honest. I'm afraid of them, but I'm afraid of the quality of the match.
Afraid, that's fair enough. Things get a little bit crazy when you two play. That's what it feels like. Well, we'll see if things get crazy as they get ready for the upper bracket finals, but now we're going to head on back to the panel.
Thanks so much, Lyrical, for bringing us, of course, all the up-to-date action there over up in Raleigh as well. That's the last we're going to see of our group stage play area, for lack of a better word, because already the stage is set for the convention center. Already tomorrow morning, we'll be able to welcome you from the Raleigh Convention Center, where we have 2 lower bracket matches already starting, basically always in the lower bracket, so plenty of elimination matches ready to start up there. Pretty interesting to hear what he was thinking about playing versus Tundra, right? Seems like he wasn't really looking forward to that, quite shockingly.
Yeah, I mean, it can bring back bad memories or just crazy memories. I found his mention of match quality can be crazy as an interesting one. Not being scared, but not understanding what the hell is going on. I think that's a very valid fear. It's like, it just brings something out from both teams, I guess.
I mean, Tundra also has like a weird hero pool. A huge one, but a weird one, you know. So sometimes it can be really difficult to strategize against them. And yeah, it's annoying to play against strong teams, you know. That's just what it is.
That's just the reality. Sometimes some funny things can happen too in some of those top tier matches, like we saw today in a few of our top 3 plays of the day. Let's go ahead and take a look and reminisce as we begin to wrap up our day. I mean, who can forget this one, of course? The Roche just sitting there, just waiting for Radon to ruin his day.
Yeah, it's a rough one to watch, and it just leads into this moment for Radon getting caught out and kind of losing it. This was in game 1. This kind of set the tone in that first game, as you did have the slight lead for Falcons anyhow, but I mean, it's unfortunate, right? He's setting up, he's orb walking in just to try to get that kill, or try to get vision, as I think Roche was kind of walking into a dark spot as well, and it just changes the game, man. It's something that's very hard to mentally reset from.
Yeah, this play here, our juicy watermelon kind of baiting them in. This is the shield rune fight that Collapse eventually remembers. Oh, actually, yeah, that did turn out quite well here. Just a bit of wildness. I remember when we were discussing this was kind of the moment where we were thinking, oh no, we don't know if Falcons can come back from this kind of a game. Right?
Yeah, they were running up a high ground with no vision. That was like a moment where you just go, you know, without thinking. You know, sometimes these players, you're in the game, you're just playing with instincts, and you're not really thinking too much of what you're actually doing, and you make mistakes like this.
Yeah, it's a rough one. Lots of small mistakes as well. Quinn getting silenced, getting caught out. Amar just getting kited. Just a rough fight.
This one, though, I mean, this is what you have to have in your mind. Not only do you need to first ban this guy, you got to ban his heroes. You got to get ready for this limber routine. And the neck pillow, I'm sure we'll see that in the lower bracket tomorrow.
Yeah, look, you know, I love Amar. He's a great character to talk to, honestly, and I think if he maybe did this between game 1 and game 2 and game 2 and game 3, maybe Falcons would have looked like they lifted, because quite frankly, in those 2 games, it did look like Amar was suffering. So he could have gone for a few more of those, I think.
That he did, yeah. And course, unfortunately for Falcons, that particular bout of stretching didn't really work out too well for Amar, as it didn't lead them to a victory in their last series. We'll take a look and remember what our first series was as we glance over at our results from the day. Again, these were not elimination matches, folks. In fact, the winners of these two games don't even play again until, Saturday in the arena. But just to recap, Parivision with the 1-2 defeat at the hands of Tundra off the back of a Medusa experiment, shall we call it, that I'm not sure we'll see repeated here at the main event, or maybe I'm wrong. We'll see what Parivision have in store for us tomorrow, as well as this Falcons versus Spirit match, where Spirit do prevail after a pretty long, one-sided series in those games. I spoke about our next matches upcoming. Let's go ahead and visualize those, shall we, in the schedule for tomorrow. We start at 12 noon with the Liquid versus Avalus series. BB team takes on Enigma Galaxy in the afternoon, and for our evening entertainment, it's Parivision versus the winner, I believe, of that first match then.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting day. I feel like, I'm one that really enjoys Avalus just because of that offlane of Sibe. I'd love to see a Jakiro, but I'm also rooting for the Enigma boys. Got to get those shades out in the NA crowd. There's going to be a lot of people pogging out for that one.
Certainly.
Yeah, anything can happen. Those games with your back against the walls. Time to bring out your A game. Time to bring out your secret strats that nobody knows right now. Nobody's watching.
Right. No one in the watch tab can see it. And, you can see it, of course, as the doors open for the early access ticket holders at 10 a.m. Eastern time. That's a local time. And for every other attendee access, it's 10:30 a.m. first match. Draft beginning at 12 noon. But be there, I would say, at least 45 minutes before. Grab some comfy seats. You're not going to want to miss that opening ceremony. Slacks on stage in NA. It is something not to be missed here, folks. And if you can witness it, I really hope you enjoy it and savor all that little bit of NA Dota.
Yeah, the NA crowd is always great. We heard from Lurkle there's going to be a lot of folks down there. Just watch out for Charlie and his game of Mafia. If you go in early, he probably will set up a Mafia game if he's there as well. So, keep your fingers crossed if that does happen, I guess.
Winter, anything you're looking forward to here as the end of Rally approaches?
More Medusa, please. Support Medusa. I believe it's a thing. This was just a bad game. It was just a bad example, But one day Medusa support will reign supreme. And
I can see
quote me on that.
I can see it, man. I'm sold. It's just the same thing. Atos, Gleipnir, I think you could make it work. Just have a stun. Have a stun first. So, it'll work then.
I suppose so. Hopefully it works a little bit better there. But folks, that is already going to wrap up our day. We will resume our live programming tomorrow around 11:30 a.m. live. Doors open 10 a.m. arena or 10:30 for general access tickets. On behalf of Winter, John, myself, and the entire production team that goes on in providing these shows for you, thank you guys so much for tuning in today. We hope you enjoy the coverage, and we hope you tune in tomorrow when we're back live with ESL One Raleigh in beautiful North Carolina. We'll catch you then.
just as the sun will rise and time keeps on ticking by. To you I surrender. It's a system breakdown on a smashed TV. There ain't never been a harder time to believe. I see myself in everyone I meet. The many lost souls looking up, looking up, looking up towards the sky. In the sky, feels like it's falling on me. No matter how hard I try, can't stop the sky from falling. Feels like it's falling in on It's a peaceful protest, televised at home. Time to take your seat, enjoy the show. And out of nowhere, with my head held high, I'm down in the gutter, looking up towards the sky. And out of nowhere,